Itsuki used to be a regular kid until the world went to hell. Monsters invaded, turning his life upside down and slaughtering his parents right in front of him. Brutal, right? All alone and fueled by pure spite, he swore to erase every monster from existence. Fast forward 10 years, and the big day is here. Time to awaken his power and finally become a hunter. He walked onto that stage under the gaze of the world's elite hunters. He reached out, touching the awakening stone with high hopes. But man, the universe was about to throw him a curveball. He unlocked a freakish talent called Limit Breaker. Nobody knows what it even does. Worst part, his level is hard capped at 0. No XP, no progress, no leveling up. Talk about a total glitch. So, how is this 0-level kid supposed to get revenge on the monsters that gutted his family? Stick around, because this rabbit hole goes deep. Smash that like button, and let's rewind to where it started. It began when creepy black towers started raining down from the clouds. They plummeted one by one, casting massive shadows over the city. These things were pulsing with weird glowing orbs and crackling lightning energy as they crashed into our world. Then, boom, barriers everywhere. A giant purple beam blasted out of the city center, tearing through the sky and spinning it like some kind of cosmic drain. Everyone just froze, staring at this glowing tower rising like a nightmare. That's when the disaster beasts smashed through the barriers and started their hostile takeover of our planet. Out of the smoke stepped a massive shadow. Ringa, the demon of destruction, stood tall while purple energy flared. Seconds later, a wave of terrifying monsters swarmed the streets. Armored freaks, flying terrors, and beasts with massive claws tore through the crowds while everyone panicked and bolted. Total chaos. A huge armored beast swiped its arm, tossing a guy like a rag doll as he screamed for everyone to get out. His kid was bawling, reaching for his dad while his mom tried to pull him away through the carnage. Monsters were coming from everywhere, every street, every alley. Flyers dove from the sky, burrowers burst through the pavement, and monsters wreathed in blue flames charged straight at the terrified civilians. Bodies hit the pavement as the whole neighborhood went up in smoke. One armored beast charged ahead, blue fire erupting from its skin like a furnace. It let out a deafening roar, eyes glowing blue before it spit a vortex of fire at a woman. She was sprinting for her life, clutching her child as tight as she could. The fire swept across the asphalt, trapping them. Knowing she was done for, the woman threw her boy forward to safety. The kid just lay there, reaching back with a trembling hand. Through the smoke, she choked out his name, begging Itsuki to run. The poor kid could only stare through his tears, crying out for his mom as the world burned around them. Suddenly, a voice snapped Itsuki back to reality. A single drop of sweat rolled down his face as that name echoed through his head. He blinked, and he was back in the present. A pink-haired girl turned around, giving him a weird look. She asked why he was spacing out like a zombie. Standing in the student line, he just muttered that it was nothing. She wasn't buying it. She squinted and leaned in close, basically asking if he was full of it. But there he was, the same kid from that horrific day, standing frozen with a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. Still haunted. Before things got awkward, another guy slung an arm around his neck and started talking way too loud and cheerful. He joked that Itsuki was probably just sleepwalking since he usually naps through class. But today was assembly day. Itsuki tuned him out, pointing at the stage and asking why the teacher was dressed like a low-budget superhero. Up there, a teacher rocking a weird armored helmet started giving a history lesson on what went down after the disaster beasts first showed up. He explained how some people developed powers and became awakened. He talked about the massive attack 10 years ago on the Blue River's north shore. That was the big one. Heroes from every corner of the globe teamed up to push the monsters back. They called it the River Crossing War. High-stakes stuff. Things cooled off for a while, but now those creepy towers are falling from the sky again. Word is, another massive invasion is right around the corner. Itsuki's buddy nudged him and pointed at some guy on stage. Apparently, that is Izumi Nento, the big boss commander of the whole northern continent. Kind of a big deal. He couldn't believe Itsuki didn't recognize him, being a local and all. Itsuki just stared at the commander, keeping his thoughts to himself. Itsuki admitted the name rang a bell, but he'd expected some old guy with a Gandalf beard, not this weirdo. His friend just laughed and said, "Yeah, he is strange, but don't let that fool you. Izumi Nento was actually the world's very first awakened hunter. He is the reason we even know what these towers and disaster beasts are in the first place." His friend was totally geeking out, calling Nento the strongest alive. Even Tiwajin, the guy they call the light of humanity, was just one of Nento's students. Back to the man in armor, he announced that new research proves regular people can still gain powers. All they have to do is touch one of those monuments. Izumi Nento stood there, his cloak flowing like dark fire. He told the kids he was there to give them a shot at their own awakening. He told them to give everything to the fight against the beasts. Right then, a blue blade of energy sliced the air and the monument just exploded open. Blinding light and stone shards flew everywhere while some guard in shades just stood there like it was nothing. The students lost their minds. One guy screamed, asking if it was magic as another tower rose from the floor. Someone else yelled to stop tripping and pay attention. They were all hyped up, praying they would get chosen to awaken. In the crowd, Itsuki's friend was practically vibrating, grabbing his arm and shaking him. He told Itsuki this was their big break. With his eyes glowing, he repeated the word finally and started making a move toward the stage. His buddy yelled for him not to get left behind. The pink-haired girl tried to tell him to get back in line, but Itsuki just ignored her and walked past. Then, a weird red glow flashed in his eyes. She just stood there, stunned by the light. You could see Itsuki's face shifting. He was not the same kid anymore. His eyes burned red with pure hype. He whispered that the day was finally here. Up on stage, some kid touched the tower, but nothing. Dead silence. A guard barked out that he failed and called for the next person. Everyone in the crowd started getting seriously twitchy. One guy noted that the last kid was a total star athlete. He figured if a beast like that couldn't even awaken, then a regular person had zero chance. The girl next to him shrugged, saying sports skills don't matter and it's too soon to quit. One by one, more kids reached out to touch that monolith. The guard just kept barking next as the line shuffled along. Everyone was packed together, totally freaking out. Some white-haired kids stammered that nobody had actually awakened yet. The crowd started whispering, and a girl with short hair admitted she thought this would be a breeze. The guy next to her was shaking, terrified the whole school might get erased. Suddenly, the guard yelled the next name, Oishi Hikaru. Nearby, kids were already talking trash. One girl prayed he wouldn't wake up. Another pointed out he is already a massive jerk. So if he gets superpowers, everyone is basically dead meat. Suddenly, a guy pointed at the monument and screamed. Lightning just exploded out of the stone, blasting everyone back. Oishi Hikaru literally floated off the ground, wrapped in crackling blue electricity. That sudden surge definitely got everyone's attention. A glowing blue screen appeared right beside him, displaying his info as he grinned like a maniac. He told himself both Izumi Nento and that woman would finally see who he really was. The screen read, Oishi Hikaru, Human, Level 0, Job Elementalist, Lightning Gift, Grade 2. Attack 3, Agility 4, Defense 2, Magic 3. A total of 12 stat points, all being watched from the side. The blue-haired woman spoke softly, telling her father they finally found one. She explained that normal level 0 stats usually total only 5, but this boy hit 12. Her father, Izumi Nento, stayed totally chill. The girl shrugged and said it was better than nothing. The school courtyard went dead silent as Oishi Hikaru raised his arms like a champion. Confetti sparkled as he grinned like a king. He mumbled, wondering if old man Nento had anything to say to the first awakened student. But before he could brag, someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. He spun around, shocked to see Itsuki just stepping past him. Oishi snapped, yelling at him for touching him with his dirty hands and asking if he had a death wish. The crowd started whispering. One girl asked who that guy even was, especially since he just totally cut the entire line. Someone said it was Tenma Itsuki from Class 5. Another muttered that he was toast. Once Oishi marks you, it is game over. From high above, the blue-haired woman and Commander Nento watched silently. She narrowed her eyes, saying she sensed some incredibly intense emotions radiating from that student. Itsuki stood in front of the massive monument, pressing his hand against the cold stone. His eyes glowed red as dark memories flooded his mind. He whispered that he would never forget how much he hated those disaster beasts. That day was burned forever into his brain. Commander Nento stared ahead, feeling something impossible. Out on the platform, a giant blue ghost started rising up right behind Itsuki. The glowing figure loomed over him with a sword, dripping with power. Itsuki stood there perfectly calm while blue light and energy erupted from the monument. A sharp, glowing structure formed right above Itsuki, surrounded by swirling rivers of pure light. The light exploded outward, wrapping the whole area like a massive lotus blooming in the sky. The school grounds were covered in a glowing dome, leaving the students totally speechless. One kid pointed out the light pillar reached hundreds of meters up. Another said it looked way more epic than anything Oishi pulled off. Two of Itsuki's classmates were hyped. They cheered and yelled proudly, saying this was exactly the kind of show they expected from him. The blue-haired officer stared at the sky, totally stunned. She whispered that this only happens when the ultra-rare order breaker job is born. She covered her mouth, unable to hide her shock. Even Commander Nento admitted he was actually curious to see what this student could really do. Watching this, Oishi's face twisted in pure rage as he glared at the light. Itsuki finally opened his eyes, looking totally confused. Wrapped in shimmering blue energy, he wondered where he was and if he'd finally awakened. He was sitting cross-legged right in the middle of a massive, glowing lotus made of light. Countless petals floated around him in this weird, calm space. Suddenly, a blue system screen popped up right in front of his face. Itsuki stared in shock as his stats appeared. He was a human, but his level was fixed at 0. His job title? Order Breaker, Nirvana. His gift was Nirvana, a special grade. His level was permanently fixed, but his stats would jump whenever he learned new skills. It wiped away all debuffs and healed every injury. Then, another window appeared, showing off his Z-rank skill over Mimesis. It analyzes enemy attacks to learn counter skills. Then, another screen popped up showing Itsuki's stats. Attack, 0. Agility, 0. Defense, 0. Magic, 0. Total, 0. Itsuki's face went pale as he stared at those pathetic results. His jaw dropped as he realized every single stat was at 0. But then, 2 blue system windows flashed. The first one announced that the Z-rank skill over Mimesis was now his. The second window said his special gift, Nirvana, had activated, boosting all of his stats by 200. The screen updated the changes. Attack went from 0 to 200. Agility from 0 to 200. Defense, also 200. Seeing this, Itsuki's face lit up. He stared at the screen and realized that every time he steals a skill with over Mimesis, Nirvana will jack up his stats. Even if he couldn't level up like the other kids, he could still get stronger his own way. He clenched his fist and smirked. He didn't know exactly how strong this made him yet, but there was no doubt he had finally become an awakened. With fire in his eyes, he swore to wipe out the disaster beasts. Suddenly, a massive blue blast exploded from the monument. Kids screamed and covered their eyes from the blinding glare. Some clutched their eyes in pain. But through that blinding light, Itsuki's silhouette stood tall right inside the monument's glow. Lightning and energy swirled around him in a massive show of power. Oishi just stared, shaking in disbelief. His face twisted as he screamed that this was impossible. The blue-haired officer gasped at her screen. She hit her desk in shock, yelling that these stats were straight up insane for a rookie awakened. Even Commander Nento had to admit it was wild, but he knew Itsuki was easily the strongest new awakened in history. Outside, Itsuki stepped out of the light while blue energy petals swirled around his body. Watching his powerful silhouette, Commander Nento could only mutter one word the strongest. A system window popped up with his info. Tenma Itsuki, human, level 0 fixed, job order breaker, gift special grade, undisclosed, skill undisclosed. Attack, agility, defense, and magic were all capped at 200. Total 800. In the crowd, everyone went wild. Students and teachers screamed that Tenma's stats just shot into the stratosphere. People couldn't believe it, yelling that they never expected a local school to produce a legend. An old teacher shouted this was history in the making, but in the middle of it all, Oishi was shaking with pure rage. Lightning sparked all around him as his eyes glowed blood red. He grit his teeth and glared at Itsuki, furious that the spotlight he deserved had been snatched away. Oishi's anger finally boiled over as lightning surged across his entire body. He screamed that a loser like Itsuki should stay at the bottom. The other kids backed off as sparks flew, their faces frozen in absolute shock. Electricity flooded the entire hall while Oishi stepped forward with a psycho look on his face. He bragged that he was going to delete Itsuki using his brand new skill. Up above, Itsuki just stood there coolly, staring down from the monument while the lightning crashed and scattered beneath his feet. Itsuki gripped his fist as a blue system window flickered to life. The screen warned C, rank skill, Silver Serpent detected. Over Mimesis activated. Itsuki's eyes turned sharp as a dozen blue panels started processing the data. The analysis hit 27% and climbed fast 57, 69. As lightning flickered, Itsuki made his move and launched himself like a rocket. The floor shattered as the lightning slammed into the ground. Students gasped and looked around, realizing something was wrong. One girl screamed, "Wait, where did Itsuki go?" Another kid said they saw a flash of light before Itsuki just vanished. Oishi looked around like a confused idiot, wondering where his target went. A blue window hit 88% as Itsuki appeared behind Oishi like a shadow wrapped in bolts. His eyes glowed with a blinding horizontal beam of light. Oishi froze in pure terror. Sweat poured down his face as he realized Itsuki was right behind him. He couldn't move. Then, Itsuki placed a hand on his shoulder. His voice was ice cold as he told Oishi to feel lucky he was born human. He added that if Oishi were a disaster beast, he would have killed him 100 times already. Oishi shook uncontrollably, fear locking his whole body. A second later, Itsuki casually walked away, while Oishi just collapsed on the floor. Another student yelled in shock, asking when Itsuki even moved. Someone else let out a nervous laugh, saying Oishi's legs probably just quit on him. Another warned them to shut up before Oishi heard. Meanwhile, a new panel floated over Itsuki, hitting 94% and rising fast. Blue energy swirled around him as the progress bar finally hit 99%. Itsuki glanced at the screen, muttering that maybe it was fast because it was only a C-rank skill. Then the display went pitch black and flashed. Progress at 100%. Lightning exploded everywhere as a new message appeared, saying he had acquired the C-rank skill, Thunderbreaker. Itsuki stood in the center of the crackling blue energy, his body glowing as the power wrapped around him like living lightning. The students watched nervously as the light started to glow again. One of the guys stared in shock, whispering that it was happening all over again. Another student, rocking some sunglasses, adjusted them with a smirk and said he was glad he decided to bring them along today. Inside the glowing void, Itsuki sat there looking thoughtful. He realized that every time an analysis finished, he got forcibly dragged into this weird, silent place. System windows popped up in front of him, stating the Silver Serpent analysis was done and the Thunderbreaker skill was officially his. Another window opened up, describing Thunderbreaker Level 1. The skill let him absorb any C-rank or lower lightning attacks directly into his body. When he released that stored energy, his agility would jump by 50%. It also had a passive perk each time he absorbed a C-rank lightning strike. His agility would permanently increase by 5%. Another message added that all his stats just went up by 10. Every debuff was wiped, and his injuries were completely healed. Outside, the students shielded their eyes as a massive wave of blue light exploded from Itsuki's body. Arcs of lightning swirled around him while he stood in the center of the arena steps. The massive electric pressure pushed outward, making the crowd instinctively step back and cover their faces. Someone yelled that Itsuki was literally cloaked in lightning from head to toe. Another student panicked, saying Itsuki's lightning was way brighter than Oishi's ever was. Oishi, the one who attacked him, just stared with shaking eyes. He couldn't believe Itsuki had actually managed to learn a skill like that so fast. Itsuki's body glowed like crazy while the system showed his stats climbing. It showed every attribute: attack, agility, defense, and magic rising from 200 to 210. His total hit 840. Suddenly, the students looked up at the sky in confusion. One of them noted it was sunny just a second ago. Another asked if it was starting to rain. Then, someone suddenly screamed that something was falling from the sky. A dark, coffin-shaped object wrapped in lightning dropped from the stormy clouds. The rain poured down harder as it crashed straight into the school grounds. The blue-haired woman with glasses saw it and shrieked in shock, calling it a monument. She demanded to know why it was appearing here, of all places. Commander Nento quickly announced the assembly was canceled and ordered everyone to evacuate the school grounds immediately, just like they practiced in their drills. He realized that there was no doubt he was the target. The woman turned to Commander Nento, telling him they should run too since they weren't combat specialists. But Nento just shook his head. He warned her that if they ran now, everyone else would completely lose it. "Look over there," he snapped. "That kid is cooler than all of us." Lightning shredded the sky as some massive object dropped. Kids were losing their minds, scattering like ants in a storm. Only Itsuki stayed put. He was just standing there in the middle of the field, glowing with this weird blue light. The blue-haired lady screamed at him to move his butt, but a giant dark pillar slammed into the dirt right then. The ground buckled and chunks of concrete went flying everywhere. Rain was coming down in buckets. Panicked students were yelling about disaster beasts and telling Itsuki to run for his life, but he didn't budge. His eyes were glowing a wicked red. He sounded cold as ice when he said he was going to wipe them all out. His friends just stood there, totally ghosted. Someone screamed that he was dead meat if he didn't move. Another guy yelled that he just awakened his powers. There was no way he could take on a beast. They told him to let the pros handle it, but Itsuki just shook them off. "Relax. Just trust me," he said. The pink-haired girl looked like she was about to barf from stress. "Fine. If you die, don't come crying to us," she yelled. She grabbed the other guy by the shirt and hauled him away. The nerd with glasses asked if they were really just leaving him there. He reminded her that this monster was a literal walking nuke. As they hauled tail, Itsuki just watched the beast with a psycho grin. His red eye sliced through the downpour. He whispered that it was lucky his first fight as an awakened was against the thing that murdered his parents. Talk about perfect timing. Electricity danced around him as he stepped up. A glowing HUD popped up next to him, scanning the freak show he was about to fight. It was Skeleton Soldier 10369. Level 8. Gift. Grade 2. Defense boosted by 100%. If an attack hits harder than its defense, the gift breaks. Skill, Bonefire, B rank, Stats, Attack 15, Agility 10, Defense 120 plus 120, Magic 30, total 295. The skeleton stood there dripping blue flames while Itsuki faced it down. Lightning coiled around Itsuki's arms as he got into a stance. His red eyes were sharp as hell, wondering if he should give his brand new skill a test drive right now. A second later, he lunged. Electricity exploded off his skin as he left a trail of blue sparks, charging straight at that flaming bag of bones in the field. They slammed together, sparks flying through the rain. The bone beast swung a heavy fist, but Itsuki moved like water and dodged it. Then Itsuki loaded up an electric punch and let it rip, yelling that nobody else was going to die today. His fist buried itself in the monster's ribs, unleashing a massive shockwave. The impact launched the beast across the field, sending it crashing straight through the side of the school. The ground shook as bricks rained down. The kids watching from the sidelines were floored. One guy whispered that Itsuki was so overpowered, they probably didn't even need to keep running. A girl nearby was speechless. She couldn't believe he just blasted that huge monster away with a single hit. The blue-haired inspector stared at the hole in the wall, totally stunned. Some rookie who just got his powers just tossed a level 8 disaster beast like it was trash. Commander Nento watched through the rain from a distance. He thought Itsuki's speed and raw power were on a whole different planet compared to other level 0 players. But even so, he didn't think the kid could win. He knew skeleton soldiers had two nasty tricks up their sleeve. First, that gift that jacks their defense up to crazy levels, Second was a lethal skill called bone fire. It is a flame that turns anything it touches into a pile of ash. Blue fire exploded across the field, rushing toward Itsuki like a tidal wave. The students screamed as the heat surged. Itsuki's friends were losing it, howling his name into the wind. Oishi stepped out with a twisted smirk. He yelled that any idiot who didn't know his place deserved to be turned into charcoal. Meanwhile, system screens flickered in front of Itsuki. An alert warned him the enemy was using bone fire. The analysis started at 1% and began climbing fast. As the blue flames swallowed him, more windows popped up. 25%. Itsuki stood his ground inside the inferno, wrapped in data. He noticed the analysis speeded up every time the skill hit him. The blue-haired teacher watched him, her eyes wide as dinner plates. She said even a level 10 wouldn't survive a direct hit from that. Blue flames kept devouring the arena while Itsuki just stood there in the dead center. Half his body was scorched away, glowing like a literal skeleton under the skin. The teacher's voice cut through the roar of the fire. She said it was a damn shame for a new genius to get snuffed out by a beast before he could even level up. System windows flashed 77 and 81%. Itsuki looked down at his own burning flesh and whispered that so this is what it feels like to burn alive. He added quietly that it must have really hurt. A memory hit him through the smoke. He saw his mother's face, half melted away. He finally got how much pain she was in, but even at the end, she smiled just so she wouldn't freak him out. Commander Nento watched closely, wondering if the kid was still holding something back. Blue fire swirled like a hurricane as the bar filled up. Itsuki's skeletal hand gripped tight. He said once the analysis finished, the enemy was as good as dead. The window flashed. Analysis progress, 100%. Outside the flames, the other students were whispering and shaking. One kid asked if it was too early to bank on some new rookie. Another said he was a moron for thinking anything cool would actually happen. But suddenly, someone pointed at the fire and screamed. He yelled that the blue lotus flower was back. Itsuki was about to pull off another freaking miracle. Blue light surged around Itsuki inside that burning aura. He wondered what kind of power he would snatch this time. The flames started to die down, showing his scorched, cracked body protected by that glowing blue energy. Then a system window popped up. Analysis of bone fire complete. Good to go. He just unlocked a new skill called Black Wall. More windows explained how it worked. The active effect used mana to coat his body in ice, blocking any B rank or lower fire attacks. The passive effect boosted his defense whenever he blocked those skills. Another alert said Black Wall level 2 was unlocked and all his stats just jumped by 20 points. It said all debuffs were gone and his body was totally healed up. A fresh window popped up with his new stats. Power, speed, defense, and magic jumped from 210 to 230, totaling 820. Itsuki chilled while staring at the screen. He remembered how his best shot couldn't even scratch that skeleton soldier's armor earlier. With this boost, he knew he could take it. Suddenly, glowing blue lotus petals burst out around him like a giant flower made of light. Itsuki stood dead center, wrapped in pure energy. Every student watching let out a huge gasp of pure shock. One kid yelled that he was actually alive and well. Others started cheering, totally hyped for a win. Someone called a comeback like this an absolute miracle. The blue-haired instructor froze while watching this go down. She wondered out loud if the kid had some secret self-healing skill. He used lightning earlier, so seeing him heal made no sense. Even Commander Nento looked like he just saw a ghost. Order breakers were already considered the most mysterious class, but Itsuki was a whole different level of strange. Meanwhile, he just stood there among those glowing petals. His body was perfectly fine now, not even a scratch left. Blue sparks drifted around him as he checked out his new form. Itsuki whispered to himself that this recovery was perfect. He wondered if he could heal from losing a limb or even having his head crushed. He was curious to see how far this healing went. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier let out a roar, its armor bursting into blue flames. The flames exploded as the beast charged. Itsuki just turned, raising an arm as black spikes crawled across his skin while fire rushed in. His whole body was swallowed by fire, but he didn't even flinch. A second later, His shadow started showing through the intense blaze. Heavy black spikes covered him now, and those red eyes glared from behind cracked armor. Then, Itsuki just launched himself straight into the sky. A massive blast of blue fire rocked the place when he hit the ground. His armor sparked with electricity as he prepped another hit. The skeleton beast took a swing, but Itsuki vanished, popping up behind the monster faster than anyone could even track him. He raised his arm, transforming it into a huge black spiked sword with lightning coursing through it. Moving at god-tier speed, he sliced that skeletal beast right in half with one hit. The kids watching from the sidelines were floored. One said Itsuki moved behind that disaster beast so fast it looked like actual teleportation. Another claimed only high-level awakened could see that. Oishi was shook, admitting she couldn't track his moves at all, comparing it to what she knew. The blue-haired instructor wondered if a guy like Itsuki was really a rookie. As the dust finally settled, he was the only one standing. As the spikes faded away, he delivered a final kick that absolutely shattered the skeleton beast's head. He realized his power didn't just create heavy armor, it could also reshape that armor into any weapon he imagined. It was a divine skill for both offense and defense. Suddenly, someone yelled his name. Itsuki turned as his buddy came sprinting over and pulled him into a tight, super relieved hug. He said he was so glad Itsuki won because he was stressing the whole time. Itsuki stayed quiet for a second before asking about Saya. His friend pulled away, saying Saya looked like she was about to cry while watching, but now she had vanished. Itsuki scanned the crowd, wondering why she wasn't there. He looked at the students in the distance, getting more confused. He wondered if she was mad. Nearby, the blue-haired instructor watched the whole scene unfold. She looked serious, noting that a kid taking down a skeleton soldier, something even a level 10 awakened would hate, was totally insane. Commander Nento told the instructor, Chua, to stay behind and help with the cleanup. He also ordered her to tell the principal that he was officially taking Itsuki with him. Meanwhile, Itsuki's buddy patted his shoulder and said there was no way Saya was mad since he actually won the fight. He figured she was just scared of falling behind him, so she probably went to touch the monument instead. Itsuki looked down and whispered that he really hoped that was the case. Right then, a voice called his name, asking if he was Tenma Itsuki. He turned around and saw someone walking his way. Commander Nento, wearing that long cape, stood right there. Itsuki just stared at him. The people watching from the back started whispering like crazy. They saw the legendary Izumi Nento talking to Itsuki. Some wondered if he would take the kid as a student, but others really doubted it. Nento only ever mentored Tsuujin, the strongest human on Earth. They kept saying that no matter how strong Itsuki looked, there was no way that was happening. Itsuki's buddy backed off nervously and said he was going to find Saya. Then, Commander Nento looked down at Itsuki and spoke in a calm voice. He told Itsuki that he was something special. Itsuki just looked at him and whispered the word back, asking what he meant by calling him special. Nento looked closely and saw dark energy swirling around the kid. He told Itsuki that his heart seemed loaded with pure anger and hatred. Itsuki stood in the dark, a faint light reflecting in his eyes. Nento stepped closer and said he wanted to know where all that hate came from. Itsuki finally spoke, explaining that 10 years ago, his parents were killed by disaster beasts while they were trying to save his life. A memory of his childhood flashed by, showing his younger self crying helplessly while danger closed in. He almost died as well, but an awakened hero appeared at the very last second. That powerful warrior smashed the beast right in front of the terrified kid. Itsuki told the commander that he watched his mother die right before his eyes. A glowing blue fire slowly started to consume his mother's body. Even as half her face turned into bone and ash, she gave him a gentle smile and told him he had to walk the rest of the path on his own. Young Itsuki stared back with trembling eyes, totally lost. His voice broke as he screamed for his mom. Pure rage filled his soul while he stared at the beast. He kept remembering that both his parents died because of monsters like this. Tears rolled down his face as he screamed in denial. Right then, a massive monster rose from the dark. A giant beast wrapped in raging purple flames. Itsuki froze as the shadow stretched over him, revealing the brutal truth. That thing was pure evil, trembling with fury. Itsuki looked up, eyes glowing red as total hatred took over his soul. Right then, he made a promise. He'd slaughter that demon and every single monster like it. Flash forward, Itsuki grits his teeth, a lone tear falling as he screams for revenge. Commander Nento watches closely, noting that even with a heart full of hate, the kid still sheds tears. Itsuki wiped his face and broke it down for him, totally calm. Since his mom's death, his left eye went bone dry, but his right one started crying all on its own. It's a constant reminder, he says, to never stop hating those disaster beasts. Nento offers to take him on as a student. He promises a spot in the Salvation League and the insane power Itsuki needs to finally get his bloody revenge. Itsuki muttered the name, asking what this Salvation League was all about. Nento broke it down. He explained that world governments teamed up to fight these monsters scientifically, gathering the strongest awakened heroes from 5 continents into one massive official squad. They call the members of this elite group saviors. Saviors get everything they need: custom training grounds, heavy weapons, and serious cash. Even the lowest rookies pull in 10,000 gold every single month without fail. Itsuki's jaw dropped. 10,000 gold could buy a car. But Nento quickly warned him that kind of money never comes for free. Saviors are expected to hold the front lines and keep people safe. Itsuki stood there shirtless, looking totally unbothered as he spoke. He didn't give a damn about the money or the perks. There was only one thing he actually cared about. His eyes lit up with focus as he balled his fist. All that mattered was hunting those beasts on the front lines. He was dead set on becoming a savior. So, Nento started explaining how the whole process actually works. Every February, the league holds a massive national tournament with over 10,000 people all competing for a spot. You earn points for performance, but only the top 100 actually make the cut. Itsuki heard that and immediately asked for the highest all-time record. Nento told him it wasn't a great comparison. The record is a massive 115,000 points, set by Tiwajin 11 years back. You only need 30% to pass, but taking first place usually requires at least 50% of that. Itsuki thought about Tiwajin, the strongest awakened hero and light of humanity that Rikuru had mentioned before. Nento said Jin was a freak of nature and comparing himself to him would just be depressing. Still, he told Itsuki to stay confident because he might just reach Jin's level one day. Standing on the training grounds, Itsuki looked dead serious. With total confidence, he declared he'd blow past Tiwajin's record. Hearing that, Nento's eyes went wide behind his helmet. He was genuinely shocked. He flashed back to a conversation with Tuijin. He told the legend how famous he'd become and how kids were following him, but Tuijin warned that just following wouldn't ever win this war against the monsters. Eventually, someone would overtake him. Just like a new sunrise always replaces the setting sun. Tiwajin was hyped for that day to arrive. Looking at Itsuki's burning resolve right now, Nento felt like that new sunrise had finally arrived. A couple hours later, Nento brought Itsuki to a different location. When Itsuki saw the giant glowing dome rising in the distance, he asked what it was. Nento explained these monuments are actually gateways connecting our human world and the monster world. He said if you kill the beasts but leave the monument, more monsters will just keep popping out. He pointed at the dome, explaining it was built to trap monuments that won't break. Awakened warriors go in regularly to clear out any beasts that spawn back inside. It keeps things safe and acts as a practice ground. Itsuki looked at the place and asked if this was his training. Nento nodded, calling these spots stages. He warned that they can't control how many or how strong the monsters inside are, making them feel super dangerous. Nento warned him that the monsters in this particular stage were on a whole different level. Out of all the beginner stages, this one has the highest death rate. That's why people call it the rookie's graveyard. He told Itsuki that back when Jin was a rookie, he cleared this hellhole in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Nento looked him in the eye and said if he wants to beat Jin, 3 minutes is the limit. As Itsuki headed toward the massive building, Nento promised to take him on as a student if he could clear it in 3 minutes. Itsuki's eyes lit up. He was ready to smash Jin's record and earn that mentorship. Heads turned in the lobby when a familiar face walked in. Someone pointed and whispered that Mr. Izumi was finally here. People noticed Itsuki and asked if he was the new rookie. They were shocked, whispering that no newbie should be walking right next to Mr. Izumi. He'd have to be an elite on Teiwaijin's level. Itsuki just looked around, wondering if this guy was actually such a big deal. He walked to the entrance and saw the level 10 monster warning. It was only 2 levels higher than that skeleton he fought, so he wondered how hard it could actually be for real. What really caught him off guard was that even with a crowd gathered around, nobody was actually going inside. He wondered why. Someone muttered that the kid looked way too cocky and probably had some high-level pro carrying him through the stage. Others wished they could get a carry too, while one guy joked the rookie was just there to hit on the receptionist because he had a pretty face. The receptionist flashed a polite smile at the desk. She asked if he was entering the stage and how many teammates he brought. He just said it was only him. The whole lobby went dead silent while the receptionist stared him down across the counter. Suddenly, she leaned in and snapped. She told him to stop with the lame jokes and quit messing around. If he was just there to flirt, it was a waste of time. She explained that even artificial stages are lethal. People actually die in there. Itsuki just blankly stared at her, having absolutely no clue what she was tripping about. In the back, the crowd started laughing. They joked that the kid really was just there to hit on her. They said some losers always treat stages like Tinder, get rejected, and go home. Itsuki just kept his cool and tried to clear up the confusion. He told her straight up he had zero interest in her. He was only there to beat the stage, nothing more. The receptionist just sighed and rubbed her head. She told him he didn't need to act tough because he was embarrassed. She even offered her number if he would just leave. Itsuki's face went dark. A cold shadow fell over his eyes. He told her not to make him say it again. He did not care about her number. He just wanted to enter the stage. The receptionist finally gave in, telling him not to blame her when he ends up dead. She handed him a metal bracelet, her hands shaking. Itsuki muttered that she should have just listened the first time instead of making him repeat himself. The crowd started whispering. One guy called Itsuki a total idiot for passing up the girl's number just to act like a tough guy. Another pointed out that a level 0 newbie entering a level 10 stage is basically just a suicide mission. They figured he would bail in 60 seconds. But one person saw his confidence and wondered if his special grade gift might actually save him. Someone else reminded them that for awakened ones, gifts are just perks. Level is everything. A fancy gift means nothing if your level is trash. Standing at the gate, Itsuki checked his bracelet. He noted that all his data was registered, so one scan would grant him entry. A hologram popped up over his hand. Entry by Awakened Tenma. Itsuki approved. Itsuki stretched his arms and took a deep breath. He reminded himself the promise was 3 minutes. Then he said it was go time. A green digital timer appeared, reading 001. The gate swung open and Itsuki exploded forward. Red energy flared around him as he dashed, his eyes glowing with sharp intent. He scanned the massive zone. The space inside this thing was way bigger than he had imagined. Sprinting toward a black tower, he reminded himself it was his first time in a stage, even if it was just a simulation. Suddenly, a creature lunged at him. Itsuki saw it coming. A wooden monster from the Kodama tribe jumped. A blue window popped up showing its stats. Kodama number 3007. Level 4. Gift none. Attack 49. Agility 48. Defense 53. Magic 24. Total 174. As it closed in, black spikes formed on Itsuki's hand. He slashed down with brutal force. A sharp burst of energy sliced through the target midair. Itsuki stood there holding a massive black spike axe. He smirked, saying an axe is the best tool for trees. He asked the other monsters how it felt seeing their buddy sliced in two. Dozens of Kodamas charged. He stood his ground and called them all nothing but rotten firewood. Outside, Chuha questioned her father, Commander Nento. She asked why he put a rookie into this specific stage. Commander Nento said Itsuki claimed he would surpass Jin, so he put him in the exact same stage Jin first beat. Choa frowned, saying beating Jin was impossible for a human. Nento asked if she thought Jin had already moved beyond being human himself. Chua remembered meeting Jin. She used to think he was nice. Then she watched him one-shot a level 97 disaster beast. Jin's eyes were different during that fight. She remembered them perfectly cold, lonely, and completely transcendent. He didn't seem human at all. She said his gaze felt like looking into the eyes of a literal god. Nento told Chuha that Itsuki has potential like Jin, but right now, he is just an unpolished diamond in the rough. He added that if Jin is a god who saves people, then Itsuki is a demon fueled by pure hate. Back on the battlefield, Itsuki stood over the dead beasts. He said his over-mimesis wouldn't even trigger against low-level trash like this. A dark shadow appeared behind him, its eyes glowing crimson. Itsuki's own eye flared as the shadow towered over him. In a flash, he sliced through his enemies. Itsuki stood over the fallen beast and looked down coldly. He asked if that was really all it had. He looked at the mangled body and wondered if level 10 disaster beasts were really this weak. If that were true, they wouldn't call this the rookie's graveyard. There had to be more. Suddenly, a blue system window popped up. It read, B rank skill, self-regeneration detected. Over-mimesis activated. A new window appeared. Analysis started. Then another popped up. Analysis progress 5%. Itsuki turned as a weird sound caught his ear. His expression shifted just a little bit. That level 10 disaster beast rose up behind him, its whole body twisting with glowing green eyes. Long vine-like limbs burst out and lunged right at him. Itsuki braced himself. He was shocked that the thing regenerated after he cut off half its head. The massive monster was fully healed. Itsuki narrowed his eyes and muttered that he knew this wasn't going to be easy. A blue system window appeared, showing the creature's full details. The scan popped up. It is a level 10 Kodama some 520 beast with a grade 2 gift. Total nightmare fuel. Defense is down 50%, but its healing is cracked. A blue screen just dumped all the monster stats on me. Attack 110, Agility 100, Defense 60, Magic 180, total 450. Those branches are going absolutely ballistic. Itsuki clenched his fist as a system alert flashed. Blackwall activated. 1 second later, everything changed in an instant. Black spikes covered his hand, shredding through those roots. Itsuki lunged forward, weaving through the monster's crazy attacks with ease. He caught on quick. The beast cannot heal if he hits it fast enough. He needed to deal massive damage right now. The analysis window flickered to life beside him. Itsuki slammed forward, his armored arm shredding the Kodama as sparks flew everywhere. His eyes turned blood red, moving like a ghost through that forest of wooden limbs. Every step rattled the earth, and every hit he landed sent that progress bar climbing even higher than before. Itsuki lunged again, his arm glowing like a blue blade. He launched into the air, then came down like a spear, slicing that giant freak right in half. A blinding light ripped through the Kodama, turning the whole battlefield into a glowing neon show. The monster split right down the center, a glowing crack stretching from head to toe. Those gold eyes peered through the gaps as the massive frame started to crumble. Itsuki watched with glowing red eyes, a smirk on his face. He was not finished. He promised to turn this thing into mulch so it could never come back. He threw his arms up. A massive vertical blade of light crashed down, cleaving the giant monster into 2 clean pieces. Deep cuts ripped across its body as the wooden shell exploded into tiny shards. The pieces drifted through the air, glowing before they vanished into nothing. As the dust settled, Itsuki dropped his arm and exhaled. This should be more than enough. He knew using Blackwall was totally draining his mana, but before he could catch a break, the roots started twisting again. That wooden freak surged back up with glowing yellow eyes, rising from the scrap heap for another round. The HUD in front of Itsuki hit 60%, but the fight was far from over. Wooden tendrils lashed out, but Itsuki dodged them with those sharp, fluid steps. He glanced back, looking completely annoyed. Seriously? After all that, this thing just refuses to stay dead. He mumbled that this was becoming a major pain. Attacks kept coming from every single angle, but as he moved, he spotted something crucial. Every time the beast healed, Mimesis' analysis speed increased. His eyes narrowed. So the longer this dragged on, the quicker the scan would finish. Time for a new strategy. He cut Black Wall to save his mana, switching to Thunderbreaker to keep his distance and dodge. If he could just stall until the analysis finished, he would win. But there was one huge problem. He was running out of time before that 3-minute limit hit zero. Lightning sparked on his arm as the bar hit 75%. He looked dead serious now. He fired up Thunderbreaker and Black Wall together, going full aggro to force the monster to keep healing itself. He figured that doing this would make the analysis speed skyrocket. Energy exploded around him, lightning dancing across his arm as he charged with total focus. The monster's wooden body split down the middle, gold eyes glowing through the cracks. Electric sparks flew as he battled. If Mimesis failed when his mana hit zero, he knew he was a dead man. The meter hit 80%, then 85%, as he pushed through a literal storm of wooden hits. If he died now, every single thing he had done would be for nothing. Lightning swirled in his arm for one final hit, but right before he smashed its head, his mana hit zero. His body finally staggered and gave out. Blood leaked from his mouth. He hung his head and whispered a quiet "damn it." Itsuki stood there impaled by sharp wooden spikes, his body battered and barely hanging on. Steam drifted off his wounds as he quietly admitted that his magic had finally run out. Then a screen popped up showing 99%. Seeing that, Itsuki's look went from dead to dangerous. Blood dripped down his chin as his eyes glowed. He smirked, saying he knew it over Mimesis does not even need magic to work. With a painful grin, he called game over. The window in front of him finally flashed. Analysis progress, 100%. A massive blue lotus energy started expanding around him, shattering those wooden spikes. A system window popped up. Self-regeneration analysis complete. Lotus burst acquired. The lotus kept blooming, blowing everything back as even more spikes turned to dust. Details popped up. Lotus burst, level 2. Active effect. Burns mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Power scales with mana used. Passive effect. Every kill against a level 1 or higher increases all your skill ranges by 1%. The lotus bloomed completely. A pink aura wrapped around Itsuki as his injuries healed in seconds. New window. Lotus burst level 2 acquired. All stats plus 20. Clears all debuffs and fully heals every injury. The monster narrowed its yellow eyes. The final screen popped. Lotus burst activated. Itsuki brought his hands together and clapped. A wave of force hit first, followed by a massive roar of flames that swallowed everything in his path. A wall of fire swept out, the monster's shadow vanishing in the smoke. When the flames finally died down, he was standing there with blood on his face, hands still out from the move. He took a breath and muttered that Lotus Burst was actually pretty cracked. Smoke drifted from the charred crater at his feet while he checked the damage. He realized that using only a third of his mana packed that much of a punch. Wiping out those weakling beasts is gonna be a breeze now. But honestly, he never thought Mimesis would refill his mana from rock bottom. As he walked, something shiny on the dirt caught his eye. He froze, eyeing a glowing green crystal nearby and muttering, "What the heck is this?" Outside, the receptionist was low-key panicking while staring at the blinking red screen. She noted that nearly 3 minutes had ticked by since the rookie Itsuki entered the gate, and the dude was still nowhere to be seen. She pointed at the monitor status window. Challenge in progress. Stage level 10. Challenger Tenma Itsuki. Time elapsed. 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Watching the clock, she nervously suggested they dial the rescue squad as soon as possible. But Chua just pushed up her glasses and stayed totally chill. She didn't think Itsuki would actually get bodied by level 10 beasts, but beating the clock in under 3 minutes? That seemed way out of reach. She went quiet as the room turned dead silent. Then suddenly, the big screen flashed a message. The crowd started buzzing with shocked whispers. One girl stepped up, staring at the green screen like she'd seen a ghost, muttering, "No freaking way." Choha's jaw dropped. She blurted out, "How did Itsuki even pull that off?" She couldn't wrap her head around it, especially since the 3-minute mark hadn't even passed yet. A final notification lit up the monitor like a neon sign. Challenge success. Stage level 10. Challenger Tenma Itsuki. Time, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage record updated. The room went silent as everyone stared at the scoreboard, trying to process the insane results. The number 1 spot now belonged to Tenma Itsuki, with a finishing time of 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Second place was Taewajin at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Third place went to Heaton Show, clocking in at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Right then, Itsuki strolled out of the gate. His gear was shredded and covered in nasty green slime. Everyone watching was completely losing their minds. Someone yelled that Itsuki actually survived, wondering if that green goo was beast blood. Another dude screamed that Itsuki was a whole minute faster than Taewajin. Another person noted those were level 10 beasts in there, and they couldn't fathom how a level 0 rookie pulled that off. Someone else chirped that there is no way a level 0 rookie survives that. As Itsuki walked forward, the crowd parted, whispering that Mr. Izumi was on his way. Izumi Nento turned to face Itsuki. The kid asked if he could finally get the commander's training. Itsuki smirked a bit and called him teacher. Commander Nento looked proud, telling Itsuki he did a great job, exactly like a star student should. Nearby, Chuha just watched the scene play out. She wondered if her dad was actually happy, since she hadn't seen him look like that in forever. Meanwhile, the crowd kept buzzing with rumors. One guy shouted in shock that Itsuki was really Izumi Nento's apprentice. Another said it made sense why he crushed Taewajin's old record. But another hater added that even if he is Izumi's pet project, if his level stays stuck at 0, he's basically hit a dead end. Suddenly, the receptionist shuffled forward holding a fancy box. She explained it was a reward for shattering the record and asked Itsuki to take it. Her face softened as she apologized for being a jerk earlier. Itsuki looked pretty shocked when he took the box, asking if he really earned a prize. He told her not to sweat it, since a level 0 rookie diving into a stage like that was honestly pretty reckless. He said he was just a random stranger, and nobody would have cared if he died. But since she tried to stop him, it showed she was worried. The receptionist turned bright red. She stuttered, trying to insist it wasn't like that at all. Itsuki just gave her a simple thanks, making her blush even harder. Nearby, Choha yelled at Itsuki to stop lagging behind because she was leaving. She adjusted her glasses, looking annoyed, and warned him not to get a big head just because he's her dad's student. Itsuki straightened his back and agreed immediately. Commander Nento, standing by Chuha, sized Itsuki up and noted that a stage at this level seemed way too easy for him now. He suggested cranking up the difficulty. He went on to say that Itsuki should be ready to tackle the advanced stages by now. Itsuki looked shocked and repeated, "Advanced stages?" As the trio walked across the rooftop during sunset, Commander Nento kept laying out the details. He explained that a beast's strength isn't just about their level. The most critical factor, he claimed, was actually something else entirely. He said the real deal-breaker was their species. Chuha added that species without brains, who just move on instinct, were usually a piece of cake. But some species are actually as smart as humans or even smarter. She explained that those types were way more annoying than regular beasts. She continued, saying that awakened humans and disaster beasts were basically the same, with one key difference. Supposedly, only humans can hold jobs. Because of that, stats vary wildly depending on the species. She explained that advanced stages were packed with these high-tier, intelligent monsters. Their difficulty was on a totally different level compared to normal stages. Most advanced stages in the north are in District 4, and she told Itsuki that is where he was heading next. She then asked if he had any questions. Listening to her, Itsuki suddenly recalled the 2 beasts he'd crushed earlier. He sat with that thought in silence for a second. They didn't seem smart at all, and they didn't even scream when he hit them. He wondered if they literally couldn't feel any pain. Itsuki's eyes flared with a sharp intensity as he looked up. He asked Choha if those intelligent beasts could actually feel pain or not. Hearing that, Chuha suddenly felt a cold shiver run down her spine. When she turned, she froze. She wondered what this scary aura was and what Itsuki was plotting. Behind them, a crowd gathered and started whispering. Someone asked if the rumors were true that Mr. Izumi was sending Itsuki into an advanced stage. Another replied that Itsuki broke the record, so he should be fine. But a man explained that advanced stages are a completely different ballgame. More importantly, pretty much every stage in North District 4 was ruled by one single man. Rumor says every pro who entered that stage went ghost. People think the guy straight up offed them. Someone piped up, asking if he meant that psycho, Kinoshita Reiji. Some loudmouth started talking smack, asking who Reiji thinks he is, acting like royalty. His buddy freaked out and covered his mouth before he could finish that sentence. He warned him to shut it or he would be dead meat. After all, that guy is the governor's son in North District 4, the infamous Kinoshita Reiji. Cut to a total flex of a room. Some dude is lounging while servants wait on him. It is the man himself, the legendary Kinoshita Reiji. A lackey asked when they were leaving. Reiji just smirked, saying every stage in North District 4 belongs to him. He rolls out whenever he feels like it. Waiting in line is for peasants. He laughed, sipping his drink. Later, Itsuki cracked open a fancy box, finding a glowing stone sitting pretty on a red cushion. While the three of them chilled under some trees, Itsuki stared at the stone. He muttered that it looked exactly like the one from back then. Commander Nento heard that and asked if he had seen a karma stone before. Itsuki just nodded and started explaining the whole deal. After he wrecked those disaster beasts inside the stage, one of these dropped. But then he stopped and said it was a little different, pulling out a green crystal. He looked at the green one and said something felt off about it. Cho-ha heard that and her eyes went wide, like she just saw a ghost. She screamed that it was an intermediate karma stone inside a beginner stage. Leaning in, she fixed her glasses. Itsuki just asked what a karma stone even is. Cho-ha turned to him and started schooling him. She reminded him he was a total rookie and said karma stones are basically experience stones. When a beast or a player dies, karma or some invisible energy kinda like experience points comes off their body like a weird glow. Soaking up this energy levels you up. Basically, a karma stone is just a battery for that power. A glowing figure appeared to show how it works. She showed how you suck the karma out of it. She added that these stones do not just grow on trees, making the whole situation super suspicious. Cho-ha wondered why that rock was even there. Next to her, Nento spoke up and said it was probably because of Itsuki's special secret gift. Both of them looked totally lost and asked him to explain what he meant by this gift thing. Nento said normally you soak up the karma of whoever you kill. But even though Tenma wrecked 2 high-level disaster beasts, his level did not budge one single bit. That means the energy did not stick. He said that stuff does not just vanish into thin air for no reason at all. He guessed that the karma from the school attack went to the other players nearby. Since a stage is a locked room, he explained, there is nowhere else for it to go. Since Tenma could not take it and no one else was around, the energy just balled up and turned into a physical karma stone right there. Chua looked totally shook. She asked how Itsuki's stats went up if he is not actually leveling at all. Nento stood up and reminded her that a player's gift is top secret. You do not just talk about that. She freaked out and apologized right away. Nento looked at Itsuki. He told him he could either keep the rock or sell it for some serious cash. He said he is heading out for a big meeting with the world leaders, so Choha is in charge while he is gone. But first, he has some ground rules to remember. Nento laid it out calmly. Rule number 1, keep our connection a total secret. Rule number 2, never tell anyone about your gift. Keep that under wraps for good. Rule number 3, beat at least 6 advanced stages before I get back. Then, he dropped a 4th instruction for the kid. Do what you think is right without thinking twice. I have always got your back, no matter what mess you get into. Itsuki smiled and said, got it, teacher. Meanwhile, over at North District 4 at the execution ground, students were screaming at guards who were blocking the entrance off. Some kid yelled they were there first. The guards just said no. They told them Kinoshitas' family reserved the whole thing, so scram and go home. The kids were heated. One yelled that having a fat wallet does not mean you can just do whatever you want. Another kid said the rich boy is not even here yet, so let us in. Someone threatened to call the guild, saying they did not care who this kid was. Before he finished, a dark shadow with red eyes appeared and shut them up. Next thing you know, a massive blast sent them all flying backwards. The kids were tossed like dolls as some tank of a guy smashed into them. He scattered them all in seconds. Another kid charged in, swinging at the big guy. A white slash cut through the air with everything he had behind it. But the hit just bounced off the guy's chest. Shockwaves ripped through the ground as the blonde kid watching from behind stared in total and utter horror. He could not believe his B-rank skill did not do squat. The big man turned around, his face looking like a nightmare with red eyes and metal skin. He yelled that the hit did not even itch. The blonde kid started shaking like a leaf. He thought that move could pierce through anything. Is this guy even human? Or is he a straight-up monster from the pits? Before the kid could move, the monster lunged and grabbed him. His red aura was blazing as he towered over him. Then he slapped the kid's head. The kid hit the dirt hard. Blood sprayed and his eyes rolled back as his body crumpled from the force of the hit. The crowd lost it. They whispered that a level 7 and a level 8 kid just got deleted without even putting up a fight. That guy is way too strong. Someone said he is Oga Takaru, one of Kinoshita Reiji's Elite 4 and a level 12 gold elementalist. Now the crowd got it. Oga grabbed a kid by the neck and told everyone to listen up and pay attention. He said nobody goes in without Reiji's okay. If you try to push past him, you will end up just like these two losers on the floor. Students watched, hearts pounding, as Takaru yanked the struggling blonde kid up. Beside them, the blue-haired guy was still out cold. Oga screamed that nobody better help them. His bodyguards in cheap suits just stood there laughing. One told him to cool it since the trash was watching. A voice warned that the teacher would find out if he kept bullying the weak kids. Their laughter filled the hall, but Oga just scoffed. He tossed the blonde kid aside like total trash, not caring one bit. The injured boy started to collapse, but Itsuki caught him right before he hit the deck. Blood dripped from the kid's nose as he went limp in Itsuki's grip. All around them, the crowd started whispering in total shock. Someone asked who this new guy was and why he didn't listen when they told him to stay away. A panicked voice shouted that a level 0 was dead meat. Someone stared at Choa and muttered that she looked pretty familiar. Not far off, Oga was busy giving Itsuki the death stare. He yelled that nobody gets through without Reiji giving the okay. He warned Itsuki to just go home unless he wanted to end up unconscious on the floor too. Itsuki lowered his head. He calmly said he realized the only way onto the stage was through this guy. Time to get to work. Choa raised her hand, saying she was calling the North District 4 administrator. She wasn't about to let this kind of bullying slide. Itsuki stopped her. His eyes glowed blue as he said it wasn't needed. He remembered his teacher's advice, always do what you think is right without a second thought. He looked back at Choa and spoke. He told her to handle the medical care for the injured kids. Then, Itsuki turned and stepped toward Oga. Oga stared, wondering who this guy actually was. Right then, a status window popped up next to Itsuki, displaying all of his secret info. Tenma Itsuki, human, level 0. Fixed job order breaker. Gift special grade. All skills and status are currently listed as undisclosed. Even at level 0, Itsuki didn't flinch. Oga wondered if he had some kind of rare job that allowed him to stay this cool under pressure. Oga felt a weird pressure. He tried to tell himself that even with a rare job, he was still 12 levels ahead of this level 0 loser. No way a level 0 could bridge that stat gap. Another window appeared, showing Oga Takekaru's own stats and powerful level 12 status. Human level 12. Job elementalist. Gift grade 2. After metallization, defense increases 50% while standing still. Skill metallization. Attack 110. Agility 100. Defense 250. Magic 145. Total 605. Oga's face fell as Itsuki suddenly charged him with terrifying speed, reflecting right in the bully's widened and shocked eyes. Next thing you know, Itsuki's fist slams into Oga with some serious, bone-crushing power. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. The crowd watched, stunned, as sweat started dripping down the faces of everyone in the room. One kid yelled that his speed was insane. Is this guy really just a level 0? Another kid admitted that even at level 8, he couldn't even begin to track those movements. As the dust finally settled, everyone saw Itsuki's fist buried in Oga's metal face. with steam slowly rising from the impact. Oga blocked the hit using his metallization skill. Itsuki pulled back, his eyes narrowing as he realized his massive strike didn't actually break through the metal. Oga raised his hands, turning his arms into solid, polished steel. He looked down and casually told Itsuki that his speed was actually pretty decent. Then he lunged forward with insane force, screaming that Itsuki's attacks were still weak and lacked any real power. The floor exploded into pieces beneath him. Itsuki braced himself, silently scanning the situation to find a way through. He wondered what it would take to successfully land a surprise attack on a level 10 enemy. As he blurred into motion, he decided to boost his agility using Thunderbreaker. Suddenly, another system window popped up, showing the updated status for Tenmaitsuki. It confirmed he was level 0 with the Order Breaker job and Nirvana gift. His special Nirvana skills were finally out in the open. Over Mimesis, Zoo Rank, Thunderbreaker, Love Library Run, Blackwall Love Library 2, On Lotus Burst, and Love Library 2. His core stats, attack, agility, defense, and magic were all listed as exactly 250, totaling 1,000 points. Then, the system detected Oga's C-rank metallization skill. Right then, Over Mimesis kicked in and started its analysis. The bar hit 1% as Itsuki crouched, keeping a close eye on his opponent. He wondered if the threat level was finally high enough to trigger his ability. He decided to get serious as the analysis hit 5%. Itsuki studied Oga's metal shell and realized that basic attacks weren't going to do a thing against those armored spots. He realized he had to target the parts that were still human flesh. As he accelerated, Oga just laughed, calling him a weakling with no power while raising his hardened metal arms to counter the hit. Itsuki narrowed his eyes. He knew his opponent had just made a major mistake by letting his guard down like that. Oga thought Itsuki had already hit his top speed. Big mistake. Itsuki stayed focused as blue lightning began to flicker and dance across his body. Lightning surged around him. He wound up his fist, deciding to crank up the intensity and max out his speed using Thunderbreaker. Oga's eyes went wide. He screamed in total disbelief, wondering how a level 0 loser could possibly have a powerful lightning element skill. Before Oga could even blink, Itsuki lunged forward with lightning crackling violently all around his body. Itsuki yelled that he wasn't giving him time to armor up. He unleashed a barrage of attacks as blue screens popped up, percentages climbing fast. 25%, 59%, 66%. The analysis was tracking everything while the crowd watched in absolute silence. One guy asked how he was using skills from a different job. Another said he was moving way too fast to see. Someone muttered that the level 0 might actually win. Oga was spiraling. Sweat poured as he realized he did not have a second to metal up. He gritted his teeth, wondering how some level 0 loser could move so fast. Panic set in. At this rate, he was toast. Electricity surged around his body, pinning him down. He could not even manage a scream. He freaked out, mentally screaming for the others to quit watching and back him up. As the lightning cooked him, Oga clenched his jaw tight. His face twisted in total desperation. He realized he was out of options and had to bust out his secret move. With a wild roar, he shredded his shirt and unleashed a massive power burst. Shockwaves blasted out from his body as he finally triggered his ultimate skill. Right in front of Itsuki, Oga turned into solid metal from head to toe. Itsuki just stared, stunned that this guy managed to metallize his whole body in one shot. A blue system window popped up. C rank skill, metallization, analysis at 88%. Oga glared at Itsuki, with eyes glowing like hot coals. He bragged that he had never pulled off a full-body transformation before, but Itsuki had pushed him to finally do it. He explained that the metal armor boosted defense by 50%, plus another 50% when he stood still. His total defense was now over 500. A nasty grin stretched across his face. He told Itsuki that his original plan was to slice him in half, but as a thank you for the power-up, he would give him a quick death instead. Watching from the sidelines, the other trainees were totally floored. One guy yelled that 500 defense at level 12 was impossible to crack. Another admitted they thought the level 0 rookie had a chance, but this opponent was a literal monster. Suddenly, a bright blue aura swirled around Itsuki. He looked on calmly, betting that a full-body metal transformation sucked up a massive amount of magic power. The system screen showed the analysis hitting 98%. Itsuki kept going, guessing that if Oga dumped everything into defense, his mana had to be trash. The count ticked up again to 99%. Oga snarled and called it pure garbage, but even as he talked trash, he wondered if this kid was really a level 0. That intuition was way too sharp. Itsuki just kept that chill smile. He said he would not even bother with a boring move like draining Oga's magic to 0. Instead, he promised to end this fight fast. Right then, the screen flashed. Analysis progress hit 100%. High above, a blue lotus aura started to bloom. Choha watched, whispering that the flower was back. She realized Itsuki was about to go on a whole new level. Everyone stared at the massive lotus forming. One guy asked if this was really a level 0 move. Another wondered how Itsuki planned to win since it did not look like an attack. Then, a new notification window popped up. The analysis of the metal skill finished, and a new ability called Clear Orb was unlocked. The description read, Clear Orb Level 1, Active Effect. It fires a perfect sphere along a set path. The orb moves at 1 meter per second, piercing every enemy and ignoring all defense. Passive effect, triggered every time an enemy with higher defense is crushed by the clear orb. Seeing the defense ignore stat, Itsuki knew a hit would be lethal. But the flight speed was a problem. At 1 meter per second, even a civilian could dodge it. Timing had to be perfect. But then Itsuki looked at Oga, who was acting like a total sandbag. This guy was not moving, so timing did not even matter. Itsuki's eyes flared blue as he told Oga his precious absolute defense was about to get absolutely wrecked. Just then, a system window flashed onto the screen. Clear Orb Level 1 acquired. All stats plus 10. All debuffs cleared and wounds fully healed. Status. Attack went from 250 to 260. Agility, defense, and magic all jumped from 250 to 260. Total stats rose from 1,000 to 1040. The blue petals opened as Itsuki stood in the center, pointing his finger right at Oga. A tiny lotus appeared at his fingertip. As it spun and bloomed, Itsuki dared Oga to try and dodge. The system announced Clear Orb was active. The students stared at the glowing ball and started whispering. One said he had never seen anything like it. Another claimed this had to be the Order Breaker, the most mysterious job of the Big Four. Someone else doubted a level 0 skill could crack a level 12 specialist. Another student noted the confident look on Itsuki's face, saying that the move must be something insane. A glowing lotus shape opened up, revealing a small black orb. The sphere floated forward, glowing as colors bled out around it. The crowd watched in silence as the orb drifted. Some looked confused. One kid complained it was just a tiny ball. Another asked if this was a joke and called it a letdown. Oga just sneered. He mocked the attack, saying that tiny thing would not even make him flinch. He stepped forward, full of himself. He asked if this was Itsuki's big trump card. The orb just kept drifting closer. With a nasty look, Oga yelled that Itsuki was about to die like a joke. He was sure he had won, until his face suddenly went pale. His eyes bugged out as the orb started sinking into his metal skin. A tiny crack appeared right where the black sphere touched him. A second later, a massive spray of blood erupted. Oga screamed as the clear orb tore through his arm, ripping it off in one clean shot. He hit the floor, grabbing the bleeding stump and howling about his arm. Itsuki walked over coolly. He told Oga he warned him. Itsuki said that since Oga was human, he only took the arm. If he had been a monster, Itsuki would have aimed straight for the throat. Itsuki looked at Oga's goons who were standing there frozen. He snapped at them to quit staring and get Oga to a hospital immediately. When nobody moved, he turned back with ice in his eyes and told them to get lost. The guards scrambled, carrying Oga away with blood everywhere. One guard looked shook while another wiped sweat off his face. In the distance, the crowd went wild. Choha smiled with pride as her students celebrated. Someone screamed that Itsuki won. Another yelled, "Good job," while others said Oga finally got served. Two students instantly sprinted toward Itsuki. One asked him to squat up, claiming 3 people could crush the mission fast. The other insisted he join their duo instead, bragging that fewer members meant more experience points. They kept arguing, asking if he really planned to solo the flaming rock execution ground. They warned him that the monsters inside had defense stats like ogres. One added they had a healer to keep his magic tank full forever. Itsuki just stared ahead, totally chill. He figured beasts with ogre-level defense were actually the perfect targets. He remembered that the clear orb's flight speed spiked every single time he took down a high-defense enemy. This stage was his chance to max out that speed. The 2 guys leaned in, begging Itsuki to pick their team. Itsuki looked down and spoke low. He told them he was going solo. Everyone around them just froze. One guy screamed in total disbelief. No way he is hitting a level 15 advanced stage all by himself. Another hissed that he got cocky just for beating Oga. The 2 students bailed. One muttered that Itsuki was strong, but his ego was straight up suicidal. The other added that they probably weren't good enough for him anyway. Cho-ha stepped up, keeping her voice cool. She explained that the disaster beasts here were basically tanks with defense like ogres. She knew he could kill them, but doubted his magic bar would last. Itsuki gave her a confident little smirk and told her to relax. He had this. Hearing that made Cho-ha turn bright red instantly. She snapped back that she was not worried. She only asked because her old man would kill her if he died. She stormed off to help the wounded, telling him to do whatever. Before leaving, she pushed up her glasses and gave one last warning. "The Stone Tribe is dumb," she said, "but they hunt in packs." She warned him to watch his magic usage. Itsuki walked to the glowing terminal and raised his hand. A soft beep rang out as the system scanned him. A screen popped up by the door. "Entry for Tenma Itsuki. Access granted." Inside, Itsuki scanned the area with sharp eyes. He whispered that there were way more enemies than he had expected. Ahead, a literal army of stone beasts packed the canyon. Their bodies were massive boulders with glowing yellow eyes. The ground literally cracked as they started their charge. Itsuki watched them, noting that these advanced stage monsters had levels and stats way higher than anything he had faced. A blue system window flickered on, showing a level 9 stone statue. Its special gift turned all its magic power directly into pure defense. As one stone beast lunged, Itsuki held out his glowing violet orb. He said he was ready to test if these guys met his passive requirements. The purple aura around the orb exploded as he fired it. The clear orb blazed, swirling with layers of violet light. The stone beast slammed forward through the dust. Itsuki didn't flinch. He just raised his hand and aimed. The purple orb hovered over his palm, vibrating with energy before locking onto the monster. It shot out like a bullet, punching a hole straight through the beast's chest. A massive gap opened in the monster. Itsuki walked through the fading glow as a notification appeared. Stone statue, level 9, officially destroyed. Then came the buff. Clear orb flight speed increased by 100%. Itsuki just nodded. He thought it was exactly what he needed. More stone beasts roared as they surrounded him, their yellow eyes peering from the shadows of the cliff. Itsuki stood his ground, purple light washing over him. Lightning started dancing across his skin, and his eyes burned a deep red. He grinned and called them slow targets with 0 evasion. Perfect prey for his orb. System windows started stacking up fast. Stone statue, level 9, dead. Flight speed up another 100%. Shattered rocks flew everywhere as the alerts filled his vision. The status window floated nearby, showing he had 160 magic left. He stood atop a pile of pulverized stone monsters. Scanning the field, he started doing the math. Each orb cost 50 magic, meaning he was down to his last 2 shots. Suddenly, the ground shook as 2 giants charged. Only 3 enemies left, including a boss that was still hiding. Watching the 2 monsters barrel in, he made his move. He realized he had to drop both with a single shot. Itsuki crouched low, charging the violet energy. With a massive leap, Itsuki launched into the air. The beasts collided below him with a bone-shaking crash, shattering the ground. As dust and rock shrapnel exploded everywhere, Itsuki dived. Now, he yelled, flying straight through the wreckage. His eyes glowed blood red as he ripped through the shockwave. "Catch this," he roared, prepping the final blow. The purple orb blasted down at insane speeds, its light trailing like a comet while Itsuki hung in the sky. System windows flashed again. Stone statue, level 9, defeated. Clear orb speed up another 100%. After the blast, Itsuki hit the dirt, gasping for air. Sweat soaked his face as he lay there, exhausted. He groaned that the mana burn right before hitting 0 was brutal. He definitely needed a recovery skill soon. He sat up slowly and checked the glowing screen again. He noted that at 5 meters per second, his orb could finally outrun anyone. The system showed the skill details. Clear orb level 1 active effect. Fires a perfect sphere on a locked path. This ball flies at 5 meters a second, shredding every enemy in its way while ignoring armor. Passive buff. Every time you wreck a tankier foe with clear orb, your flight speed gets a 100% boost. Speed is up 500% right now. But as he is reading the stats, the floor literally erupts and a giant rock fist slams down, nearly turning him into a pancake. Itsuki's heart nearly stopped as that massive rock hand crushed the dirt, sending a shockwave of dust and jagged stone flying in every direction. A huge stone golem lunged forward, its rocky body trembling and shaking the ground as dust exploded around it. A system alert popped up, flagging a B-rank skill and showing the stats. Giant Stone Man 2-8, level 15, Rock Tribe, grade 2. Gift turns magic to armor. Attack 239, agility 60, defense 478, magic 0. Total 777. Itsuki looked up at the skyscraper-sized monster and swore it was freaking massive. Blue lightning suddenly surged around him as another notification flashed. Thunderbreaker active, agility plus 50%. Crackling with blue electricity, he sprinted toward the giant. Zipping under the monster's legs, he wondered if one hit from the orb would be enough. He glanced up at its face and thought that maybe aiming for the head was the play. Leaving a trail of bolts behind, he scaled the monster's rocky skin. He saw an opening and launched a clear orb right at its ugly mug. But then, reality hit. Itsuki realized the orb was just too tiny. Even if it went through, it wouldn't do enough damage to matter. The massive stone giant swung its huge arm, and the impact sent wind blasting through the air. Itsuki jumped high, energy swirling around him as he tried to dodge. But then his eyes went wide. He was hanging midair, totally stuck. Teeth clenched. He thought, this is bad. No way to dodge while floating. A system window popped up as black spikes snaked around his arm. Black wall active just as the giant's fist hit home. Itsuki slammed into the cliffside with a massive explosion, throwing up a cloud of debris. When the smoke cleared, he was buried in the wall, gasping for air. He grumbled that the big guy was way tougher than he looked. Suddenly, a B-rank skill alert flickered in front of him. Gigantification was detected. Mimesis kicked in, currently at 1%. Seeing that, Itsuki just looked up and gave a nasty, confident smirk. Realizing the beast was huge because of a skill, he muttered that this was going to be easy. He grabbed onto the monster's stone body and got ready to move. Meanwhile, back in reality, one of Reiji's thugs got the call about what happened to Oga and completely froze in terror. Behind him, Reiji sat chill in his golden vest. He narrowed his eyes and warned the guy not to make noise in his presence. The suit bowed low, apologizing for the shock. Kinoshita asked for the details. The man frantically reported that someone had actually taken Oga down and forced their way onto the stage. Hearing that, Kinoshita gritted his teeth and crushed the wine glass in his palm. He barked, asking what Oga was even thinking. He knew Oga always bragged that nobody under level 30 could ever dream of breaking through his absolute defense. He wondered if a level 30 pro showed up, but his man explained that with the current monster surges and monuments, everyone that strong was way too busy for this place. He added that the people at the execution ground were just level 10 rookies. Kinoshita screamed that there was no way a level 10 scrub could beat Oga. His guard looked down and said that if he had a bit of time, he would gather info. Kinoshita adjusted his vest and said research was a waste of time. Even if the guy was level 30, he was already on the scene. He noted that the execution ground was famous for annoying beasts that slowed everyone down. He added that if they moved now, they would definitely catch him in time. But the guards argued that since they didn't know who they were up against, caution was key. Kinoshita's eyes turned stone cold. His glasses shimmered as he told the guard that he already said they were moving out, and he shouldn't have to repeat himself twice. The guards went stiff and sweaty, whispering yes. Kinoshita threw his arm up, declaring he would make them regret ever messing with his family. Back in the dungeon, blue energy exploded around Itsuki. A glowing screen appeared behind him showing 100%. Seeing that, Itsuki grinned and said he didn't have to scurry around like a mouse anymore. He stood on the beast's head, where a blue lotus had bloomed. Right then, a system window popped open, announcing that the B-rank gigantification skill had been fully analyzed. Itsuki looked at the alert, stunned. He muttered that instead of a new skill, something else happened. Clear orb hit level 2, and he checked out the new buffs. More windows explained the power creep. Clear orb, level 2, fires a perfect sphere at 5 meters per second, shredding enemies and ignoring all physical defense. New ability. After firing, the orb's size can now be adjusted by burning through more magic power. Passive buff. Every time an enemy with higher defense is crushed with clear orb, your flight speed jumps by 200%. Itsuki stared at the screen, shocked that his passive speed buff had jumped from 100 up to 200%. Most importantly, he was hyped to control the orb's size with magic. Power surged as the blue lotus opened. Itsuki said he wanted to try the new ability immediately. Another window popped up, confirming the massive upgrade. Clear orb level 2 unlocked. All stats plus 20. Debuffs gone. Injuries healed. A second window showed his new stats. Attack went from 260 down to 200. Agility and defense hit 200 as well. Itsuki leaped over the massive beast, and a giant, dark, glowing flower appeared, pulsing with pure power. He thought to himself that this was draining every drop of his magic to create the biggest orb he could possibly manage. The stone beast glared up with glowing yellow eyes as energy cracks spread across its body. Itsuki yelled for the monster to eat his biggest clear orb. The massive flower bloomed, firing off a glowing, high-energy sphere. That sphere slammed down, tearing straight through the stone beast as Itsuki went all out. Impact made. He dropped his hand and gave a smug little grin. He chuckled to himself, wondering if he might have overdid it just a bit. A pop-up showed his mana hit 0 out of 280. While the golem crumbled, a notification flashed. Level 15 Stone Man defeated. Bonus unlocked. The clear orb's flight speed just boosted by 200%. Standing there in the rubble, Itsuki surveyed the carnage. Turns out, dumping every drop of mana into that orb made it absolutely massive. He checked the stats. The sphere was now clocking 7 meters per second. 2 more runs and this thing moves as fast as a car, he figured. Right then, a panel popped up with new skill info. Clear orb level 2, active effect, launches a perfect sphere on a set path. It moves at 7 meters, pierces all enemies, and ignores defense stats entirely. You can burn extra mana to grow the orb. Passive effect. Every single time this orb kills an enemy with higher defense than yours, its speed jumps by 200%. The speed boost hits 700%. Grabbing a glowing green crystal, Itsuki read the fine print. He had been sleeping on passive effects, but they were actually kind of broken. He stepped through the settling dust, thinking about his other passive. Lotus Burst was supposed to expand the range of every skill he had. That meant Clear Orb's reach was growing too. He checked the stats. Every time Lotus Burst kills a level 1 creature, the range of all his skills increases by 1%. Itsuki caught that and smirked, staring at the holographic system panel floating right next to him. Itsuki started imagining it. If he kept stacking this passive, he could eventually snipe disaster beasts from tens of thousands of meters away. Easy. Outside, a bright green screen flickered to life. It flashed the big news. Challenge successful. Stage level 15. Challenger. Tenma Itsuki. Time, 3 minutes and 1 second. A new world record had just been set. The crowd went nuts. One guy started screaming that 3 minutes and 1 second was straight up impossible. Another yelled that even a 5-man team takes over 10 minutes. People wondered if Itsuki was just one-shotting every beast in there. Someone else pointed out he even crushed Tuijin's 3-minute 19-second record. What kind of monster is this kid? Every head turned as he walked out. The rumors started flying. One person asked why he was still level 0, wondering if the system was glitched. They stared at him. No scratches, barely even dusty. There was no way this guy actually cleared that stage. Chua stepped up, armored and smiling, with a green butterfly fluttering nearby. She was stoked he was safe and that he had smashed Jin's record once more. She admitted he always kept her on her toes. Adjusting her glasses, she kept her cool while noting how fast he had finished. Itsuki shrugged it off. He said the beasts in there had trash defense, so he just mowed them down. Itsuki shrugged it off. He said the beasts in there had trash defense, so he just mowed them down. The glowing butterfly floated in front of him. Itsuki looked confused and asked what it was. Chawa calmly explained she was a Shikigami user, and this was her summon. Itsuki watched the little butterfly dance near his hand. He whispered its name, Tamacho, admitting it was his first time ever seeing one. It looked beautiful. Then he asked what other jobs were out there. That caught her off guard. She asked how he didn't know the basics, then explained that jobs were split into 4 main categories. According to her, he had probably met 3 of them already. She raised her hand to continue. The first group, the elementalists. Elementalists control 7 flavors: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. They are the most common type out there and have the highest starting power of any job. She noted that his lightning-using classmate and that buff, iron-skinned guy from earlier were both elementalists. Then, she introduced the second type, which was the Shikigami users. These users summon spirits that only obey them. A window popped up by the butterfly. Tamachu, E rank level 15. Skills and status? Both are totally hidden for now. Choha went on, explaining a Shikigami stays by its master from birth. Another system window flickered open, showing her personal status. Izumi Choha, human, level 6. Job, Shikigami user. Gift grade 2. Everything else? Classified or hidden. Finished with the basics, she asked for any questions. Itsuki eyed the butterfly and asked why her level was lower than her summon's level. He asked if she was actually a veteran. That comment stung like a needle. She wondered if Itsuki even knew how to sugarcoat things. Choa facepalmed and explained that Shikigami soak up experience and level up on their own. Usually, that means they end up outpacing their masters every time. Hearing that, Itsuki's face went dark. Shadow swallowed half his features as his eyes took on a cold glow. He muttered that if you fight a summoner, it is faster to just target the person. Chua's eyes went wide. She felt that dark vibe coming off him again, and wondered what was going on. Itsuki just looked at her calmly. What else is there? You have only mentioned 2 types so far. Chua pulled herself together. The third job, she said, was the most mysterious with almost 0 public info. She pointed right at Itsuki and told him his job was order breaker. He stayed silent as she kept going. She explained this job was a total mystery because every order breaker had unique powers, like that blue lotus flower he flashed earlier. Then she dished that some could swap body sizes instantly. Others churned out endless clones or stretched like rubber bands. She even compared these wild order breakers to the standard awakened classes we usually see. She laid it out. Normal classes are ranked C through S, but order breakers? They rock Z rank skills, which are basically cheat codes that break the whole ranking system. Choa mentioned that these rare, exclusive skills are exactly why order breakers get treated like total VIPs. But there is a catch. If an enemy figures out their secrets, they are toasted. That is why her old man blew a fuse earlier when she tried digging into his personal skill set. She gave him a dead serious look, saying he was a total freak of nature, even for an order breaker. Based on what she saw, he was juggling 3 different skills. 2 of those were supposedly locked for elementalists only. Itsuki started sweating, suddenly noticing their teacher had vanished into thin air. He realized he would be in deep trouble if Choha kept spilling his secrets. Trying to pivot, Itsuki asked about that last job, something he had never even heard of before. Choha kept her cool when he asked about it. She just smirked and said he would get the full explanation once he actually saw it for himself. Call it karma. She told him it was his punishment for being so secretive. Itsuki just let out a long sigh and muttered a simple, "Fine." As she walked off, Choha mentioned the students he saved were totally safe now. Then she dropped the big question, "What is your next move?" Itsuki said he wanted to grind the stage a few more times. Choha whipped around, looking at him like he was crazy. She asked if he knew about stage cooldown periods. She warned him this specific spot had a brutal cooldown. He would not be able to step back inside for at least 2 whole days. Itsuki's eyes went wide. He had no clue cooldowns were even a thing. Suddenly, it clicked: this was how Kinoshita kept everyone else locked out of the stages. He was not giving up. If he could not buff his clear orb passive right now, he would just have to crank up the lethality of his Lotus Burst instead. Itsuki turned back to Choha and asked if there was a stage crawling with disaster beasts. Choha paused, scrolling through her mental map for a place like that. She flashed a confident grin and picked the perfect spot. She explained the beasts there were not high level, but their sheer numbers were absolutely insane. It was called the Locust Wasteland. She estimated at least 100 locust beasts lived there, and most awakened hunters just turn tail and run when they see that swarm. She looked him in the eye and asked what his plan was. Taking on that many without area of effect skills was basically suicide. For those in the back, AOE means area attacks. Itsuki did not blink. He just told her he was going in. He secretly laughed, knowing she had not seen his Lotus Burst yet. She had no idea he was packed with area damage. A stunned Choha asked if he was serious. She warned him again that he would get wrecked without area skills, but Itsuki just shrugged it off, telling her not to sweat the small stuff. Some hunters nearby were losing their minds. One of them asked if he was actually heading to the Locust Wasteland, calling him a total madman. Another guy whispered that once Kinoshita Reiji heard about Oga, he would be hunting him down for sure. The group scrambled to leave before they got caught in the crossfire. A few minutes later, Kinoshita Reiji rolled up to a total ghost town. He was fuming, demanding to know where the hell everyone had gone. His bodyguard stepped up and reported that the target had already vanished. Reiji could not believe it. He was beyond shocked. It had been only 30 minutes since the kid entered, yet he had already cleared the Flaming Rock execution ground. The bodyguard admitted it sounded impossible, but it was facts. He asked for the next move. Kinoshita Reiji gritted his teeth, feeling like this punk was playing him for a fool. He noted that if the target used skills, there would be magic traces everywhere. He barked an order for his bodyguard to call the hound and track him down. Kinoshita Reiji screamed for them to bring the target back alive. He promised to give the kid a front row seat to what a living hell felt like. Meanwhile, in a dark, grimy alley, a man pressed his back against the wall. He was hyperventilating, wishing he had never taken that sketchy assassination contract in the first place. He cursed under his breath. He had no idea Kinoshita Reiji kept such a monster on the payroll. He totally regretted this job. The assassin collapsed, shaking like a leaf. He gasped for air, knowing that without his earth escape trick, he would be a corpse by now. Sweat was pouring down his face as he struggled to breathe. He peeked around the corner, whispering that he might finally be in the clear. He scanned the shadows, eyes bulging with terror. Suddenly, a massive beast lunged out of the dark with dripping jaws. Sharp teeth and glowing red eyes were the last things he saw. Before he could even scream, the beast slammed him into the dirt. He choked as those massive fangs grazed his throat. A cold, calm voice cut through the air. A man stepped out of the shadows, telling the beast, Death, to chill out. Apparently, the rat had something to say. The giant wolf backed off just enough to let the man squirm. The target lay there, broken and bleeding, staring up at his nightmare. With a trembling voice, he asked how they found him. The long-haired man in the trench coat just looked down at him with zero emotion. He explained that their pet, Death, has an insane nose. He can literally smell the scent of death on guys like him. This was the hound Reggie mentioned. Meet Charles. He tipped his hat with a smirk. He told the guy that Death could smell the murderous vibes he was putting off. Terrified, the man started sobbing and begging for his life. He was a complete mess. Charles just stood there with a chilling, wicked smile. He mentioned that Kinoshita would be pissed if things got messy. Plus, Death had not eaten human meat in forever. Then, Charles's eyes flashed a demonic red. He snapped an order, telling Death it was dinner time. The massive black wolf roared and lunged, its jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. A second later, it was over. The man was gone. The wolf just sat there quietly next to the long-haired man. He gave it a cool look and nodded. Finally leveled up, a blue HUD popped up with all the beast's stats. It is a death hound, Guang prizing, level 16. Skill 1 is Death Smell, C rank. It tracks magic traces and finds the source. Next is Respawn Desire, the rank. When the Shikigami bites it, respawn time drops fast. Attack 250, Agility 250, Magic 150. Right then, his phone started buzzing. He checked the ID and picked up. He told whoever was calling that his business there was officially wrapped up. His face dropped as he listened. Was Oga really hurt that bad? He wondered if someone actually managed to find that stubborn ogre's weak spot. Got it? I am on my way, he said before hanging up. He turned back to the wolf with a smirk. New prey just dropped, he told the beast, ordering it to move out now. Later on, out in a golden field called the Locust Wasteland, a weird dome building sat way off in the distance. Itsuki and Choha walked up a narrow dirt trail. Itsuki stared at the big building and whispered, "We here?" He looked at the endless wheat and wondered if bugs were actually hiding in such a peaceful spot. Walking right next to him, Choa broke it down. She explained that disaster beasts always pick a vibe that fits them when they invade our world. So, Choha rubbed her head and said this stage was super dangerous. Like, it was so bad they were already planning to just tear the whole thing down. Confused, Itsuki compared it to the flaming rock site. This place is actually lower than level 13, he noted. Why go that far, he asked. Choha told him that in normal stages you can usually run away if you are losing, but here, the monsters are crazy aggressive and show up in massive swarms. While checking the area, Choa broke down the real danger. She said if an awakened person lets their guard down for even a second, they will get swarmed by locusts. If you get caught, they will eat you alive, right down to the marrow of your bones. Itsuki just smirked at the news. If there are really that many monsters waiting inside, then it is perfect, he said. Choa stared at him like he was crazy. You in a hurry to die? She asked. He just shrugged and said he was not thirsty enough to get eaten by insects. A second later, he walked right into the glowing gate. Choa watched him go, thinking he looked way too confident for his own good. She reminded herself he chose this stage on his own, and she had already given him all the advice she could. With a quiet sigh, she just accepted it. If he dies in there, that is on him. But suddenly, Choa froze as total panic hit her face. What should I even do? She thought. She realized she forgot one major detail. Those locusts inside will keep spawning forever unless someone takes down the boss. Panicking, she decided she had to go in and warn him, but then she heard a sound behind her. As she turned around, her face went totally stiff. A stranger was standing right behind her. A tall guy in a hat with glowing red eyes was just chilling there with a massive hound. The guy gave her a cold smile and said he was looking for someone. Meanwhile, inside the stage, Itsuki stepped through a trashed field. Dirt and smashed crops were everywhere. Total mess, he muttered, looking around. Then he clapped his hands and gave a very confident grin. He yelled out to the invisible swarm, telling the pests to wake up. He was here to wipe them all out. A lone scarecrow stood in the wasteland while bugs swarmed around it. Itsuki scanned the area and saw the enemy levels were actually pretty low. Since they actually fit the requirements for Lotus Burst, this would be easy. More info windows popped up. Evil Locust 2231, Insect Tribe, Level 1. Gift. None. Status. Hidden. There were also some Level 2 evil locusts in the mix. Itsuki looked up as a giant locust cloud blocked the sun. "That is a ton of bugs," he said. But instead of panicking, he noted this actually worked in his favor. Fire flared up as he gathered a glowing lotus in his palms. "The more they huddle up, the less work I have to do," he explained. Once they hit the range of lotus burst, he would crush them all. The earth shook as a bug vortex swirled around him. When the timing was finally perfect, he yelled one word now. A massive red explosion lit up the sky as the system confirmed that lotus burst was active. A giant blast rocked the area. Immediately after, notifications started flooding in. Every single one said another evil locust was killed by his lotus burst skill, boosting user skill ranges by 1%. More alerts followed as Level 1 and Level 2 bugs got wiped out instantly. Once the smoke drifted away, Itsuki was just standing there on the fried ground. Sparks fell around him while burnt bug bodies littered the area. Another alert popped up, confirming a Level 2 kill and giving him another 1% range boost. New windows opened up, explaining how Lotus Burst works. The active effect burns magic to deal massive explosive damage within a 10.5 meter range. Power scales with magic spent. The passive says every time he kills a Level 1 creature or higher, all skill ranges grow by 1%. Itsuki checked the numbers and made a quick remark. He cleared 110 enemies, meaning a 10% boost. Lotus Burst's range had now jumped up to a solid 10.5 meters. Not bad at all. Against these low-level monsters, using 10% magic to push 10% power should be more than enough for him. Counting his remaining mana and regen speed, he could probably fire off about 10 more shots. If he gets 100 kills per shot, he hits a 1000% range boost. His current magic 252 out of 280. He stared at the thing, muttering that life would be way easier without these annoying stage cooldowns. Then, Itsuki froze. He looked down at his bracelet with a face full of pure confusion. The usual challenge success pop-up was missing. He whispered to himself that something felt seriously off about this. As he stood there scowling, a wild thought hit him. Maybe the cause was something totally unexpected. Right then, a system window flashed into existence. It flagged a C-rank skill called Mother's Will. Over Mimesis was officially active, but the analysis was crawling at only 1%. Itsuki snapped his head up instantly. One of those nasty locusts actually survived. Dust and debris whipped around him while even more bugs swarmed the sky. He spun around, watching the swarm regroup. Was Mother's Will a boss skill? He didn't have time to think before a few locusts lunged straight for him. He leaped back, blocking the hits with his crystal arm guards. He hated to admit it, but he had totally let his guard down. He really thought there was no boss here. Narrowing his eyes, he thought out loud. At least he could still buff his skill range by spamming another Lotus Burst. The real problem was that he had zero clue where the boss was hiding. Glowing energy shaped like a lotus bloomed from his palms as he triggered the skill. His face hardened with pure grit. He decided to wipe out the small fries first and smoke that hidden boss out of hiding. A massive explosion ripped through the air. The ground trembled as countless evil locusts were shredded by the blast. System alerts started piling up fast. Every alert showed a level 1 or 2 locust biting the dust from his Lotus Burst. Each kill was boosting all his skill ranges by 1%. The notifications kept stacking until his total experience hit 220%. Boom! Lotus Burst just leveled up. The update explained that Lotus Burst Level 2 now used magic for explosive damage across a 16-meter diameter. Its power scaled with the mana used. Itsuki looked at the smoking wreck of a battlefield and noted the 16-meter range. This new range was honestly insane, but even after dusting 10 more enemies, the boss was still a no-show. Deep underground in a dark, creepy nest, a bunch of insect monsters started crawling around. Their wings buzzed as they crowded around a glowing cluster hidden in the shadows. As locusts crawled out from the cracks in the ground, a screen popped up showing the analysis had reached 27%. He looked ahead, annoyed that they were respawning. Another screen showed his magic was at 232 out of 280. He realized he could only use Lotus Burst 9 more times. Fire flared around his hand as he stepped forward, vowing to crush every single one of these pests. He swung his arms through the flames and yelled that he was going to sweep them all away. A fiery blast tore across the field. More notifications confirmed that level 1 locusts were getting wrecked by Lotus Burst, increasing all his skill ranges by another 1%. More screens stacked up without stopping, flashing the exact same message over and over again. A blinding explosion shredded the ground as Lotus Burst triggered once more, throwing debris everywhere. Bright light flashed across the area as the blue system window confirmed the kill. Another huge blast followed immediately, drowning the area in yellow flames and flying rocks. The screen just kept repeating the skill name, Lotus Burst. A new panel popped up with an updated skill description. It said Lotus Burst Level 2 now dealt explosive damage within a 54.5 meter diameter. Power was tied to magic use. Below that, another panel explained his passive effect. Every time the skill killed a level 1 creature or higher, his ranges went up by 1%, now hitting a massive 990%. Itsuki ran forward through the burning chaos, sweat dripping down his face. He took a quick look at the glowing system screen. He noted that he had wiped out 9 big groups and boosted his range by 990%, but he only had enough magic left for one more shot. He wondered why these monsters just kept coming. His magic reserve dropped to 5,280. He looked up as the sky turned black with insects. He muttered in frustration that there was no end to this swarm. It was getting thicker overhead, but even after all that carnage, there was still no boss in sight. He scowled, noting the boss was still a total ghost. He thought about pulling back for a bit and returning once the analysis was finally finished. But while he was weighing his options, the endless swarm started closing in. Itsuki narrowed his eyes as a new realization suddenly hit him. He snapped that running away was for third-rate losers. Fire began pooling in his hand, and flames wrapped tightly around his arm. With fire in his eyes, he declared that no matter how many beasts appeared, he would crush every last one. A massive explosion bloomed like a fiery lotus, sending shockwaves everywhere. As the smoke cleared, Itsuki steadied his stance and muttered that with this final attack, it should be over. But before he could even finish, a billion more bugs filled the sky. They completely surrounded him, and he realized with total frustration that their numbers hadn't dropped at all. A glowing system screen popped up, showing the analysis was now at 91%. Itsuki's eyes widened as he tried to figure out what was going on. He wondered what the deal was. Every single monster that had spawned since that first kill was still only a level 1. Their bodies were tiny, like they had just hatched. As he connected the dots, the truth hit him hard. The boss had the ability to reproduce infinitely. A massive golden bug, the queen locust, was crouching in the dark while glowing eggs shot from its body. The system identified it as Queen Locust Sumbro 379, Insect Tribe, Level 13, Gift Grade 1. It lays massive amounts of those nasty evil locust eggs. Skill, Mother's Will. Itsuki looked up, sweat rolling down his face. If this queen could reproduce forever, then killing the small fries was a total waste of time. The only way out was to kill the boss itself. His magic was almost tapped out, but the analysis bar was still climbing steadily in front of him. 98%. He gritted his teeth as the bar finished. A blue sphere pulsed out. Analysis 100% complete. A notification popped up. Mother's Will. Analysis done. New skill unlocked. Magic Detection Level 1. Another window appeared. Magic Detection Level 1 active effect. When toggled, it drains mana to track magic within 100 meters. Passive effect. Range boosted to 1100 meters thanks to the Lotus Burst buff. There is more. Every enemy pinged restores 10% of his magic. Itsuki's jaw dropped as he scrolled through the stats. A radar skill covering over 1,000 meters, plus free mana for every baddie caught in the net. He smirked. This passive was a total cheat code for this level. Farming these small fries was about to pay off. He tilted his head, eyes glowing with pure confidence. Leaving the queen for later while he wiped out the rest of the mob seemed like a solid plan. He looked down, lost in thought. He realized he was keeping Chuha waiting, but he decided to finish wrecking this whole stage before going back. A blue window flashed in his face, confirming he had officially unlocked Magic Detection Level 1. Every stat jumped by 10 points, his debuffs vanished, and every scratch was healed instantly. The update screen flickered. Attack shot from 280 to 290. Agility climbed from 2 to 290. Defense did the same. His magic stat hit 290, meaning his total jumped from 120 to 1160. Itsuki touched his forehead as energy swirled around him. He triggered the new skill, focusing hard. He scanned for the boss with his new radar. Massive energy ripples pulsed from his body, spreading like water rings across the map. The waves traveled for miles, lighting up every dark corner. Down in the depths, the huge golden bug boss looked up, its yellow eyes glowing as the pulse hit. Itsuki's gaze sharpened. A second later, he caught a signal in the distance. He raised 2 fingers, pointing them forward with a cocky grin on his face. Dark, swirling energy gathered at his fingertips, warping the very air. He was about to drop his clear orb skill. Through the noise, his voice rang out. He told the beast that using its spawn as shields was completely useless. The clear orb glowed, stacking with Lotus Burst's power. A blinding lotus light exploded outward, turning the battlefield bright as day. He knew that with the Lotus Burst passive and the orb's new range, this shot was definitely going to land. A system window confirmed the clear orb's range was now 120 meters. Suddenly, the glowing orb tore across the field like a bolt of purple lightning. The air cracked as the queen locust flinched in shock, throwing her golden wings wide to try and bolt. But Itsuki was already there, coated in crackling blue crystals. His new form loomed like a nightmare, lightning surging as he hovered over the queen. He looked at her and whispered, "Checkmate." He slammed his attack home, crushing her with raw power and shredding the queen to bits. The entire insect swamp went into a frenzy. Without their queen, the swarm was in total chaos. Itsuki turned toward the mess with cold, dead eyes. Flames burst from his crystal arm. He promised to send these bugs to meet their maker immediately. One lotus burst later, they all hit the dirt. Itsuki stood in the dust, surveying the carnage. His skill ranges had jumped by 1210%. Lotus Burst's explosion radius now hit 65 meters, 0.5 meters, while the clear orb's range had stretched out to 131 meters. A window detailed Lotus Burst Level 2. The active skill burns mana to deal massive explosive damage in a 65.5 meter zone. The power scales directly with mana consumption. The passive effect adds a 1% range boost for every level 1 kill. His total bonus had hit 121%, 0.10%. Another alert appeared, showing the orb's flight distance had reached 131 meters. Itsuki checked the results and smiled. Not a bad haul. He sat on the ground, holding a green leaf as the dust settled around him. He figured once the cooldown reset, he would dive back in and pump that Lotus Burst passive up to 5 digits. As he headed for the dungeon exit, a new notification appeared. New record achieved. Clear time, 17 minutes and 7 seconds. Standing in front of the glowing blue portal, Itsuki checked the timer. 17 minutes. He figured Chuha was probably getting pretty worried about him. He pictured her waiting. She would probably act all cold when he got back. But he knew she was actually a total sweetheart. Her inability to be honest about her feelings was actually pretty cute. Stepping out of the portal through a swirl of blue energy, he waved and said he was back. Sorry for the wait. Then his eyes widened in total shock. Right there, Choa was injured, with blood on her lips. A guy with glowing red eyes held her by the collar. He looked down at Itsuki and spoke like ice. He said that soloing a stage and walking out fine only meant one thing. Itsuki was the guy Reiji was hunting. Charles, in the wide-brimmed hat, looked at Itsuki and spoke in a calm, chilling voice. He said the timing was perfect. He had been trying to squeeze info about Itsuki out of his captive, Choha, but even after all this, she wouldn't talk. Charles admitted Choha had more backbone than most guys. Itsuki stepped forward, his voice turning cold. He told Charles to take his filthy hands off of her right now. He warned that if Charles did not let go, he would leave him half dead. Charles just threw his head back and laughed. He mocked Itsuki, telling him not to get cocky since he was just a level 0 rookie. Suddenly, blue electricity exploded from Itsuki's body as he rocketed forward at insane speed. Red eyes blazing, he lunged straight for Charles. Charles totally lost it, screaming about the speed before calling for death. Before Itsuki could strike, this massive black beast dived in the way. Itsuki's lightning punch clobbered the beast instead, sending sparks flying as the monster roared. Right as Death blocked his path, a glowing system notification popped up in front of Itsuki. It announced a B-rank Shikigami named Deathhound. Another window showed over Mimesis had kicked in, starting its analysis at 1%. Seeing the alert, Itsuki finally got it. This dog was a Shikigami, meaning that guy in the hat was the master. The analysis hit 12%. Charles narrowed his eyes, tracking every single one of Itsuki's fast moves. He saw zero wasted effort, just insane speed. Now he understood why Oga got clapped. Oga probably didn't even have time to blink before it was game over. But Charles wasn't sweating. He smirked, bragging he had Death and a hostage. Behind him, Choa was barely hanging on. Itsuki shouted her name, looking worried. Standing firm, he pinned Death's snout with one hand but let his guard down for a second. Death broke free with a roar, showing its teeth as it lunged. Those glowing red eyes were locked onto him. Charles just smirked. He said Death's bite could crush anyone with low defense. At best, Itsuki was about to lose an entire arm, but a second later, Charles's face just froze. His eyes went wide as he stared at the scene ahead. Black spikes suddenly sprouted from Itsuki's body, stopping the beast's bite cold. Instantly, Itsuki targeted Death with his Lotus Orb skill. With a massive explosion of energy, the Lotus Orb blasted from Itsuki's hand and hit Death's head. It shredded the skull and ripped out the core, killing it instantly. A blue window popped up, showing the analysis jumping. It was already at 77%. Itsuki stood over the dead hound, totally chill. He said, without a Shikigami, a user was basically a sitting duck. Charles stared. He wondered if this rookie didn't know Shikigami could respawn. Plus, with a B-rank skill, Death's respawn timer was way faster than normal. A heartbeat later, Death was back and lunging at Itsuki's back. Charles mocked him, saying that being careless would turn him into dog food. The beast lunged, but Itsuki immediately flared his magic detection skill. Itsuki sensed the sneak attack and countered in a flash. He told himself that keeping magic detection active the whole time was definitely the right move. The analysis bar kept climbing. 89, 91. Itsuki glanced at Charles holding Chua, noting the scan was almost done. He hoped he could finish without triggering that flashy blue lotus visual. Progress hit 95%. Watching Itsuki kick the beast without even looking, Charles started to sweat bullets. He realized this opponent was stronger and faster than Death and had detection skills. He panicked, knowing a surprise attack was never going to work. Charles yanked Chua in front as a shield, grabbing her throat. He screamed that if Itsuki tried anything else, the girl was finished. Itsuki watched silently. He wanted to finish the scan without showing the lotus, but this situation was getting really messy. Just then, a bright system screen appeared. Analysis 100% complete. Another window flashed right after. Death Eater analysis finished. Shikigami Eater acquired. The skill said that by touching a Shikigami, he could basically steal ownership of it. Itsuki checked the results. He could even keep the blue lotus from appearing since the scan finished on the down low. More alerts popped up. Shikigami Eater level 2. All his stats just jumped by 20 points. Then a notice explained that since Mimesis was incomplete, the heal and debuff clear failed. Itsuki's new stats flickered on screen. His main stats hit 310, and his total points jumped from 1060 to 1240. Seeing the alert, Itsuki knew skipping the blue lotus cost him his full recovery. No free health refill today. But he'd already recovered once before. He could still go at almost full power even without the extra boost. Right then, Death lunged again, jaws wide open and roaring at Itsuki. In that moment, Itsuki had a pretty big realization. He knew this new skill let him hijack other people's summons. He looked at the energy in his hands, totally calm. He figured if that was the case, he knew exactly what to do. Blue energy surged as he raised his hand. Determined, he slammed his hand onto Death's head, deciding to take Charles' dog. Blue petals exploded like a storm, wrapping the beast's body and pulling it away. A second later, Itsuki blurred forward with insane speed and kicked Death, blasting it across the field. Death went flying and crashed behind Charles. Charles panicked, staring at the mess and calling his dog a useless mutt. He screamed, asking why he even wasted all that XP on the beast. He tightened his grip on Chua, absolutely fuming. He threatened to snap her neck if Itsuki resisted. Chua, barely awake, told Itsuki not to worry about her and just fight. Itsuki slowly put both hands up in surrender. He told Charles to calm down and not touch her. Charles smirked like a villain. He said if Itsuki had been a good boy, Chua wouldn't be suffering like this. Itsuki glared, asking why they were even after him. He didn't remember doing anything. Charles just sneered, thinking he was fishing for info. He basically told him it didn't matter because Itsuki was meeting the boss soon anyway. He warned Itsuki that Reiji was ticked off about him trespassing in District 4. Then he introduced himself as Charles the Hound, the guy sent by Reiji to drag Itsuki in. Hearing that name again, Itsuki muttered that he needed to find Kinoshita and settle this personally. Charles smirked, promising Itsuki would meet him all right, but only as a bloody mess. He threatened to have Death chew off his legs next and warned him not to use that ice magic if he wanted Choha to live. Charles pointed a finger and gave the order, telling Death to rip both of Itsuki's legs off. Itsuki just narrowed his eyes, fueled by cold resolve instead of fear. He told the beast to prove it was actually worthy of being his Shikigami. Suddenly, Death lunged not at Itsuki, but straight at Charles, sinking its fangs into its own former master. Seizing the moment, Itsuki blurred across the field, appearing behind Choha. Blue sparks crackled as he caught her gently, pulling her away from the chaos. Charles let out a horrified scream. Drenched in sweat, he shrieked at the beast, demanding to know why it was attacking him. The Shikigami stood by Itsuki with glowing red eyes. It growled as Itsuki told the beast it did a good job. Then he focused on the wounded Choha in his arms. Surrounded by a blue aura, he spoke with ice in his voice. He promised to pay back Choha's pain 100 times over. He warned Charles that he would die screaming for ever touching them. Terrified, Charles stumbled back and hit the dirt. He begged for mercy, whining that he was just following Reiji's orders. His voice cracked as he suggested a deal he would help Itsuki lure Reiji out into the open. Itsuki's eyes flared red. He looked down at the coward and admitted it was a solid plan. Charles's face shifted instantly. A nasty grin spread across his face as he spotted an opening. He hurled a blade at Itsuki and screamed for him to die. The attack lunged forward like a flash of light, but Itsuki calmly sidestepped the blade. He just watched the weapon whistle past with narrowed eyes. He muttered that he was more than enough to take down Reiji alone. Beside him, Death stood ready, eyes burning red for blood. Itsuki ordered Death to give Charles a taste of the pain Choha endured. The beast bared its massive fangs, and Charles froze, paralyzed by pure terror. Sweat poured down his face as he scrambled to apologize. He claimed his hand just slipped and that he was really sorry. He begged for one last shot, trembling. But Itsuki didn't blink. Holding Choha tight, he looked at the guy and told the beast it was dinner time. Death charged forward, eyes glowing and fangs bared, straight for the man. Charles lost it, stumbling backward in a total panic. Tears streaming, he screamed at the beast, asking if it forgot who the boss was. He yelled about all the food he'd given it, his voice shaking with every word. But Death just unhinged its jaws and lunged, finishing Charles off for good. A short distance away, Itsuki stood tall, still holding the injured Choha in his arms. He'd felt someone watching. Itsuki called out to the shadow, telling them he knew they'd been following him since he left the stage. Itsuki turned and told the voyeur to stop hiding and just show their face. The tall grass nearby rustled as someone finally moved, stepping out into the light. A blond guy in a hood stepped out, scratching his head with a super awkward smile on his face. He admitted they'd caught him. Itsuki held the injured Choha close as a dark, heavy energy started pulsing behind him. With glowing eyes, he asked if the blonde was with Charles. The guy freaked out, waving his hands and swearing he wasn't an enemy. He begged Itsuki to just listen. Itsuki gave him a cold look and said fine. He had no time for games. Behind them, death was busy tearing into Charles's remains. Itsuki told the beast to follow him once it finished its meal. The blond guy just stared, shocked that such a monster actually obeyed Itsuki. He realized Itsuki might be the help he needed. He hurried over, introduced himself as Iberia, and asked for Itsuki's name. Hyped up, he said the fight was wild, even the scary parts. Then he guessed that Itsuki was the mystery guy who took down Takeru. Itsuki answered calmly. His name was Tenma Itsuki. He didn't let go of the unconscious Choha for a second. Iberia followed him nervously, wearing a shaky grin. He asked if Itsuki could help him out, offering cash, karma stones, or even high-level weapons as payment. Itsuki didn't say a word, just kept walking with Choha. Iberia watched him go, sweat beads forming on his forehead. He couldn't figure out the silence. His dad always said anyone would help for the right price. Now he wondered if that was a lie as a memory hit him. His father was hammering red-hot steel over a glowing forge. His dad explained that payment requires being smart. A cup of water is worth more than gold in a desert. To a vengeful man, offer a sword. To the hurt, offer medicine. He told him that would be enough payment for them. Back now, a light bulb went off for Iberia. He pumped his fist, finally getting it. He yelled out to Itsuki, pointing out that he was traveling on foot. He said moving fast was impossible with a casualty, and the hospital was miles away. He warned that if they kept walking that slow, the girl would definitely die. Iberia reached into his bag and pulled out a glowing scroll. He said he had healing items on him, but Itsuki just kept walking. Iberia panicked and shouted that he could save her. That made Itsuki stop. He turned and asked if he was for real. Iberia admitted he couldn't heal her fully yet, but he could definitely save her life. The two of them knelt down next to Choha. Itsuki asked if he could heal her through her clothes. Iberia told him his bandages were far from ordinary. Wrapping her in glowing bandages, he explained they were a rare karma tool made from Shadow Tribe cloth and Kodama bark. Itsuki squinted at Iberia and repeated the weird term, asking what a karma tool even was. Iberia gave him a look and figured the guy must be a total noob. He said it was basically zero surprise that Itsuki had no idea how this world works. Iberia broke it down. Modern weapons are trash against disaster beasts. Normal guns are basically paperweights in a real fight against those monsters, so forget about using them. Instead, crafters forge special gear called karma tools. They are made by mixing monument materials with actual monster parts to create something that actually hits. He said these tools are ranked in 4 tiers based on the crafter's skill and the loot used. The levels are normal, rare, epic, and unique. Iberia used a basic longsword as an example. Normal tools aren't much better than standard steel, but they have the power to actually hurt monsters and other warriors. That one was just an ordinary blade. The next level up was the Ocean Sword, a rare weapon that boosts speed and magic. Basically, rare karma tools give the owner a serious stat boost. The third tier was the Blood Sword, an epic item. It amps up attack and drinks blood to superheat the blade while cutting enemy healing in half. Epic tools also have their own special effects. Finally, Iberia dropped the big one. The ultimate rank for karma tools, the unique Holy Sword. It ramps up attack and speed, but the real cheat code is the infinite magic sealed inside. You basically never run out of mana during a fight. Iberia said the ultimate goal for any crafter is forging a unique karma tool. These legendary weapons have massive stat buffs and insane, one-of-a-kind powers. He admitted crafters aren't exactly combat gods, and there aren't many around. But since they make the gear, every awakened person treats them with massive respect. Hearing that, Itsuki asked if his old man was a crafter. Iberia smirked and said his dad wasn't just some random gear maker. He explained that most crafters go their whole lives without making a single unique tool even once. Only 10 crafters in the whole world have ever hit that level. Then he flexed, saying 3 of those 10 legendary tools were made by his father. That is why people call him the Crafter King of the North. Iberia was grinning ear to ear until he realized Itsuki wasn't even paying attention. He snapped, yelling at Itsuki to see if he was even listening. He ranted about how he was being nice and giving a lesson, while Itsuki was being a total jerk. He told him to stop ignoring him, but Itsuki didn't say a single word back. Instead, he was checking out the crossbow, noting it was the same model Charles used. Iberia was floored. Even after hearing about the Crafter King, Itsuki didn't look impressed at all. He muttered that any normal person would be sucking up to him by now. Itsuki kept eyeballing the weapon, thinking it could save him from using his clear orb and risking a reveal of his true powers. Iberia cut in, telling him the crossbow was a rare karma tool. Itsuki mentioned it was a bummer there were no arrows left. Iberia laughed it off, explaining that karma weapons don't need standard bolts. Any random ammo just turns into karma bolts automatically, so no stress. Suddenly, a screen popped up showing the name, Hunter's Crossbow Rare Rank. Agility plus 50. Then the weapon just vanished. Itsuki looked shocked and asked where it went. Iberia told him that is just how karma tools work. Once you link with it, the gear stays stored away and pops out whenever you want to use it. Itsuki nodded, saying that was pretty handy. He thanked Iberia for the heal and told him to holler if he needed anything. But first, he had to go hunt down Kinoshita Reiji. Hearing that name, Iberia froze. He said he really hoped he had just misheard him. He said Itsuki must have massive guts to pick a fight with someone like Reiji in North District 4. Itsuki just stared him down and asked if he was going to tell him to quit too. Iberia told Itsuki that if Reiji was his target, then they were actually looking for the same guy. Itsuki asked if Iberia had beef with Reiji too. Iberia said not exactly, but he wanted to team up for the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries coming up in 2 days. Hearing about the prelims, Itsuki remembered Chua saying only the top 10 make the cut. He had been grinding levels like crazy lately to prepare. He asked Iberia what this tournament had to do with Reiji. Iberia explained the prelims are split by continent, and for the North, the whole show is going down right in North District 4. Since Reiji is the son of the District 4 boss, he is obsessed with winning the main event. His brother is a high-tier savior, so failing to hit the top 10 would trash the family name. Now, Itsuki got why Reiji was hogging all the stages to level up fast. He looked at Iberia and asked why a guy like him would want to team up, since Itsuki was the one getting all the help. Iberia shouted back with total confidence, saying it was because Itsuki was a beast. He knew if they worked together, they would crush the qualifiers. Itsuki asked why he was so pressed about this specific year, since he was still young and had plenty of time left. Iberia tensed up and balled his fists at the question. He whispered that he had his reasons, as memories of his childhood started flooding back. Ever since he was a kid, he spent his days watching his father create karma tools. His eyes would light up every single time he watched. Every finished piece looked like a flawless work of art. His respect for his dad just kept growing, and he dreamed of becoming an awakened warrior himself one day. He pictured himself slaying monsters with the gear his father made. Then, just a month ago, his powers finally woke up. He was hyped and begged his dad for a weapon, but his father shut him down. He said only true saviors were allowed to carry his tools. Iberia wouldn't take no for an answer and kept begging. Finally, his dad made a deal. If he passes the tournament prelims this year, he gets his weapon. Iberia squeezed his fists hard. Eyes blazing, he swore he had to crush the tournament qualifiers this year no matter what the cost. Itsuki stayed chill. He said that with a legendary father, Iberia should have endless options. There was zero reason to team up with a total scrub. Iberia looked down and sighed. His old man saw that coming too. Before leaving, his dad told him to prove his worth and win on his own. His dad warned him, if he used his family name to carry strong partners, he would not get a single karma tool as a reward. Itsuki called his dad strict. Iberia explained that his intel showed most of the heavy hitters in the game were already on Kinoshita's payroll. The only ones left were lone wolves or pre-made squads. He was totally out of luck finding a decent teammate. Iberia grabbed Itsuki's hand, totally hyped. He said 2 days ago, news broke that someone wrecked Ogata Kero, one of the 4 pillars, and smashed the records. He hunted for info nonstop until he tracked down this spot. Itsuki pulled his hand away, then finally agreed to the team up. Joining up was fine, but he had to get Choa to the hospital first. Iberia was all in and shouted that he was coming along. Now they were a duo. Iberia insisted they needed a squad name and started mashing Tenma, Itsuki, and Iberia together for ideas. He threw out Iba 10, then hated it for sounding like a grocery store. He cycled through Ibiatsu, Ten Maria, and Tenebe, just rattling off names. Itsuki carried the knocked-out Choa, looking exhausted. He realized he was in deep trouble because this Iberia guy talked way more than Rikuru. Suddenly, he thought of Rikuru and Saya. Were they doing okay? Since they both awakened, he wondered if they were hitting the qualifiers too. Iberia lit up with a brilliant idea. Since both their names start with the letter I, they should be double I. Miles away, just as Itsuki thought of him, Rikuru suddenly sneezed in the middle of his training session. Saya glanced over and asked if he was coming down with a cold. Rikuru scratched his head, guessing someone was probably gossiping about him, maybe Itsuki. Saya looked down and softly asked how much time had actually passed since the attack incident. She never thought they would be apart this long. She wondered if Itsuki was even okay. Rikuru gave her a really weird look. He told her if she was that stressed, she should have visited him after the monsters were dead. Saya turned bright red and looked down. Suddenly, she shoved her hands forward, blasting him with water. Rikuru went flying backward, screaming in total shock as he hit the ground. Rikuru yelled that a surprise attack was cheating. Saya snapped back that it was training, and he was the one who left an opening. Suddenly, their teacher appeared. The two jumped to attention. Rikuru yelled, "Sensei," while their teacher scolded them, reminding them the national tournament qualifiers kick off the day after tomorrow. He asked if they really had time to mess around. Saya's eyes sparkled. She was pumped to fight other awakened people since training with Rikuru was getting boring. A holographic screen popped up next to her, showing her official stats as an awakened water elementalist. Rikuru checked his own status window too. He said he had never visited North District 4, but heard it was a wealthy area. He really wanted to see it himself. Somewhere else, Kinoshita popped open a metal case containing 3 jagged crystal stones. He stared at the crystals and scowled, clearly losing his patience. He muttered that the hound was late, which was weird for him. His bodyguard, standing right behind him, wondered if something had gone sideways with the plan. Kinoshita's face went dark. He growled that those useless losers had failed him one more time. His glasses flashed red as a notification popped up. Karma stone used, experience points gained. His bodyguard asked if they should send out a search party. Frustrated, Kinoshita said to forget that guy. The national qualifiers were the only priority. He muttered that if he failed, his dad would lock him in solitary again. Then he checked on the mission he gave his bodyguard. The man reported back with the final results. Out of 3,113 fighters in the north, he flipped 87 of them. All were level 5+, exactly like he ordered. Kinoshita smirked and told his lackey he did good, he was the only one he could trust. Then, he grabbed another glowing stone from the case. His bodyguard warned him it was the final karma stone. Blinding light exploded as Kinoshita crushed it. He absorbed the experience, leveled up, and raw lightning began arching off his body. He said this was plenty. He was going to use this power to absolutely crush all those commoners. A status screen popped up, showing Kinoshita Reiji at level 12. Job, Lightning Elementalist. Gift grade, 2. Attack, 135. Defense 130, Agility 168, Magic 170, total 603. Hours later, a blue teleportation beam hit the hospital as Itsuki stood ready. He hung his head and apologized to his teacher. He felt like a failure for letting Choa get hurt so badly. Commander Nento stepped out of the portal and asked for Itsuki's plan. He offered to take out Kinoshita personally if Itsuki wanted him gone. Itsuki looked up and stood his ground. He told his teacher to leave Kinoshita to him. Nento agreed but demanded a full report on everything later. Iberia watched from the side, totally stunned. He just realized the commander-in-chief of the entire North was actually Itsuki's mentor. Now it made sense why Itsuki didn't care about Iberia's famous dad. This Izumi Nento guy was a total mystery. Iberia even wondered if he could score an autograph. Inside the hospital, Itsuki broke down everything that went down. He explained that this was the real reason he was entering the Salvation League tournament qualifiers. His teacher understood and turned to Choa, asking how she was feeling. Choa just looked up and smiled softly. She said Tamacho treated her, so she was back to 100%. A green butterfly hovered nearby. She mentioned Iberia's rare tool really helped her heal up. Izumi Nento looked at Iberia, shocked. He said since the kid had the Kodama bandage made by Aiden, he had to be Aiden's own son. Iberia froze. It hit him like a brick. Commander Nento didn't just know about karma tools, he actually recognized his old man. He had to keep it together and act like the legendary Crafter King's firstborn son. He puffed out his chest and bragged to the crowd that he was Aiden's father. Total silence. Then Itsuki leaned in and told him he had it totally backward. Iberia immediately facepalmed, trying to hide his burning cheeks. He mumbled an apology, admitting that Aiden was actually his father, not the other way around. Commander Nento cleared his throat to kill the awkward vibe. He thanked Iberia for keeping his daughter safe during that mess. He mentioned visiting Aiden with Tenma once the prelims wrapped up. He then barked at Itsuki and Iberia to go get ready and hit the road. He promised he and Chuha would be there tomorrow. Iberia pumped his fist, telling the commander not to sweat it because they were going to crush these prelims. Next to him, Itsuki just gave a quiet, cool nod. After they left, Choa mentioned her dad seemed to really like Tenma. She remembered how he used to drag her along to every single meeting with Jin. Nento then dropped a bombshell due to childhood trauma. Itsuki had these crazy, self-destructive impulses that triggered whenever disaster beasts appeared. But those dark urges only chilled out when he had someone close by to protect. He told Choha straight up that was the only reason he kept her by Itsuki's side. Choha realized the truth. Her dad wanted her to be Itsuki's friend, his anchor, and his one weakness. She whispered to herself, wondering if she was really the girl Tenma wanted to save. While she was spaced out, the commander stood up and dropped another truth bomb. The attack at Itsuki's school was a setup, not some random accident. Chua's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Nento added that more traitors were teaming up with the beasts, and similar hits on top commanders were happening everywhere. He stared out the window, looking like a dark shadow against the night. He muttered that humanity's future looked like a total blackout. Then he whispered that Itsuki would be the one to light it up and become a beacon of hope for everyone. Cut to the national tournament prelims in North District 4. This massive circular arena was just sitting there in the middle of a total wasteland. The place was packed. Itsuki scanned the arena and noted there were way more people than he expected. Iberia explained that once the word got out about Commander Nento watching, everyone signed up. The total number of contestants jumped from 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Reiji stood there fuming. He growled that Nento had just thrown a massive wrench in his plans by adding so many random variables. His lackey tried to chill him out, saying the new guys were just last-minute losers who didn't even have teams. Reiji still had the numbers. He told his boss the recruits were all wearing red ribbons on their right arms so they could spot their allies in the chaos. Across the arena, Rakuru's squad spotted the ribbons. He asked if red ribbons were the new hot fashion trend and if they should get some too. Seiya figured since the commander was coming, Itsuki might actually show up. Then the tournament host, Shinchihara Soryu, stepped up to the mic to address the massive crowd. He shouted for everyone to listen up so he could break down the rules for the prelims. The venue was split into two zones, an external and an internal area. For the first stage, everyone would start from 4 different directions in that external zone. A giant map popped up on the screen, showing the outer ring and the inner circle marked as the internal area. Soryu explained the first challenge was a pure foot race. Everyone needed to bust their humps and reach that internal area as fast as humanly possible. Once you hit the inner zone, your rank would lock into your bracelet. Only the first 50 people to make it would move on to the next round. A hologram of the bracelet lit up, showing exactly where the rank would appear. The crowd started buzzing immediately. Rikuru checked his arm and said the bracelet was actually pretty high-tech. Beside him, Sia worried that cutting thousands of people in one round was totally brutal. Soryu added that everyone could carry 2 karma tools. You were free to team up with whoever, and honestly, any method was fair game to get the win. Results were the only thing that mattered. Iberia nudged Itsuki, pointing ahead like a kid in a candy store, telling him to check it out. He was pointing right at Rage's team. As the host announced the first stage would end with the top rankings, Iberia singled out Reiji Kinoshita standing in the middle of a massive group and told Itsuki that was their target. Meanwhile, Kinoshita was barking orders at his recruits to block anyone trying to get ahead of him. Iberia figured the guys around Kinoshita were all on the payroll. He suggested they should just sprint for the finish line before things got too messy. He wanted to jump Kinoshita once the guy let his guard down inside the arena. But before he could finish, Iberia just froze. He watched Itsuki start walking straight toward Kinoshita's group. Panicked, Iberia asked if he'd even heard a word he said. One of Reiji's goons spotted Itsuki and asked who the heck he was. Another yelled to watch out because he didn't have a ribbon. Suddenly, the host's voice boomed from above, announcing that the first stage was officially starting right now. The host smiled at the kids, saying it was great to see so many wanting to join the Salvation League. But then a voice barked that numbers don't mean anything without quality. A guy with black hair stepped up. He grumbled that back in his day, plenty of rookies were already above level 15. This guy was an instructor too. A screen popped up with Akira Heiden's info, though most of it was blacked out. Soryu corrected him, saying only 2 guys hit that level in Hayden's year. Akira was level 18, and his buddy Tewajin was all the way at 21. Hayden remembered the past and sighed. He muttered that things were boring now without rookies like Tewa around. He hoped a similar beast was in this crew, but Instructor Soryu just shook his head, saying legends like that don't just spawn every day. Instructor Hayden stepped up, asking Commander Nento about that crazy rumor. Word is a northern student crushed a level 8 skeleton right after awakening and became the commander's top apprentice. Soryu's eyes nearly popped out as he asked if it was legit. He called it insane to solo level 8 monsters right out of the gate. Commander Nento, wreathed in dark fire, simply nodded it was all true. Hayden asked if the mystery student was here right now. Soryu figured if this was Izumi's second-star student after Tewajin, they had to be some kind of god-tier prodigy. Soryu scanned the roster, trying to figure out which rookie was the hidden powerhouse. The screen flashed the first name, Horino Rikuru, a level 10 metal elementalist. Soryu saw Rikuru only had a grade 2 gift, hardly legendary material. Next up was Kisaragi Saya, a level 11 water elementalist rocking a grade 1 special ability. Since she was strictly support, he figured she wasn't the secret weapon either. Then Hanyukana popped up a wood elementalist at a crazy level 16. He bet she was the one, but Nento just sat there stone-faced and didn't say a word. Soryu realized he was swinging and missing, even though Hanyu was clearly the highest level in the entire arena. Suddenly, Instructor Hayden pointed out a weird detail among the new recruits. Some kid was actually level 0. Soryu shrugged it off, remarking that every year some random amateur joins the big competition just out of pure curiosity. They usually get wrecked and quit immediately. Meanwhile, Kinoshita's squad started howling with laughter as he pointed at Itsuki, yelling that a level 0 actually showed up. The whole crew mocked Itsuki, laughing and asking if he'd lost his way. Itsuki just stepped forward and wordlessly raised his hand, flashing Charles's mechanical glove. Kinoshita froze instantly. He started stuttering, knowing exactly who that high-tech gear belonged to. Pure terror washed over him as he demanded to know who Itsuki really was. Itsuki stared him down, asking if he was the one who had been hunting for him. Kinoshita went ballistic. He refused to believe it, screaming that a level 0 scrub could never take down Oga. He swore Itsuki was just a plant sent to mess with his head. Then he pointed and barked at his squad to finish him. His goons smirked and stepped up, claiming they'd handle this and make Itsuki regret ever crossing them. While his boys boxed Itsuki in, Kinoshita blasted toward the center in a flash of purple lightning, shouting he had no time for level 0 trash. With Kinoshita gone, the remaining thugs surrounded Itsuki, closing in for the kill. Up in the tower, Haydn watched the mismatch unfold. 3 level 6s and 2 level 7s? To him, the results were already a foregone conclusion. He figured if Itsuki begged for his life now, he might live. Down below, Iberia was sweating, frantically crunching the numbers. He could maybe take one guy, but even with Itsuki's power, fighting 4 enemies at once seemed like a suicide mission. He had no choice but to use that move. He stepped forward, reaching for the gear at his side, when one of the goons, a red-haired guy, smirked and looked Itsuki up and down. He laughed, saying he expected a challenge, but their first fight was just some level 0 garbage. Itsuki lowered his head, eyes shadowed, and coldly told the guy to move. The redhead's eyes went wide. He definitely wasn't expecting this nobody to talk back so bluntly. He froze for a second before howling with laughter. He mocked Itsuki's big talk, but up above, Instructor Haydn actually smirked when he heard the kid. He liked the kid's guts and figured he'd jump in to save Itsuki's neck once things turned ugly. The red-haired thug leaned in with a sick grin, telling Itsuki he was going to crack his skull open and see what's inside. Itsuki didn't say a word. Instead, Itsuki exploded. His fist slammed into the redhead's face with insane force, sending blood and teeth flying everywhere. As the guy crumpled to the ground screaming, Itsuki just coldly repeated that he already told him to move. Haydn was stunned. That guy was 7 levels higher, yet Itsuki just ended him. He couldn't believe a level 0 had just one-shotted a level 7 veteran. The other fighters were floored. One guy yelled that Honda was a level 7 and couldn't wrap his head around how a rookie won. Another told him to chill, claiming the kid just got lucky. Flames swirled around his hands as he growled that he'd personally burn this rookie to a crisp. A system window popped up. He was firing off a B-rank flamethrower skill at max power. A massive wall of fire blasted forward. Iberia gasped. The attack was so fast he couldn't even trigger his karma tool. The inferno roared across the entire battlefield. One goon joked that it was overkill for a level 0, but the attacker just shrugged, saying people die in these trials every day. If the rookie wanted someone to blame, he should blame himself for being cocky. Suddenly, another fighter pointed, yelling that something was wrong. As the smoke cleared, everyone stared at the center of the explosion. Itsuki had summoned a massive wall of black ice. Flames flickered around it. One guy just stared, yelling, asking what the hell this was. Behind the ice, Itsuki and Iberia were totally untouched. Iberia's jaw dropped. He screamed in shock that Itsuki had completely tanked a massive, wide-range fire attack. To him, it was exactly what he expected from a total beast. Itsuki didn't even acknowledge the praise. Instead, he just glanced at Iberia and told him to back off. A system window flashed. He'd blocked a B-rank fire skill with black wall, and his defense just spiked by 10%. Another screen showed his stats. Attack 310, Agility 310, Defense 341, Magic 310. Watching the numbers, Itsuki saw his defense jump by 31. He wondered if Black Wall's passive would trigger again on a repeat attack. He had to be sure. Meanwhile, one of Kinoshita's goons pointed at him, looking totally stunned. The guy yelled, asking how Itsuki was still standing. Was that weird ice shield really his power? He scanned the area, confused. No water users were around, so where did the ice come from? Itsuki just stepped forward and held up a single finger. Itsuki's voice was ice cold. He told the fire user to bring that heat again, promising he wouldn't even block it. The guy lost it, his hands erupting in furious, roaring flames. "You mocking me?" he barked. "You better not try and back out of this deal now, kid." Itsuki just nodded. "I promised." The fire user fueled his flames even higher, screaming that he was ending this for good with his absolute strongest ultimate technique. A massive inferno gathered as he unleashed his B-rank flamethrower skill Overheat. Itsuki just stood there, totally chill while the firestorm swirled directly toward his face. He noticed the power jump, but honestly, it was still just a basic fire attribute move. A wave of fire roared forward, swallowing Itsuki and everything else. The fire user shoved his hands out, putting every ounce of desperate energy into it. A fighter behind him gasped, saying it was total overkill, but the fire user muttered that this blast was hitting like a level 8 threat. Sweat poured down his face as his mana drained instantly. Using his ultimate move on a level 0 felt like a total waste, but he yelled that the game ended right now. But a second later, the fire user stumbled back, eyes popping out of his head as cold sweat drenched his face. He stared at Itsuki standing there like nothing happened, screaming that it was impossible. On the other side, Itsuki just studied the black ice on his arm, whispering something. Turns out, when the same guy uses the same move twice, Blackwall's passive effect doesn't trigger again. He gave a small nod. Understood. He stepped forward while smoke rose from the cracked earth, declaring that the testing phase was officially over. Now, he was finishing this. The fire user started shaking. He couldn't wrap his head around his ultimate attack getting shut down that easily. Next to him, another fire user gripped his burning fists, claiming he had already spotted the ice skill's weakness. He charged right in with a flurry of blazing attacks. Flames exploded as he unleashed his B-rank fire barrage skill. Fireballs screamed toward Itsuki from every single angle. Surrounded by the swirling heat, he didn't even blink. He calmly asked if their only plan was to win with numbers. Black ice covered him as the system flashed. Black wall activated. A massive explosion rocked the entire arena, making the very ground tremble. The big fire user laughed, yelling that even with a strong skill, a level 0's tiny mana pool was basically useless. He figured if they drained Itsuki's magic until he couldn't make ice, they would win. But as the flames roared, a hand suddenly clamped onto his arm. The guy's eyes went wide. "What's going on?" he stammered. He was terrified to see that Itsuki had closed the distance in a literal heartbeat. Itsuki switched to hand-to-hand combat after realizing Black Wall only triggered once, despite all those fireballs hitting him. The big fire user rushed in, desperate to land a blow. He screamed that if Itsuki had speed, he had raw power. But Itsuki just stared him down, calmly asking if he was actually trying yet. Itsuki told the guy he looked pretty stressed, so he was going to make things way easier for him. He yanked the guy close, and before he could blink, Itsuki buried a foot right in his face. The impact was brutal, twisting his jaw as he stumbled back, completely broken and unable to move. Itsuki looked down and checked the system logs. His defense went up by 31, not 34, meaning the math was based on his original, unenhanced base stats. Just then, another screen popped up, confirming he had successfully blocked a B-rank fire skill. He gained a 10% defense boost. His total defense now hit 310, plus an extra 62 from Blackwall's effect. Turning away, Itsuki spotted 2 lightning users standing nearby. "Perfect targets," he whispered, deciding it was time to level up his Thunderbreaker passive effect next. The lightning guys panicked, seeing their buddies drop. They screamed that Itsuki's stats had to be fake before one of them yelled for them to get out of there. Itsuki looked back with freezing eyes and asked if they seriously thought they could run. The 2 lightning fighters let out a desperate, terrified roar. Electricity surged around them as they charged Itsuki, screaming that this wasn't fire and his little trick wasn't going to save him this time. Their combined skill, Silver Serpent, hit him in a massive surge of electricity. The system flashed. Itsuki had absorbed the C-rank attack using Thunderbreaker, boosting his agility by 5% twice in a row. Now he was faster than ever. His stats updated. Attack was now up to 310. Agility hit 341, defense 372, and magic 310. Total, 133 points. Instructor Heighten sat in the control room, absolutely rattled by the display. He realized Itsuki was taking down awakened fighters way higher level than him, and he was doing it without breaking a single sweat. Itsuki stood calmly over the unconscious bodies, lightning dancing around him. Watching him, Heighten trembled, wondering what kind of monster he was actually dealing with. Itsuki just analyzed the situation. He noted that Thunderbreaker worked just like Blackwall. It only triggered once when facing the same skill from the exact same opponent he was fighting. Iberia scanned the fallen goons, shocked that they were all totally knocked out. He knew it would be a tough fight, but never imagined Itsuki was this powerful. Suddenly, one of the trashed fire users groaned from the ground, asking what kind of ability Itsuki was even using. His voice trembled as he yelled that Itsuki definitely wasn't a level 0. When the guy asked who they really were, Iberia stepped forward with a smirk. Itsuki knew he was about to pull something. Iberia looked back with a massive grin. He proudly announced they were the Double-Eye Duo, destined to be the strongest team on the northern continent. He told the Firestarter to remember them, but before he could even finish his big hero intro, Itsuki shut him down, saying they needed to quit yapping and hunt Kinoshita. Iberia threw a fit, yelling that the best part of his speech was coming up next. Off to the side, the fire guy muttered double I to himself in pure disbelief. Sounds pretty lame. Meanwhile, Kinoshita was hauling tail, trailing purple sparks and finally noticing the noise behind him. He figured that zero-level loser was getting smoked by now, but then he stopped dead. Something felt off. He pictured that crossbow Itsuki was carrying earlier. That was definitely the one Charles used to own. He needed to check that out later. Aside from the saviors, nobody up north should be able to touch Charles. While he was overthinking, a streak of fire blasted right past him. Another runner shot into the clouds. Kinoshita watched the fiery trail blur past his face, eyes wide with shock. This brown-haired kid was feeling himself, smirking as he pushed forward. He thought he was untouchable, leaving every other loser in the dust as he surged ahead. He was not some musclehead, he was built for speed. But before he could celebrate, a massive bolt of purple lightning slammed into his back. It ate him alive. The kid screamed as the juice fried his nerves. He hit the dirt hard, hacking up a cloud of smoke. Still dazed, he mumbled, wondering how anything could catch him when he was moving that fast. He could not wrap his head around who hit him. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, followed by a brutal kick that buried the kid's face into the pavement. It was Kinoshita, dripping with purple sparks. He looked down with ice in his eyes, basically saying that is what happens when you try to outrun him. He spun around and barked at his hired muscle, telling them to get their heads in the game. He reminded the crew to save their energy for the second stage. He ordered them to quit wasting time on the local garbage blocking the path. Commander Nento watched from the monitors and asked Soryu if that brat was the son of District 4's big shot, Kinoshita Genkyo. Soryu nodded, questioning what kind of spoiled upbringing made him act like that. Choha was fuming, but Soryu told them Kinoshita technically was not breaking any rules. Their hands were tied, so they could not jump in and stop him. Standing in a storm of flames and power, Kinoshita noted that since the others cleared the path, their stamina was still maxed out. He bragged that the second stage would be a breeze. He stared at the massive blue barrier ahead, knowing the inner circle was right within reach. He called the whole thing a total cakewalk. Suddenly, lightning tore through the sky, and a voice screamed Kinoshita's name out loud. Kinoshita went pale. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he whipped his head around, totally rattled by someone calling him out. He demanded to know who said that. His squad went into a full panic, throwing their hands up and swearing it was not them. One guy stuttered that he was innocent. Another pointed back, saying the shout came from behind them. Suddenly, someone spotted the level 0 rookie. The crowd started whispering, parting like the Red Sea, to see who it was. Two shadows emerged from the distance, walking forward. Hearing it was a level 0, Kinoshita was stunned. No way it was them, but as the figures got closer, it was definitely Itsuki and Iberia. He recognized Itsuki instantly and yelled. Kinoshita stood frozen, eyes twitching as he realized his entire team had been wiped out. He gritted his teeth, thinking no level 0 and level 7 should have survived that many enemies. Then he smirked, telling himself Itsuki must have bribed them. Kinoshita leaned in with a death stare. He snarled, asking just how long this level 0 trash planned on following him around. The rain poured down on Itsuki and Iberia. Itsuki told Kinoshita he was staying right here until this whole thing was settled. Standing nearby, Iberia knew he only made it this far thanks to Itsuki. Every enemy was dropped in a heartbeat. Without him, Iberia would have been toast miles ago. Kinoshita just waved his hand dismissively. He said he was too busy to get his hands dirty, but he would find some playmates for them. Kinoshita's eyes flashed red. He ordered his men to take Itsuki out. The armed goons stepped forward, ready for blood. One guy mocked Itsuki for being a level 0 punk. Another said he had balls for yelling at the boss and promised to teach him some respect. Another laughed, promising to show them hell. Iberia's jaw dropped as he counted the crowd. Over 100 guys. He asked, voice shaking, what the plan was. Itsuki grabbed him by the hood and yanked him down, telling him to stay low. Iberia just stared, completely lost and confused. Blue lightning ripped through the mob before they could blink. Itsuki was a blur. He reached Kinoshita and snatched him from behind in a flash. Kinoshita's face froze as lightning coiled around his neck. Before anyone could move, Itsuki yanked him off the ground and slammed him down with pure power. Before Iberia could even process what was happening, Itsuki launched him toward the blue barrier like a projectile. Both Iberia and Kinoshita hit the dirt, looking totally bewildered. Itsuki stepped toward Kinoshita and said it seemed like he had not been clear enough. He corrected himself, telling Kinoshita and his goons that until this was over, absolutely nobody was going a single inch. That cold stare made the whole crowd freeze. Inside the inner zone, Saya collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. A screen showed she finished in 4th place. She complained that the guys with the red ribbons teamed up to sabotage and block them again. Beside her, Rikaru was flat on his back, catching his breath. His screen showed 5th place. He said if they had gone solo, they would have been finished. Rikaru looked up, stunned. He thought they were moving fast, but realized there were people out there way faster than them. This massive dude with a giant hammer was looming close. Name's Ubo Gale, rank 3. He clicked his tongue, clearly pissed off about 3rd place. At his feet, a cat-eared girl lazily stretched out. That's Akagami Shion, rank 2. A little kitten on her back let out a wide yawn. Shion complained about being hungry again right after eating. Typical. Then, they both glanced at the girl across the room. Hanukana, the number 1. She sat there totally chill, draped in a cloak. Rumor was she hit level 16 already. Watching them, Saya couldn't help but think about Itsuki. She knew he'd go solo, especially if someone blocked him. Suddenly, Rikuru pointed up, totally panicking. Someone was literally flying straight toward them. She looked up, eyes going wide at the sky. A man came crashing down, hitting the dirt hard. The system notification popped up, rank 6 has arrived. It was Iberia. He scrambled up, shouting Itsuki's name like his life depended on it. Saya and Rikuru both heard him loud and clear. Rikuru stared, stunned. Did that guy just say Itsuki? Saya looked over, nodding. Yeah, she heard the same thing. No mistake about it. Looking out into the arena, they spotted a lone figure standing in the pouring rain. Saya recognized the posture immediately. It was him. It was Itsuki. Cut to Itsuki. He stood his ground in the heavy rain, repeating his warning. Until they finally settled this, he wasn't letting a single soul leave. Back in the control room, Instructor Soria watched the drama. He noted that the rookie was just one step away from hitting the internal zone. Why was he so obsessed with Kinoshita Reiji? Meanwhile, Chuha watched Itsuki, her face practically screaming with worry. Sweat dripped down her face as she watched the scene unfold. Instructor Soria turned to Heighten and calmly told him to jump in if things got too dangerous for Itsuki. But Heighten's eyes went wide. He whispered the name Tenma Itsuki, still processing how fast the kid had moved just a few seconds ago. He realized he probably couldn't have pulled that off at that age. Out in the rain, Kinoshita was absolutely losing his mind with rage. He snapped, yelling that Itsuki kept getting in his way. He told the kid he better get ready for what was coming. He looked up, his voice dropping an octave. This isn't just a fight, he growled. This is going to be a total beatdown. A massive squad of fighters stepped out through the rain, eyes glowing red as they circled Itsuki. Kinoshita barked that this was a 100-on-1 beatdown. As the rain hit his face, Itsuki's eyes went cold. The exams didn't matter. His only priority now was getting payback for what happened to Choka. Across the field, Kinoshita's eyes turned bloodshot. He pointed forward and screamed for everyone to kill Itsuki right now. In a flash, dozens of fighters charged. Lightning and flames clashed everywhere as the entire battlefield descended into absolute chaos. One guy, literally dripping with fire, lunged ahead. He yelled for the others to back off because Itsuki's head belonged to him and him alone. Flames swirled around his arms as he launched a C-rank fire punch straight at Itsuki. But the kid didn't move. He just reached out and caught that fiery fist with his bare hand. The fire user froze, totally stunned. A second later, Itsuki landed a massive punch to his face, slamming him into the dirt with insane force. Done in one move, the ground cracked from the impact, leaving the other fighters standing there in shock. Someone yelled in disbelief that their buddy got smoked in just one hit. Another tried to stay cool, saying they had the numbers and there was no way a level 0 was beating them all today. More voices chimed in, telling the group to swarm him. Itsuki just stood there as they prepared to charge. He whispered the word perfect as a system window popped up. He'd successfully blocked a C-rank fire skill using Black Wall, boosting his defense by a solid 10%. Itsuki raised his clawed arm, fire swirling around him. He told them he was going to end this little joke right now. The fire lotus in his hand glowed. System. Lotus burst activated. Flames wrapped around his entire body, spinning like a tornado. Then Itsuki clapped and a massive explosion erupted. The fire blasted out like a shockwave, knocking everyone off their feet and sending bodies flying across the arena. The dust cleared, and everyone stared at the scorched earth. Rikuru was shaking like a leaf as he looked at the wreckage. He stuttered, asking if that crazy attack was actually Itsuki. Behind him, Saya was speechless. Gaku rushed over, demanding to know what just went down. Shion just petted her cat, saying Michonne could swallow a blast that size easily. She acted like the massive explosion was basically nothing to worry about at all. Nearby, Kana sat quietly with her sword. Her face was totally unreadable as sparks drifted through the air. In the control room, Soria was losing it. He yelled that a level 0 just caused that explosion. He couldn't wrap his head around how a low rank could have that much raw power. What really broke his brain was Itsuki using skills that weren't even in his class. Instructor Heighten was just as stunned as everyone else. Chawa couldn't believe it. She had no idea Itsuki knew a massive area of effect skill. Thinking back to the wasteland, his insane confidence finally made perfect sense now. She watched him, wondering how many secret weapons he was hiding. Back on the field, Itsuki was looking totally unfazed. His suit was shredded, and fire glowed around his claws. He figured 30% of his power should probably be enough for this. Since these guys were humans, he told himself to take it easy. No killing. Kinoshita stared at the absolute carnage, smoke rising from the shattered and broken ground. He looked right at Kinoshita and told him he was the only one left. Kinoshita started sweating buckets, totally panicking now. He yelled that 100 people just got wiped out in a second. "Why are you only coming for me?" he screamed. Itsuki walked through the smoke. He threw Kinoshita's own words back at him. He was the one who started this mess and seriously hurt his friend. "Now," Itsuki said, "it's time to give that pain right back to you." Furious, Kinoshita let out a huge blast of purple lightning. He flexed as the heir to the big-shot Konoshita family, claiming every single stage around here was his personal playground. He bragged that those family karma stones let him hit levels normal people could only dream of without ever touching a monster. Raising a hand crackling with power, he screamed that he and Itsuki weren't even in the same league. He was definitely going to finish him off right there. Purple lightning surged as he dropped his B-rank skill, Purple Lightning Cannon. But right then, Itsuki's system finally kicked into gear. It caught the skill, and over Mimesis began the copy process. Analysis hit 1%. Lightning blasted toward Itsuki, but he just sidestepped it. He moved like a bolt of lightning, burying a fist deep into Kinoshita's gut. The guy hit the dirt, looking absolutely stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around a level 0 moving that fast. His ego vanished, replaced by pure terror. He was totally cooked. Panicking, he shrieked for help, calling for 40. A bald dude with glowing red eyes charged into the arena to save his hide. He knew he was breaking the rules, but he didn't give a damn. He had to step in. Seeing him, Kinoshita yelled that 40 was a level 35 awakened and ordered him to rip Itsuki into tiny little pieces. Up in the control room, Commander Nento signaled Hayton. Hayton just gave a sharp, wicked grin, nodded, and said he was on it. Rain hammered the arena as Itsuki's magic detection went off. He could feel something coming his way. Someone was hauling tail toward him. His screen popped up again, showing the analysis was sitting at 19%. Before Itsuki could even react, he realized he wasn't facing just one guy. There were more. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the sky, slamming right onto Kinoshita's bodyguard, 40, with massive force. Dust exploded everywhere, but Itsuki just stood there, eyes sharp and focused. His face didn't show a hint of emotion. He watched the new threat closely, then realized it was Instructor Hitten sitting casually on top of Kinoshita's bodyguard. Without even looking back, he just told Itsuki to keep moving forward. Itsuki turned toward Kinoshita, wreathed in glowing purple sparks. He looked down at the shaking coward and told him it looked like his backup was officially out of commission. Kinoshita saw him and panicked. He started stuttering and begging, yapping about his dad being the North District 4 administrator and his brother being in the Salvation League. Drenched in sweat, he warned that touching him would be a huge mistake. Before he could finish, a long, painful scream ripped through the air. A second later, Kinoshita was face down on the pavement, totally out cold. As the rain fell, Itsuki walked away, his coat flapping in the breeze. He glanced up at the control room and whispered that the debt to Chuha was finally paid in full. Inside the room, Choha watched him and blushed, realizing he'd actually done all of that just for her. Instructor Soria was shocked Itsuki actually took down Kinoshita Reiji, but he couldn't figure out why the kid was suddenly staring their way. Meanwhile, the system window showed the analysis was at 99%. He figured if he paused it now, he could reset his stats once during the next round. He stopped the analysis right before it finished. Suddenly, from inside the facility, Saya shouted Itsuki's name. Itsuki froze the second he heard her. His eyes went wide as he recognized that voice. He turned slowly toward the sound and whispered her name. Saya. He saw her standing there with Rukuru and Ibaria. Saya was out in the rain, clutching her arm as the cold wind bit at her. She looked up and softly begged him to hurry inside. She told him he'd catch a cold if he stayed out there. As Itsuki stepped inside, Saya gave him a gentle smile and said it had been a while. Standing right in front of her was Itsuki, who had officially finished in 7th place for this round. Suddenly, Rokoro and Iberia charged at Itsuki, yelling his name. Rokoro was half crying, calling him a jerk out of pure frustration and relief that he was okay. They both tackled him with hugs, crying about how glad they were he was safe. But when they realized they were both hugging him, they started glaring. Rokoro demanded to know who this guy thought he was, crying all over Itsuki. Iberia just pointed at himself, totally confused, asking who he meant. Iberia grinned and raised a fist, declaring himself Itsuki's partner. Hearing that, Rikuru flipped out, yelling that Itsuki never mentioned teaming up with anyone. He straight up called him a traitor. Saya watched them, surprised, while Itsuki just stood there quietly. Soria figured it was pretty rare for Itsuki to actually make friends. Meanwhile, Iberia and Rikuru started bickering. Iberia asked how Itsuki was a traitor and if Rikuru had even been in a duo with him. He demanded to know their official team name. Rikuru snapped back, asking why a name even mattered since they weren't kids. Then he asked if those two actually had a name themselves. Iberia puffed his chest out and said of course they did. Rukuru told him to spill it, while Itsuki, watching from the sidelines, whispered for Iberia to just shut up. But Iberia's eyes sparkled as he proudly announced their team name, Double I. He insisted it took a ton of work to come up with that one. Hearing that, Rukuru hit the floor laughing, wheezing that Double I sounded totally lame. Iberia got heated and shouted that it was a great name. Right then, Instructor Soria stepped onto the platform. He announced that 500 people had made it, and anyone who hadn't arrived was officially disqualified. He said round 2 was starting soon. In the second stage, they'd have to fight disaster beasts solo in the trial grounds for 1 hour. Rukuru got pumped, shouting that it was finally time to get serious. But Iberia looked absolutely horrified when he realized he had to go through the second level all by himself. A huge grin spread across Instructor Heighten's face now that the second stage was here. He'd been waiting for this. He looked at the top 7 participants, wondering what they were made of. These 7 were Kana in first place, and Shion, who took the second place spot. Gaku held third place, Saya took fourth, Rikuru was fifth, Iberia hit sixth, and Itsuki secured the 7th spot in the rankings. A bit later, a massive metal structure stood in the center, with crowds gathering from every direction. Itsuki and his crew started heading toward the main entrance. Rikuru looked up and asked if the second round was happening inside. Iberia just muttered that the place felt super gloomy and creepy. Rikuru asked Itsuki why he was still stuck at level 0 after all this time. Was his level really frozen there? Itsuki just gave a quiet nod. He wondered how Itsuki got so powerful with 0 stat growth. Iberia jumped in, dying to know why this level 0 dude was such a beast. He wondered how Itsuki got so powerful with 0 stat growth. Iberia jumped in, dying to know why this level 0 dude was such a beast. Okuki looked away, mumbling that his master told him to keep quiet. Saya reminded them that order breaker skills are basically top-secret government files. She told Okuki to ignore the noise. Suddenly, the big shots showed up. The instructors, Commander Nento, and Chuha were marching straight toward them. They looked dead serious. Instructor Soria stepped up and asked if everyone was ready to go. Iberia froze, snapping his head around in total shock. A bunch of legendary figures were standing right there on the main stage. A whisper rippled through the crowd. That guy in front was Fujihara Soryu, the legend who runs the national tournament every year. People pointed out Hiton Akira next to him, a war veteran with the ultimate physique. Then there was the masked man, the legendary Izumi Nento himself. The crowd went wild, realizing these guys were all icons. Instructor Soria stepped forward, telling everyone to listen up because he was explaining the rules for Stage 2. He explained that different disaster beasts would spawn in the trial zone. Your kill points would depend on how hard they were to beat. A screen popped up with the numbers. 1,000 points for a hard-class beast. Then, the full chart flashed before their eyes. Beginner 100, normal 500, hard 1,000. Nightmare class is a massive 5,000 points. After every kill, you get a 1-minute breather. Then you are forced to move up to the next difficulty level immediately. Gaku gripped his staff and smirked like a pro. He bragged about going straight for Nightmare class while his status window popped up. This was Gaku, a level 13 human elementalist with a grade 2 earth gift. The rest of his stats were hidden. Suddenly, Itsuki stepped up. In a low voice, he said he had a question. The other contestants started whispering and pointing at him. They made fun of him for being level 0. How did this loser even pass stage 1? They laughed, saying he definitely got carried through. They joked that since stage 2 was solo combat, he was probably shaking in his boots and looking for an exit. Soria looked down from the stage and told him to speak his mind. Itsuki looked up and calmly asked if Nightmare was the absolute ceiling. That question caught everyone off guard. Soria and Hiton both looked shocked, though Hiton seemed interested. Down in the crowd, the trash talk didn't stop. They said he was just acting tough. A level 0 against a Nightmare class beast? He would be dead in a heartbeat. Others laughed, saying he couldn't even handle a beginner beast. Some guy clicked his tongue, calling him trash who talks way too big. Soria explained that technically, there is no limit to how hard things can get. He told them they would understand after beating a Nightmare class beast. Itsuki's face went dark as he repeated those words. No upper limit. This was about to get interesting. Rikuru told Itsuki that thinking about that was pointless. Nightmare class needs at least level 10, and hard class is already a huge challenge. Soria kept explaining rules. He said preliminary points carry over to the main event. Basically, how they do today determines if they ever make it into the Salvation League. Hearing that these points counted for the main tournament got Rikuru super hyped. He was practically vibrating with energy. But Iberia got twitchy, knowing he had to use his secret weapon. Itsuki just watched. He remembered Tai Jin's record of 115,000 points. To beat that record, Itsuki knew he had to crush this opportunity right now. Finally, the order was given to start. The instructor shouted for everyone to enter the arena. His voice echoed through the dome. The second stage of the preliminaries had officially started. Itsuki stepped into the massive arena. He noticed the trial grounds looked pretty much like any other regular stage he had seen. Suddenly, glowing red eyes glared from the shadows. A second later, disaster beasts charged out as a system window flashed their stats. Beginner class disaster beasts. 10 mad dogs of calamity at level 1. Taking them all down would net him 100 points. Itsuki squared up, excited to finally get his hands on some disaster beasts. Suddenly, a blue notification light flashed all around him. Black Wall was active. He dashed forward, knowing these low-level scrubs wouldn't help his stats. He needed to end this fight in a heartbeat. Back in the control room, Soria checked the monitors. He asked if Hitten was busy stalking Itsuki's progress on the screen again. He wanted to check on the Hanyu girls' fight too, but Hitten just stared at the screen with a wide, creepy grin. He claimed Itsuki was way more entertaining. Suddenly, he pointed at the screen, yelling for Soria to look at what was happening. Soria looked confused, asking if things really had to be this dramatic every time. Meanwhile, on the field, Itsuki moved like lightning. In literally 1 second, he sliced through the entire pack. The system popped up, 1 second elapsed, 100 points earned. Boom! In the control room, Soria stared at the screen, totally stunned. He mumbled that a clear like that usually takes minutes. Hitten just laughed, reminding him that he called it Itsuki is built different. Soria argued that anyone strong can one-shot level 1 dogs if they try. But the next round is level 8. One-shotting something that beefy should be physically impossible for any normal student. A giant red salamander dripping with flames spawned in. The system identified it as a level 8 beast worth 500 points. Itsuki stepped forward with a deadpan expression. In the control room, everyone held their breath. Instructor Soria noted that fighting a beast 8 levels higher is a total nightmare for anyone, but Hitten just shrugged, saying that level 8 salamander looked like a joke. Commander Nento stepped up from behind and asked how the other trainees were holding up. Soria apologized for his tunnel vision and flipped on the multi-screen view to track the top 10. Beside him, Cho narrowed her eyes, knowing her dad was just trying to distract everyone from Itsuki's insane play. Soria scanned his monitor and calmly pointed out that most of these guys were still stuck fighting low-level mobs. On the feed, Soria blasted a beast with a water vortex while Gaku absolutely leveled one with his massive hammer. Soria kept watching and realized Hanyu Kana was the only one even close to keeping pace with Itsuki. Kana stood her ground as monsters swarmed, her staff glowing while she pushed them back. But as the screens shifted, Choha caught a glimpse of Itsuki and her heart dropped. Her face went pale as she screamed that Itsuki was in trouble. Right then, a massive fire blast from the salamander completely swallowed him whole on the battlefield. The inferno roared as the beast let loose. Back in the control room, Instructor Soria was losing his mind. He worried Itsuki had burned through his stamina and couldn't dodge. He yelled that taking a hit like that is suicide and called for medics, but Hitten blocked him with a single arm. He just told Soria to shut up and watch for a second longer. Given the speed Itsuki showed before, dodging a blast like that should have been child's play. As the smoke cleared on the battlefield, Itsuki emerged encased in pitch-black ice armor. A system notification pinged, confirming Black Wall was active. A split second later, he charged straight ahead. Blue fire flared as he swung his arm, sending 2 glowing arcs of pure power slicing right through the beast. The monster's massive frame shuddered as a clean slice appeared across its scales, splitting it wide open. Itsuki just stood there, smoke curling off his shoulders. A system window flashed in front of him, showing he finished in 5 seconds and banked 500 points. Back in the booth, Soria stared at the screen, totally floored. He yelled out, wondering how Itsuki didn't have a scratch on him and if that ice armor was full body. Hitten narrowed his eyes, wondering why Itsuki chose to tank the hit instead of just ending the fight instantly. Another ping. He just blocked a C-rank fire skill with Black Wall, and his defense stat jumped by 10%. Itsuki glanced at the alert, thinking he had to milk every opportunity to boost his stats to the max. A blue screen flickered next to him, updating his stats. His defense was now 484. Then, his full status window popped open. It read, Tenma Itsuki, Human, Level 0 Fixed, Job, Order Breaker, Gift, Nirvana, Rank, Nirvana, Special Grade, Skills, Over Mimesis, Z Rank, Thunderbreaker Level 1, Black Wall Level 2, Lotus Burst Level 1, Clear Orb Level 1, Magic Detection Level 1, and Shikigami Eater Level 1, Attack 310, Agility 341, Thunderbreaker Boost 10%. Total, 1395 points. Then a countdown appeared. 58 seconds of break time left. There was a skip button. Itsuki reached out and tapped yes. He wanted to see how his new defense held up against the next monster. In the booth, the instructors watched the next round start. Heighten asked Soria if this level was going to test a rookie's speed and combat IQ. Soria nodded. Out on the field, the next threat spawned a glowing blue monster known as an Aleki Rhino. Soria explained that the rhino charges electricity in its horn, prepping to blast someone with a double physical lightning strike. A status window confirmed it was a hard-class level 10 Aleki Rhino, worth 1,000 kill points. Soria warned that tanking this hit head-on was risky. Without enough defense, that horn would go right through you, and low lightning resistance meant getting paralyzed and left wide open. Soria explained that there was really only one way to take down an Alechi Rhino. You have to outrun it, use clever movements to tire the beast out, and only strike when it is totally gassed. But then, Soria's eyes went wide. He leaned forward, totally shocked, asking what Itsuki was thinking. Inside the arena, Itsuki just stood there in front of the beast. He reached out and actually grabbed the glowing horn. Itsuki checked it out and said it was perfect for testing his new defense. The rhino was not a fan of being touched. It let out a heavy breath, sparks rippling across its body as it geared up to charge. Energy surged through its horn. A second later, the rhino slammed Itsuki with its thunder horn, launching him straight toward the ceiling. The impact sent Tenma flying as energy swirled around him. Chulsha saw him falling and screamed his name in a total panic. Heighten watched silently, noting that Itsuki always did the unexpected, yet somehow, he always delivered insane results. A massive boom shattered the roof as Itsuki hit it, but he was fine. A window popped up. He just absorbed a C-rank lightning skill, boosting his agility by 5%. Itsuki crouched in the rubble of the roof and noted that his little experiment was officially done. Anything below level 10 couldn't even leave a scratch anymore. With his eyes glowing red, he looked up and declared it was time to end this. Lightning surged around Itsuki as the system announced that Thunderbreaker was officially activated. His speed skyrocketed as agility jumped 50%, launching him forward like a bolt of blue lightning. The rhino braced itself, its horn crackling with power. Itsuki's sphere of lightning tore through the arena. Before the rhino could even blink, Itsuki's insane speed completely overwhelmed it. One flash, one strike. The lightning sphere hits, and Itsuki is already standing over that dead rhino. He slammed an icy fist right into the beast's skull. Mist swirls as the screen pops up. 7 seconds flat. 1,000 points in the bag. In the booth, Instructor Heighten is losing his mind. He cannot believe this kid cleared everything in under 15 seconds. That is insane. He chuckles, admitting Itsuki is way faster than he ever was. Plus, the kid looks like he is barely even trying yet. Then Instructor Soria gets serious. He whispers that whatever is coming next is on a whole different level of pain. Razor claws shred anything in their path. Iron chains fly out while a massive jaw opens up to swallow the world whole. That monster is wrapped in thick, organic armor. Soria explains that only the most savage disaster beasts carry gear like that. This is the big boss of the qualifiers. Every single rookie here wants a piece of this thing. A notification pops up. It is a nightmare-class disaster beast, Level 15 Inferno Giant. 5,000 points if you kill it. The giant lunges forward, chains clanking against its skin. Itsuki just raises a hand as purple energy starts to swirl around his palm. The system pings as his clear orb skill kicks in. A second later, a beam of dark energy blasts the giant dead center. The blast shreds right through the monster. Itsuki drops his hand, totally chill, while a new window floats in front of him. Level 15 Inferno Giant down. Clear orb speed just jumped 200%. Back in the booth, the instructors and Commander Nento are literally frozen in shock. Their jaws hit the floor while watching the monitors. The giant is nothing but scrap now, and Itsuki is just standing there like it was nothing. Another alert. The clear orb is now hitting 9 meters per second. That is a 900% speed boost. Talk about a buff. Itsuki's face takes over the big screen. He tells the higher-ups that he is ready to crush the next stage right now. Soria can barely process a nightmare-class giant getting one shot. Suddenly, another window flashes as Itsuki deletes yet another monster from the map. 3 seconds on the clock. 5,000 more points in the bank. He is on a roll. Elsewhere, a red-eyed beast goes for a bite, but a massive surge of blue energy blasts it into oblivion. The system confirms that a C-rank skill called Water Bullet was used to finish it off. That was all Sia. She walks forward with her hand shaped like a pistol, water spinning around her fingers like a deadly liquid vortex. She figures if she takes out the last two, she is moving up to normal class. Her status screen hovers nearby, showing her progress. Beginner class is 80% done. Meanwhile, Gaku is squaring up with a monster, flames licking the air as he talks a big game. He says since the other guy skipped his break, he is going to beat him to the normal class. His progress bar is still at 0%. Meanwhile, Hanyukana stands on a dead beast, glowing with that bright green magic of hers. She mentions needing to recharge her mana before the next fight. Her screen says she is already 100% done with normal class. A loud announcement cuts through. Nightmare class cleared. 21 seconds. Rank 1. Sia is the first one to hear it and freak out. She knows it has to be Itsuki. Gaku is losing it, screaming about how anyone could be faster than him. He wonders if it was Hanyu. Hanyu stays quiet, just staring off into the distance. Over on the other side, Itsuki stands on shattered ground and points ahead. He tells the proctors to hurry up and move things along. Back in the booth, Soria is just staring at the screen, totally stunned. He cannot wrap his head around that level 15 giant being one shot. How did he pierce that armor? And what the hell is that black sphere? Heighten just grins and tells Soria to crank up the difficulty. He wants to see exactly how far this kid can push it. Nightmare Class Phase 2 is a go. 2 level 15 giants are spawning this time. That is a fat 10,000 points on the line. Itsuki looks up as 2 massive monsters loom over him. He figured they would do something, but they just doubled the enemies. Both giants roar and charge, becoming blurs of motion. Itsuki just watches them, totally bored. He lifts his hand and figures he should delete one of them while they are still busy screaming. Purple energy coils around his arm as he gets ready. The clear orb glows and slams the first giant down. The system confirms the level 15 kill. Plus, the orb's flight speed just got another 200% speed boost. Another window shows the orb is hitting 11 meters per second. That brings the total speed boost to 1100%. Back in the booth, Soria is losing it again. He screams that it was another one-shot. He is desperate to know what that weird sphere actually is. He wonders if there is even a limit to how many of those things he can summon. Heighten steps forward, eyes glued to the monitor. He admits the skill is insanely strong, but he warns there is one massive flaw that could ruin everything. Soria looks over and asks what he means. Meanwhile, on the field, the last Inferno giant slams down right in front of Itsuki. Dust flies everywhere as the beast roars with glowing red eyes. Itsuki watches it charge and whispers that this thing is faster than anything he has fought before. In the booth, Heighten explains that people always think Inferno giants are slow just because they are massive. They could not be more wrong. Soria asks what he is getting at, but Heighten just watches. Right then, Itsuki makes his move and steps toward the beast. Purple energy coils around his arm as he takes aim. His eyes flash, and dark energy cracks the ground. The system pings. Clear orb skill is now active. Itsuki let it rip. At that exact second, the Inferno Giant lunged, chains rattling as red fire burned inside its skull. Meanwhile, Instructor Heighten broke down the giant's stats. These freaks don't have any magic, but their physical attributes are off the charts. Total powerhouses. Even with those massive bodies, they're built for speed. Right on cue, the giant blurred to the side, dodging Itsuki's orb like it was nothing but a slow pitch. A glowing screen popped up. Inferno Giant, level 15. Zero magic, but all other stats are boosted by 25%. As its crazy high agility and defense flashed, Itsuki just stared, completely stunned. He couldn't believe a beast that big could move so fast. Back in the booth, Instructor Heighten started picking apart exactly what just went wrong. He noted Itsuki's attack hits hard but lacks real speed. Itsuki only won before by catching those giants while they were busy roaring and acting all tough. He said the kid's got instinct, but if he can't make that orb fly faster, he's hit a dead end. He won't make it any further. Right then, the Inferno Beast lunged at Itsuki, putting every ounce of its insane power into a punch. The giant's fist connected with insane power, sending Itsuki flying like a cannonball across the field. He slammed into the dirt with a massive explosion. Dust flew everywhere as shockwaves ripped through the cracked earth. Itsuki crawled out of the wreckage, looking surprisingly chill. He realized that at mid-range, he could actually see that monster's heavy hits coming and still dodge them. From the booth, Instructor Soria pointed out that Itsuki fired even though he knew he'd miss. That meant he was out of options, but Instructor Heighten wasn't buying it. If he's really cooked, why is he smiling? Lightning flickered across Itsuki's face as he grinned, blood dripping down his cheek. He had to admit the monster's speed was actually pretty decent. Then he decided to just get close and end things his way. Itsuki bolted, and a blue screen flickered to life right in front of him. Thunderbreaker activated. Lightning tore through the ground as an explosion rocked the field. He rocketed upward like a blue streak, trailing sparks and raw electricity. The giant tracked him as he ascended. It wound up a massive, swirling fist and swung with everything it had, aiming right for his head. The punch hit like a meteor, sending massive shockwaves across the field. In the control room, Choa gasped, covering her mouth as her eyes filled with pure terror. Instructor Soria stared at the feed, his voice shaky. He yelled that this attack was way beyond anything those rhinos could do. If Itsuki took that hit, he was finished. He shouted to call the rescue team now, but Commander Nento told him to hold his horses. Soria couldn't believe his ears. Meanwhile, Instructor Heighten kept his eyes on the screen and spoke with total chill. He said the beast has raw power, but power is useless if you can't hit your target. The monster lifted its metal fist, but there was zero blood. The giant stared at the empty crater, chains clinking as its red eyes glowed. It looked around, totally confused about where Itsuki went. Then a voice called out from behind, telling the beast he was right here. The monster spun around, jaw dropping in total shock. Its eyes widened as it realized Itsuki had slipped behind it without making a sound. Before the beast could even blink, Itsuki's orb ripped straight through its thick neck. Purple energy sprayed everywhere. High up, Itsuki hovered as lightning and a violet aura swirled around his body. He looked down at the dying beast with fierce, ice-cold focus. The Inferno Giant went down hard, its massive frame hitting the dirt. Chains shattered and its body shook before finally going completely still. Notifications popped up everywhere. Inferno Giant, level 15, confirmed defeated. Clear orb flight speed boosted by 200%. Itsuki landed softly in the smoke, his eyes glowing as he checked out the dead giant. More screens flashed. Clear orb flight speed has increased by a massive 1300%. Another message appeared. Time used 12 seconds. 10,000 points earned. Everyone in the control room was watching in total silence. Chua cheered, shouting that Itsuki actually pulled it off. Instructor Soria joked that he had never seen her this hyped before. Immediately, Chua turned a deep shade of red. She stammered that she was just worried about everyone staying safe. If the next generation of heroes dies out, humanity is basically doomed. Think of the families. She just wanted everyone to live. Plus, she insisted that Itsuki's win over that giant wasn't even cool. Like, at all. She said she would react that way for anyone, so nobody should get any weird ideas. Soria and Nento just stared at her in silence. Soria mumbled that Chua had definitely found her voice since the last time they hung out. Soria turned to Heighten and asked how on earth he knew Itsuki was going to dodge that. Heighten explained that Itsuki's normal speed is okay, but once he pumps electricity through his body, his agility hits a whole new level of insane. When he's moving like that, those giants can't touch him. Soria nodded, noting Itsuki took down 2 giants. But man, there were some seriously close calls in there. He had enough points to lock in first place, so most people would just quit. But Itsuki is aiming for the top. He wants to beat the strongest hero alive. Itsuki raised his hand, ready for more. He shouted that he wasn't going to stop for even a single second. A screen flashed in the air. Nightmare Class Phase 3. 3 Level 15 Inferno Giants. 15,000 points on the line. Suddenly, 3 massive beasts appeared, their chains rattling as they surrounded him on all sides. Itsuki fired his clear orb. A purple beam rocketed toward the first giant's head, taking it out in one shot. Back in the booth, Heighten smirked. He said he knew all along the kid wouldn't walk away from a fight. Suddenly, Soria turned and asked Heighten if he had also made it all the way to Phase 4 on his very first try. Heighten just replied that he'd only been there once. Instructor Soria noted that even Heighten, with his tanky build, only hit Phase 3. They glued their eyes back to the screen, dying to see how far this Itsuki kid could actually push it. Out there, another massive giant charged, but Itsuki bolted forward like a bolt of blue lightning from his feet. The beast tried to snatch him up, but Itsuki pulled a disappearing act and popped up right behind it. He used Thunderbreaker to crank his speed, get on the monster's tail, and close the gap. It worked like a charm. He fired the orb, and the system flashed. Second kill in the bag. Another level 15 Inferno Giant bites the dust, and his orb speed jumps 200%. A second alert hits orb speed is now 17 meters per second. That is a 1700% speed boost. After wrecking the second one, Itsuki hovered there, gasping for air. No time to chill, though, because the third monster was already breathing down his neck, lurking right behind him in the smoke. It unhinged its massive jaw, showing off rows of glowing red, blade-like teeth before swallowing Itsuki in one single gulp. Its eyes bled with bloodlust as the sound of snapping bones filled the air. The monster stood tall, thinking the fight was over, but Itsuki was still kicking inside that thing. His eyes glowed red with pure rage. Flames licked his arms as he screamed that he was going to rip this thing apart from the inside. A system alert popped up. Lotus Burst was now firing at 100% output. A massive blast of fire exploded inside the giant's throat. It let out a twisted, agonizing roar as flames punched through its mouth, followed by one hell of a massive explosion. System check. Inferno Giant level 15, deleted by Lotus Burst. Skill range increased by 1%, now sitting at 110%. Another results window popped up right after that. Time to kill 13 seconds. Total points 15,000. Itsuki stood alone on the scorched earth, wrapped in smoke and melted rock. Back at base, Instructor Soria could not pull his eyes away from the screen, totally stunned by it. He whispered that this was the same crazy skill that wiped out a ton of players in Stage 1. On the field, Itsuki let out a weak breath. He muttered that his magic was tapped out. The system showed 0 out of 310 power left. Itsuki stood over the charred ground, checking his stats. He knew that as long as these disaster beasts kept coming, his magic detection passive would keep his tank from hitting empty. His magic detection was level 1. Every time he spotted an enemy, he got a 10% magic refill. Suddenly, a pack of Inferno Giants showed up. Nightmare Class Phase 4 kicks off with 4 level 15 giants. Bounty is 20,000 points. As the monsters closed in, Itsuki's magic jumped back up to 124. He got 31 points per beast, With 4 targets locked, his magic stats instantly recovered by 40%. In the booth, the instructors were glued to the feed. Soria said Phase 4 was live, and if Itsuki survived, he would officially beat Hayden's old record. Hayden just gave a simple yeah and added that outside of humanity's heavy hitter, Tewa, nobody clears this. He said it would be interesting to see how long Itsuki could hold out before the timer hit 0. On the field, Itsuki blurred forward with electricity trailing behind. He realized that every time his orb got faster, its accuracy got way better too. This changed everything for the next round. He figured if he bumped the speed a few more times, he wouldn't even need to get close to the monsters. Another giant swung through the storm. Purple lightning danced on Itsuki's hand as he focused, knowing his magic was low. He couldn't miss a single shot. No mistakes. He charged forward, buried in energy. Dark lightning coiled around his arm as he aimed the spinning orb in his palm. But before he could fire, an inferno beast with glowing red eyes lunged, cutting him off before he could move. Its metallic jaws were wide open, and chains rattled as it lunged forward, grabbing Itsuki's hand with terrifying, bone-crushing strength. Another monster crawled up beside it, both of them towering over him. Itsuki's eyes went wide. He had totally forgotten those chains. The beast snapped its head back, pulling the chains tight across its armored face as it let out a roar. Itsuki got yanked by the chains, but as he zipped past the monster at high speed, he tried to hit it with purple energy. The beast shifted slightly and dodged the whole attack. The beast swung back with a violent punch, hitting exactly where Itsuki had been standing seconds ago. Its massive armored hand pinned Itsuki down. He struggled underneath, his body getting crushed against the cracked earth. Then the giant tightened its grip, lifting him up as dust and trash flew everywhere. Its claws dug into his torso, squeezing the life out. Itsuki was in a bad spot. He couldn't get any leverage to fight back. A sickening crack echoed as the giant twisted its grip. A skeletal view of Itsuki flashed, showing his bones snapping under the pressure. The giant then slammed him into the dirt. The impact shattered the ground, sending stone shards flying. He lay in the crater, blood soaking his clothes while smoke rose. Both his arms and legs were completely snapped. Back in the booth, Soria lost it, shouting for Hayden to go help. Hayden just watched the screen, looking worried sick. Sweat poured down his face as he stared. He whispered that this had to be Itsuki's limit. A memory hit him just like Itsuki. He had collapsed at this exact same spot years ago. Determined, Hayden turned away from the screen. He said he was going in to help right now, but before he could bolt, someone told him to hold on. It was Commander Nento, eyes glued to the screen. He said Itsuki wasn't finished. Hearing that, Soria stepped up. He told the commander that now was not the time for some motivational speech. Choha agreed, saying if they didn't move fast, the kid was dead. Hayden said the situation was desperate, but Commander Nento didn't even blink. His eyes locked onto the screen. He spoke with absolute confidence, saying he could tell Tenma still had one final trump card in his pocket. Soria looked stunned, asking how he could possibly know. Commander Nento just whispered it's all about the eyes. Then we zoom right in on Itsuki. Those eyes were glowing like fire. Nento knew those weren't the eyes of a dead man. Itsuki stood there, bleeding out, while that massive blue ghost linga haunted his every thought. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit just to get strong enough to crush the monster that killed his parents. Right then, a system window popped up. Mimesis was back online and crunching the data. See, back when he fought Kinoshita, Mimesis triggered after taking that B-rank lightning cannon hit. But Itsuki had pulled the plug on the scan at the very last second. The progress bar was stuck at 99% when Itsuki hit the pause button. Now the scan finally hit 100%. Blue energy surged around Itsuki as he floated up. He looked cool as hell, saying he'd planned for this exact moment all along. A notification flashed: B-rank lightning cannon analysis complete. Thunderbreaker level 2 acquired. Choha started geeking out and pointing at the screen. She yelled that the Blue Lotus was back. Instructor Soria was losing his mind, asking if that flower was actually one of Itsuki's crazy skills. But honestly, He didn't see how a flower could help Itsuki when he was already half dead. Hiden looked over at Choha. She looked way too hyped, making him wonder if she knew something they didn't. A screen explained Tenma's new power, breaking down the active effects of Thunderbreaker Level 2. He could now tank any B rank or lower lightning attack. Then, he could dump that energy to boost his agility by 100%. Current count was 0.5. Plus, for every lightning hit he absorbed, his agility got a permanent 10% buff. He was already up 15%. Blue lightning was dancing all over him. His legs started glowing first, then his fists clenched as the power peaked. Another window popped up. Thunderbreaker Level 2 unlocked. All stats plus 20. Every debuff was gone. His wounds? Totally healed up. Those inferno beasts lunged at the Blue Lotus, but lightning exploded everywhere. Itsuki dragged himself off the ground, covered in glowing energy, and smacked their attacks away. He told them straight up the warm-up is officially over. It was go time. A status screen flickered beneath him, showing his attack, speed, defense, and magic jumping from 310 to 330 points each. His total score hit 1320. Instructor Soria was standing there with his jaw dropped. He couldn't believe Itsuki went from being a bloody mess to perfectly fine in seconds. He screamed that the healing was way better than what a pro healer could do. Between that and the insane area attacks, he had no clue how many broken skills Itsuki was actually hiding up his sleeve. Itsuki blurred into motion, hitting the inferno beasts with his clear orb before they could blink. A notification pinged on the HUD. 1 level 15 inferno giant down. The clear orb's flight speed just got a massive 200% speed boost. More flashes lit up the arena as another giant hit the dirt. The screen repeated, Inferno Giant defeated. Speed boosted by another 200%. As the last beast died, a massive pop-up appeared over the arena. Nightmare Class Phase 4 cleared. No sweat. Time taken? 31 seconds. Points earned? 20,000. Itsuki looked like a total boss as 2 more giants collapsed behind him. He yelled that he wasn't going to lose today, no matter how many monsters they threw at him. Then another giant got sniped by his purple beam. The system message popped up again. Another level 15 giant dead. Another 200% boost. Then another ping. The clear orb speed was now 27 meters per second. That's a 2,700% increase. Itsuki deleted another monster. Phase 5 of the Nightmare class popped up. He cleared it in 57 seconds and banked 25,000 points. Then another clear orb beam punched a hole straight through the back of a giant. A second later, that orb ripped through another inferno beast, splitting it from head to toe while chains exploded around it. The system chimed in Nightmare Class Phase 6 was officially in the bag. He did it in 1 minute 34 seconds, racking up 30,000 more points. Back in the control room, the staff and Commander Nento were speechless. Soria's eyes were nearly popping out of his head. The camera cut back to the field, and it was a total graveyard. Inferno beast corpses were stacked high like a twisted mountain. Soria whispered, asking if this was hell. Itsuki was just sitting there on a pile of bodies, chains on his arms, while giant claws loomed over him. Soria's voice was shaking. He wondered who the real monster was, Itsuki or the giants. Honestly, he was starting to lose track. Itsuki looked up, huffing and puffing with blood all over his gear. He stared at the camera and asked when the next round starts. He complained that no more giants were coming out. Soria just stared at the screen, totally stunned. He said this was impossible and he never saw this coming. Sweat was pouring down his face as he watched the carnage. He slowly reached out and slammed the big red button on the control panel. His voice was heavy as he keyed the mic. He told Itsuki the test was over. The announcement echoed across the arena. Soria told him that every single inferno giant they had in storage was already dead. Looking at the mountain of monster corpses, Soria told Itsuki he'd literally cleared the whole house. Hearing that, Itsuki finally dropped the chains. He was totally exhausted, beat up, and covered in scratches. He asked if he really finished them all. He reminded Soria that the instructor said this difficulty level had no cap. He stood up shaky, trying to count how many bodies he'd dropped. He wondered how many points he'd actually scored. He figured if he hit the limit, then the gap between him and Tuajin was finally closing. Striding forward, he saw he hit his other goal, that clear orb's flight speed was way up. Not a bad haul, honestly. A glowing panel popped up right then to show the results. It showed 11 level 15 Inferno Giants defeated, and that orb's flight speed jumped 1100%. A new alert showed the orb hitting 38 meters per second faster than a car. But just as he started to exit the training area, bright blue energy began swirling right behind him. Itsuki froze, staring straight ahead as light surged around him. A sharp glow flashed in his eyes as he turned his head, his face looking totally tense and alert. But once he saw it, he let out a breath, realizing there was zero threat. He muttered that he'd mistaken it for another enemy because it had totally slipped his mind. A massive, glowing crystal had formed right behind Itsuki. He checked out the floating blue crystal, knowing that since he couldn't level up, any experience from those monsters turned straight into karma stones. The massive rock just hung there, swirling with light. Back in the control room, the instructors were tripping. Soria asked why a karma stone was appearing in the trial area. That blue glow meant it held at least 10,000 experience points. Commander Nento explained that since Itsuki couldn't absorb experience, everything he earned in the trial just automatically turned into those karma stones. Hearing that, Heaton admitted he thought Itsuki's locked level was just some kind of act he was pulling. But now he got it, Itsuki really couldn't level up. Soria asked if that meant whenever Tenma teamed up for a stage, his partner would just snag every bit of the dropped experience. He added it was a relief Itsuki was born human. If he had been born a disaster beast instead, just thinking about it was absolutely terrifying. Back in the trial grounds, Itsuki grabbed that glowing blue karma stone. He held it close, the light shining in his eyes as he stared at it calmly. He put his hand on the massive metal door, saying he'd finished his business and it was time to bounce. The heavy door slowly started to slide open. Outside, Soria leaned in, totally hyped, telling the others that Itsuki was finally coming out. A glowing screen popped up over Itsuki as he walked through the exit, showing his stats. Tenma Itsuki preliminaries second stage clear. 106,600 points. Time 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank 1. Itsuki walked forward, covered in dust and blood. Soria rushed over to him. He said he'd seen Itsuki's performance with his own eyes and called the kid pure, raw potential. He told Itsuki to follow him, promising to find a mentor actually worthy of his skills. Itsuki said thanks for the offer, but he already had a teacher, so he was good. That made Soria frustrated, and he told Itsuki he just didn't get it. So what if the kid already had some teacher? He insisted that not just anyone was qualified to lead someone with Itsuki's talent. Tenma would be way better off following someone with real connections and resources. Itsuki said he was fine again. Heaton leaned in next to Soria and warned him that if he kept pushing, the kid was going to start hating him. But Soria wouldn't back off. He yelled that he couldn't just give up that easy, then told Heaton to talk some sense into the kid. He asked if they were really okay with letting someone waste all of Itsuki's talent. When Itsuki looked at Heaton, he recognized the guy who dealt with Kinoshitas' goons before. Heaton just brushed it off, saying he only judged people who broke the rules. He smiled and told Soria that since Itsuki was Izumi's disciple, there was no way he wasn't going to help the kid out. Soria froze in total shock. He asked Heaton what he'd just said. Whose student was he? Itsuki just thanked Heaton for everything he'd done in the past. Soria stiffened as he repeated the words back to himself. Itsuki was Commander Izumi Nento's student. The commander himself, standing right there, confirmed it with a confident smirk. Soria muttered that a totally out-of-spec kid had finally shown up, and of course, he turned out to be Izumi's star pupil. Itsuki looked at the commander and called him sensei. Nento stepped forward, praising the kid for his incredible performance. He asked if he was hurt and mentioned he could have Chua heal him up if necessary. Chuha blushed, telling her dad that Itsuki was so fired up for Phase 7 that there was no way he got hurt. Itsuki gave a weak smile, saying he was fine but exhausted. He said a quick rest was all he needed. Soria nodded, saying if Itsuki was Nento's student, it totally made sense why he could fight at this crazy level. He mentioned the kid had wiped out every single beast in the second stage. Itsuki then asked if Tenma had also managed to make it to Phase 6. Soria answered that Phase 4 used to be the max. They eventually bumped it to Phase 6, but even that doesn't seem like enough anymore. He suggested they might need to push it to Phase 8 next time. Commander Nento told Itsuki to just sit back and watch for a bit. Because, for all the other candidates, the second stage was just getting started. Inside the field, the screen focused on Rikuru. A notification popped up showing his hard class progress at 100%. Rikuru collapsed, muttering that his arms wouldn't even lift anymore. He muttered that nightmare class was just way too much. The screen showed the result: Horino Rikuru second stage challenge over. Time 17 minutes, 17 seconds. Points 1600. Then the screen switched to Saya, who also hit 100% on hard class progress. Saya held a massive water sphere with a beast trapped inside. She said she lacked high-power skills, so she was just trying to drown the monster in there. She admitted it was taking way too long and her mana was running dry. She whispered that the next difficulty might actually be impossible. An alert popped up showing her stats. Kisaragi Saya second stage challenge over. Time 19 minutes, 1 second. Points 1600. In the control room, Itsuki watched, noting both Rikuru and Saya had capped out at hard class. He figured they would get a bit further. Instructor Heighton told him not to assume everyone was as jacked as him. He said most scrubs couldn't even clear a normal class. Since Rikuru and Saya trashed that rhino so fast, they were basically guaranteed top 10. Itsuki then asked why they were still stuck in the field if their run was officially over. Instructor Soria explained that unless you're seriously hurt or things get weird, you stay put. Apparently, Itsuki was just a special case. Just then, Heighton looked up and said someone else hit nightmare class. On screen, Yuigaku was swinging a massive hammer with full force. Heighton noted that with a rare karma tool, Gaku should smash at least one inferno giant. Then the screen showed a silver-haired girl fighting a beast. Heighton said seeing that Shikigami user, Akagami Shion, make it this far was actually pretty hype. Suddenly, Shion screamed for her cat, Meshon. The cat leaped as Shion unleashed its final form. It turned into a massive black monster with burning eyes. The monster rose to its full size, towering over everything. Shion just stood there looking chill while the creature roared. The beast lunged with crazy power, going toe-to-toe with the Inferno beast. Their claws collided with total destructive force. Itsuki watched from the control room. He asked if Shikigami could actually morph. He asked Shuha if her Tamacho could do that too. She just said no, explaining it was her first time seeing a spirit pull a transformation like that. She said Shikigami were all different and totally mysterious. She warned him to watch his back if he runs into other users. Itsuki watched and admitted Shikigami were low-key cracked. He thought about that black dog he took from Charles. He had been ignoring it, but now he decided to give it all his XP. He looked down and figured since Seiya and Rikuru were done, it was over. No point hanging around anymore. He was ready to bounce, but then he saw something on the screen that stopped him cold. It was Iberia. He was glowing with red energy and looked ready for war. Itsuki was floored and wondered if that crazy armor came from his old man. Iberia got fully encased in the suit as he stared down the monster. It was the ultimate epic tool his dad had ever forged. He morphed into a full armored knight with red scales and glowing eyes. The screen showed the stats. Dragon Gear. Epic tier. It boosted attack and speed by 100. Plus, every minute he wore it, those stats jumped up another 20. It maxed out at 15 minutes. Iberia knew the gear had its own brain and picked its master. It took a lot of grind to get. He sprinted at the Inferno beast, knowing his attack and speed were climbing by 20 points every single minute. But if he wore it past 15 minutes, the penalty would be brutal. He had to finish fast. His current buff was 120. Iberia blurred forward. He heard the nightmare class was cleared and knew deep down it was probably Itsuki who did it. He told himself to go hard so he wouldn't look like a scrub next to Itsuki. He charged, yelling that they were the Double E duo. Itsuki watched from the room and casually noted the armor looked fire on him. Minutes later, Soria announced the second stage was done. From the booth, Instructor Soria laid out the facts. Only the top 10-point earners would move on to the national main event. He added that the top 2 would get sick rewards in the finals. Gaku was chilling on the ground, smirking. He knew nobody beat his score. He laughed, thinking those special rewards were already his. Then Soria stepped up to announce the top 10 rankings. A large screen displayed the rankings. First was Tenma Itsuki. His time was 3 minutes and 56 seconds with 106,600 points. Second was Hanakana, who finished in 23 minutes. She got 16,600 points. Third was Gaku at 24 minutes and 23 seconds with 6,600 points. Iberia took 4th place with 27 minutes and 59 seconds, scoring 6,600 points. 5th was Xian at 16 minutes and 30 seconds with 1,600 points. She totally choked on the Nightmare class attempt. 6th was Rikuru at 17 minutes and 17 seconds with 1,600 points. 7th place went to Saya. Her time was 19 minutes and 1 second. She also ended with 1,600 points total. The crowd lost their minds. One guy screamed that Itsuki scored over 100,000 points, making Taewajin look like a total rookie. Another guy said a score like that basically guaranteed him the #1 spot in the whole country. Some beat-up dude wondered how many giants Itsuki had to slay, since those things were only 5,000 points each. Gaku sat up fast, totally shocked he was sitting in 3rd. He demanded to know who this Itsuki guy even was. Haru looked at her blade and said she was dying to fight him. Saya just stared at the floor. The gap was a total canyon. She questioned if she was even cut out for combat. Then Soria announced the trials were over and the national ranks were final. He revealed Itsuki was #1 nationwide, leading 2nd place by a massive 65,000 points. Chua watched her dad. She couldn't see his face, but she felt his pride. Nento said humanity's new dawn was growing brighter. On the field, Iberia was gassed. He muttered that 100,000 points was nuts, but for Itsuki, taking 1st was expected. He added that he had finally done enough to honor the double E name, lying wiped out next to that defeated giant machine. Itsuki walked over and told him he crushed it, saying Iberia totally surprised him. Iberia just gave a weak smile, still dizzy from that karma tool. The instructors and Commander Nento stood on the platforms, watching everything. Instructor Soria announced the 21st Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries were finally over. Down below, Itsuki carried Iberia on his back and started walking forward. Now we are in the South Continent, District 1. A sunny city square sits perfectly arranged with fancy buildings, pools, and statues. In the middle, an old guy with long white hair and a beard sat silently with his eyes shut, while armored soldiers bitched nearby. One soldier grumbled about getting dragged out at dawn just to watch some old man meditate. His buddy told him to shut his mouth. He explained that the old guy was Balgar, the South Continent Commander-in-Chief, a prophet who could see the future. This man was Balgar, and he sat perfectly still. One soldier asked why, if Balgar really saw the future, they only got warnings after the barrier was already up. He argued that if Balgar had real foresight, he would pinpoint the stellar impact sites way ahead of time. Another soldier just spoke up calmly. He said it was true that Elder Balgar only saw a tiny sliver of the future. Regardless, he explained that Balgar was still on the same level as Commander Nento. He said the only reason Balgar was called a pillar of humanity was because his prophecies were right 10% of the time. Suddenly, Elder Balgar lurched forward, shouting in total shock. His attendants rushed over to him, completely panicking. Balgar's voice shook as he tried to talk. The attendants asked if he was okay, but he pushed himself up with urgency. He yelled that the North Continent was in danger. His eyes went wide with terror. He cried out that a massive disaster beast assault was about to hit the North Continent. He warned that some of these disaster beasts were over level 100. Later that night, the leaves rustled as we saw Itsuki standing under the trees. Blue system windows popped up while he looked ahead calmly. He noted that his total stats had finally climbed over 1,500. The system display showed his info. Tenma Itsuki, human, fixed at level 0. His job title, Order Breaker. His Nirvana gift was a special grade Nirvana. Then, his skills started listing out one by one. Over Mimesis, Thunderbreaker Level 2, Black Wall Level 2, Lotus Burst Level 1, Clear Orb Level 2, Magic Detection Level 1, and Shikigami Eater Level 1. Another window showed his status. Attack 330, Agility 380, Defense 462, and Magic 330, plus passive skill bonuses. His total stats hit 1502. Itsuki knew that a normal level up usually only gave 50 stat points. Looking at the window, Itsuki realized that 1500 total stats was the same as being level 30 for a normal awakened person. Plus, Itsuki's agility and defense could grow infinitely through passive effects. He remembered how his agility and defense just jumped by 10%. Even his magic recovered infinitely thanks to magic detection. But there was still no clear way for him to boost his actual attack power. He stared at his hand, wondering if there was any way to fix that. Suddenly, a voice from behind yelled that the food was ready. Itsuki turned his head toward the sound. He looked calm. Rikuru and Saya were standing right there. Rikuru waved a spatula and said he had cooked up all of Itsuki's favorite foods. Saya stood there smiling gently. Hearing that, Itsuki started walking over, deciding he could think about his power problems some other time. He figured he might just unlock an attack-boosting skill through over Mimesis eventually. The scene shifted over to the dinner table. Food was everywhere, a massive feast covering the table. Itsuki sat down with the crew and noted it had been a while since he had had Rikuru's home cooking. As he sat down and looked around, he asked where Iberia was and if he was still fast asleep. Chohi said yes, and told him that she had healed all his wounds already. He was fully recovered, but he stayed asleep because he was just exhausted. While eating, Rikuru mentioned he was shocked that a nightmare-class dungeon they could not beat was cleared by a level 7. Hearing that, Saya gasped and covered her mouth. Rikuru looked at her and asked what was up, wondering if his cooking was so damn good that she was about to cry. But Saya pointed nervously and stuttered, telling him something was right behind him. Rikuru turned around, asking what she meant. A dark figure with glowing red eyes stood there. The shadow figure suddenly growled that it wanted food. Seeing that, Rikuru fell back in total shock, yelling as the figure lunged toward the table. Immediately, the shadow figure started eating. It was just Iberia, who sat down and began stuffing food into his mouth like a maniac. Seeing that, Rikuru stood up and scolded him, saying that sneaking up like a ghost is seriously bad for the heart. He also asked why Iberia was eating at someone else's seat without permission. Hearing that, Iberia slammed his bowl on the table and ate with extreme force. Rikuru backed up, sweating, and asked why Iberia was getting so mad. Iberia suddenly looked up with sparkling eyes and food crumbs all over his face. He smiled wide and said the food was incredible. Seeing him so hype, Rikuru laughed proudly, claiming it was all thanks to his cooking skills. Iberia laughed even louder. Then, he pointed at the plate and asked if Rikuru was the one who actually made the food. He told him he should quit being an awakened and become a chef instead, since he had way more talent for cooking. Saya covered her mouth to keep from laughing, while Rikuru stood there looking annoyed, asking if that was a compliment. Across the table, Commander Nento leaned forward with his hands folded. He said since they all wanted to be saviors, he had one question. Everyone looked at Commander Nento as he asked what they feared most in this world. Everything went quiet. Roku thought for a second and said that maybe their biggest nightmares were just the total opposite of their brightest dreams. He talked about his dream to be a savior, stacking cash and eating 5-star meals while traveling the world while young. Then, he tried to flip the script. He pictured himself as a frail old man with a cane. He said that aging would definitely be the dark version of that dream. Getting old means losing energy to see the world, and your taste buds might even quit on you. Not being able to taste flavors? That thought straight up gives him the creeps. He literally shivered just thinking about it. Commander Nento turned to Saya. She looked down, mentioning she was born into a family of doctors and basically grew up inside a hospital. She had seen people suffering from nasty illnesses since she was a kid. A memory hit her nurses rushing a patient on a stretcher right past her. On that stretcher was a sick old man, his face covered in dark spots. His voice was a weak rasp as he looked right at Sia. Sia had been frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. That one moment became a deep, haunting trauma that stayed with her forever. She admitted even a tiny cold or fever terrifies her now. Hearing that, Itsuki realized why she bolted the other day when he let out a tiny sneeze. He remembered Sia jumping back like she saw a ghost every single time Itsuki let out a loud sneeze around her. Commander Nento cut in, saying an awakened person lives twice as long as normal humans. Plus, those with power almost never get sick. He told her she could finally quit worrying about her biggest fear. Then he looked at Iberia, who blinked, asking if he was the next victim. Iberia admitted his biggest fear used to be failing the prelims. But things had changed. Now, he was scared of something totally different. He grinned and said his new fear was not being able to fight beside Itsuki. He excitedly asked Itsuki what kept him up at night. Itsuki looked confused, wondering why he was in the hot seat. The others were curious too. Saya asked if Itsuki even had anything he was afraid of. Iberia told him to spill it, since nobody is fearless. They tried to guess what it was, but they had no clue. Finally, Itsuki opened up. He said after his parents died, he felt lost. The anxiety was overwhelming. Iberia just stared at him, totally shocked, and whispered his name. A dark memory surfaced. Itsuki curled up alone, feeling helpless, angry, and starving. It was a cold, lonely place to be. All those bad vibes had totally consumed him. He remembered the exact moment things shifted. He was crying in the dark, tears streaming down, until Saya and Rikuru appeared out of nowhere. Rikuru's voice was so soft as he asked why he was crying all alone in a place like that. Saya told him the sky was too beautiful to keep his head down. Young Saya leaned in, asking if he was sick and needed a doctor. Rikuru smiled wide and held out a lunchbox, saying they should eat something good to blow those worries away. Itsuki looked up through his tears. He said their warmth pulled him out of the darkness. Since then, he had met Sensei, Choha, and even Iberia. His world was getting bigger. Itsuki looked around the table and told them they were more than just teammates. They were his crew. No, they were family. It felt like his family was finally growing. He smiled, saying this sense of security was something he had missed for a long time. He wished it lasted forever. Itsuki kept talking while the group listened intently. He confessed that his absolute biggest fear was being forced to live all alone again. Saya, Rikuru, and Iberia watched him quietly as he shared his thoughts. Choha looked at him with nothing but kindness in her eyes. She noticed Itsuki felt peaceful now, a total vibe shift from the unsettled energy she had felt before. Suddenly, Iberia lunged at him. He yelled Itsuki's name and hugged him tight, screaming that he would never leave his side, not even for a single step. Itsuki stumbled back, totally surprised, trying to explain that Iberia was taking things way too literally. Commander Nento said he only asked to make sure they wouldn't regret their path once things got dangerous. Regret is the worst thing ever. He told them a savior's ultimate goal is to reach the finish line without any second thoughts or regrets. Everyone stood up straight and promised to lock those words in their hearts. Commander Nento gave a nod and stood up as well. He told them to finish their food and get some sleep. Rikuru and Sia had to be back in North District 6 by tomorrow. The next morning, it was time to say goodbye. Iberia waved like a maniac, shouting for Rikuru to cook for them again real soon. Rikuru yelled back that he would, as long as Iberia stayed out of trouble. Their voices echoed as they walked off, promising a rematch at the tournament. Itsuki watched Iberia wipe his tears. Itsuki asked when Iberia and Rikuru had become such best friends. Commander Nento gathered them to head back. Itsuki nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. He had a question for Saya, maybe at the main tournament. As he walked, Itsuki froze when he spotted Choha. She was sprinting across the courtyard like her life depended on it. Itsuki wondered why she was in such a rush. A second later, Choha reached the commander, totally out of breath. Nento asked what was up. Choha turned serious, saying top-secret intel just arrived from the South Continent. Nento demanded to know what the secret message said. Choha explained the info was high clearance. Only saviors above level 50 and regional commanders were supposed to know the details. Commander Nento looked at Itsuki and Iberia, saying they were allowed to hear the news too. Iberia's face lit up, shocked that he was trusted. Choha began the report. A new prophecy had arrived from Elder Balgar down south. According to him, a massive disaster beast raid is going to hit the North Continent within the next 3 days. Itsuki asked if Balgar's prophecies were actually legit. Iberia confirmed it. Balgar was the top prophet in the world. His visions were basically spoilers for the future. Choa begged her old man to pack up and get out of the North Continent as soon as possible, but Commander Nento wasn't buying it. He knew these disaster beasts were hitting for a reason. This time, the monsters were coming straight for him, the big boss of the North. The commander leaned back. If he was the target, staying put meant he was basically acting as prime bait. Choa wasn't having it. She argued that her dad had zero business staying in the North. Fighting wasn't even his thing, and if he was the marked man, sticking around was just a suicide mission. She told him to bolt for the central continent right now. Tenma backed her up, offering to stay behind and throw hands if they were short on muscle. But the commander shut them down with one hand. His mind was made up, and he warned them not to catch an attitude by arguing. He looked at Itsuki and said he had a special gig for him. Itsuki started whining, claiming nothing mattered more than keeping his sensei from getting wrecked. Nento laid it out. Aiden, Iberia's dad, was the top-tier crafter on the whole planet. They couldn't let some beast turn him into a snack. He ordered Itsuki to babysit Aiden with Iberia. He even promised some extra awakened backup. Iberia looked like he was having a rough time with that. He wondered why they were splitting the squad just for his old man. Then it clicked. Itsuki realized Sensei might be benching him to keep him away from the real heat. Chobia stayed chill in the corner until the commander called her name. He had 3 big favors to ask of her. First, she had to blast the news of the attack and get everyone under level 50 out of the North Continent safely. Next, she had to tell every level 50-plus awakened fighter to lock in for war. Finally, she had to get Heighten over here immediately. Since North District 1 was basically a ghost town, they didn't have to worry about civilians getting smoked. Nento's eyes flared up. He was ready to scrap with those disaster beasts right then and there. Choa circled back, reporting that every single order had been handled. She mentioned Heighten was en route. Nento thanked her for the hustle and told her to take 5. Choa hesitated, looking at him with that please stay safe face. Dad saw her tripping. He asked if she was stressed about Itsuki, even though Aiden already had a heavy security detail with him. He said if that was the deal, then he would just have to crush the small fry and bait out the final boss himself. Choa looked down, definitely blushing a bit. She admitted her dad was way too sharp. He saw right through her. The commander kept talking. He said the prophecy predicted a level 100 beast was coming. In a fight that insane, everyone would be forced to show their secret moves just to survive. That's why he ditched Itsuki. Hearing that, Choa finally caught the vibe and nodded as it all started to make sense. If Itsuki went all out with his weird style, the secret would be out. Then the enemy would hunt him down like a dog. Nento said that was part of it, but there was more. Looking at Itsuki's record, the kid was definitely lacking that raw heavy hitter energy. Word on the street was Aiden had a legendary artifact to boost power. Sending Itsuki there was a play to get him geared up. If he scored that item, everything changed. Strength, mana, speed, he would become the ultimate awakened warrior with every stat maxed out. The prophecy kicked off fast. Day 1, 8 p.m., and the North Continent got hit like a freight train. Massive stone pillars started raining from the sky, slamming into the dirt and starting the monster raid. Over in District 2, the sky was pitch black as Itsuki and Iberia hauled tail through the wind. Itsuki asked how much further to the house. Iberia figured maybe another 100 kilometers. Itsuki squinted, knowing a beast could pop out any second. They had to reach the old man before things went south. Suddenly, Iberia screamed at Itsuki to look ahead. Itsuki slammed on the brakes and stared at the horizon. Iberia's voice was shaking. A flaming rock was falling from the sky. It was one of those stone monuments. Itsuki realized the party had already started, and that rock landed right in a crowded zone. They watched the burning pillar smash into the heart of the city. The impact triggered a massive light show in the sky. Itsuki looked grim. The warning had barely gone out minutes ago. People were still trying to run. If a beast spawned now, it would be a total bloodbath. Other warriors stared at the monument in pure shock. Chaos broke loose. Everyone screamed that people were gonna die and a disaster beast was already closing in. Someone recognized the disaster. It was exactly what Elder Vargar predicted. They cursed about how the event was way ahead of schedule. A glowing barrier started boxing in the impact zone. Iberia started losing his mind as he watched the walls go up. Itsuki was sweating internally. If they ditched the civilians, people died. But if they played hero, their main mission would be late. Itsuki took a quick look at Iberia. Iberia had been sprinting for miles without asking for a breather. He must have been terrified for his dad. If Itsuki suggested stopping to save people, Iberia would probably flip out. But before he could even speak, Iberia pointed and yelled for them to go help. The barrier trapped a monster inside, and he said they couldn't just walk away. The thing in there was at least level 20. Without high-level pros around, everyone would be toast. Itsuki's stress vanished. He nodded and told him the plan was officially changing. They were going to smoke that beast in the city first. Suddenly, the ground rumbled as the stone monument cracked wide open. Flames exploded as a massive monster crawled out. It was a flamethrower, level 21, covered in absolute fire. The fighters nearby sized up the situation. They had 3 level 15s and 1 level 16 on deck. It was going to be a total grind, but against a level 20 disaster beast, they figured they had a shot. A defender stepped out, popping his C-rank rock shield. Jagged stones shot up his arms as he braced for the incoming fire. He yelled at the squad to hold the line, swearing he'd tank every hit that monster threw. That flame golem roared and spit straight fire at him. Through the heat and sparks, the tank screamed for his teammates to find an opening and hit back hard. But the creature's power was next level. It struck with massive force, smashing the concrete and sending rubble flying all the way across the street. The defender got tossed like a rag doll into a wall. When the dust cleared, he was barely moving. His armor was totally wrecked, just completely shattered. His voice was shaking, he couldn't believe it. The other Awakeners just froze in terror. This guy had the best defense in the squad, and he got one shot instantly. If even he couldn't survive, they were totally toast. Pure panic hit as they backed away, their weapons trembling in their hands as they retreated. Someone lost it, screaming about what they were supposed to do. Total chaos. A guy shouted that fighting this thing was a suicide mission and they had to bolt. As he bolted, flames nipped at his heels. A teammate yelled for him to watch out, but the runner just snapped back that they should worry about themselves. Before he got 10 feet, a sharp presence lunged behind him. His eyes popped as that fiery monster loomed right over his shoulder like a nightmare. Terrified, he started begging for his life, promising anything while he popped his ability. Water surged all around him as he used his B-rank water cannon skill. A massive stream of water blasted the creature. For a second, he caught his breath. He wondered how it moved so fast, feeling embarrassed for crying like a baby. He was a water elementalist, the ultimate hard counter for fire disaster beasts. This hit should have ended the fight right then and there. The others watched from a distance, totally unsure. One asked if he actually beat it. Another stepped up, saying he'd finish the job just in case. Through the drifting steam and smoke, the monster's dark shadow was still standing. The water guy stepped forward and warned the others not to get in his way. He claimed that since he soloed the disaster beast, he deserved the final kill. But before he could move, the charred body of the monster suddenly started to twitch. Flames licked across its cracked skin as it stood back up. The guy just froze in total shock. The beast was basically back from the dead. Its fire aura burned even hotter now. Someone screamed to kill it fast. A huge burst of flame shot from its mouth, lighting up the entire street. One of the fighters stared at the blinding heat, totally lost and terrified. He whispered, "What is this insane flame?" Another voice yelled that it was game over, but the flames just kept growing. Then boom, a massive shockwave of fire exploded, but someone spooky suddenly stepped in. Using his black ice wall skill, He threw up a barrier that completely blocked the monster's massive fire attack. While Itsuki held the line, Iberia turned to the group, looking totally chill. He told them to leave this beast to Double E in the black armor. Itsuki told Iberia to focus on the citizens and get them out of there. Iberia gave a quick roger as a blue screen popped up with new info. Itsuki's black wall defense just jumped 10% for tanking a B-rank fire skill with his black ice wall. The vibe shifted as Itsuki prepared to solo the disaster beast. The other awakeners stared, shocked he blocked that massive flame so easily. One asked Iberia if they were some kind of saviors. Iberia said not yet, but he bragged that one day he'd be even stronger than Tawajin. The awakeners were floored, saying he talked a big game for a kid. Iberia walked over, annoyed, asking why grown men needed a child's help. One of them immediately snapped back, claiming nobody asked for a hand and that he was going to win that fight anyway. Someone else wondered if a random awakener could actually handle a disaster beast like that. All eyes shifted over to Itsuki. A man whispered, asking if that ice armor was some legendary artifact. Meanwhile, Itsuki narrowed his eyes, thinking back to what his sensei told him. He remembered his sensei warning him about the black sphere. The power was insane, but the cast time was long and it moved slow against fast monsters. Missing the first shot would just put enemies on guard, making it way harder to land a hit later on. His sensei told him to save the black sphere for when it really mattered. It was his ultimate trump card for the worst situations. The memory faded with his teacher's voice telling him to listen up and only use that sphere when the timing was perfect. Those words echoed. He should only drop his biggest attack when he was certain of the kill. Looking around the crowded area, he realized he couldn't use it here. Too many people around. Down in the streets, civilians were staring in total shock. Some wondered if this guy was an awakener who came to help. Others checked out his gear, guessing he must be a high-level awakener. High above, the fire beast roared and swung its massive rocky body. Covered in lightning, Itsuki shot forward, slamming into the creature's rocky surface. He decided that if skills were out, he'd use brute force instead. He threw a full power punch. Explosive thuds echoed through the buildings as he drove the monster back. He was a blur of speed and burning debris. A system window flashed. Itsuki's Thunderbreaker just activated the Thunderclap wave skill. Lightning surged through his body as he appeared right over the beast. It looked up, eyes glowing red with fire swirling everywhere. Itsuki struck again, cratering the massive creature into the pavement with insane power. Dust and fire erupted as the beast hit the deck hard. The ground shook from the impact. Lightning wrapped around Itsuki as he hovered, his whole body glowing with bright blue energy. Flames were raging, but he dove down like a meteor, slamming into the massive beast below with absolutely overwhelming power. The hit rocked the whole street. A massive shockwave tore through the concrete, sending fire and rubble flying in every direction. A massive crater smoked where the strike hit, tearing up the asphalt. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Someone yelled that the disaster beast was getting wrecked, even though it was supposed to be a god-tier threat. Another bystander noticed the awakener looked like he was barely 18 years old. Some guy thought the monster was already hurt, but a pro awakener nearby just shook his head in shock. This couldn't be happening. Not even a level 21 flame golem could stand a chance against that kid's raw power. He wondered who the hell this kid really was. When the dust settled, the field went dead quiet. The golem was nothing but a pile of crushed rocks. One fighter looked around, totally lost, and asked where the kid went. A guy nearby said that as soon as the beast went down, the young hero vanished along with that blonde boy. That water-type jerk claimed the only way a level 0 could do that was by jumping in after he had already weakened the golem. But the first guy wasn't buying it. Even as a level 15 veteran, he couldn't even track the kid's movements. He admitted that the strength needed to launch a flame golem with a bare fist was just insane. He figured if the status said level 0, his real combat power had to be at least level 30. Meanwhile, Itsuki and Iberia were already hauling ass away. Itsuki worried that if he couldn't one-shot a beast like that, things were going to get ugly fast. He needed to find a way to juice his damage. Right then, his system window popped up, showing his current stats to him. Attack 330. Agility 760 plus 100% from Thunderclap. Defense 495. Black Ice Wall plus 50%. Mana 330, with a 10% recovery rate per enemy. Itsuki checked the numbers, knowing he had to level up fast. On day 1 of the prophecy, at 10:30 p.m., they sprinted through the rain-soaked streets. Iberia was tripping, saying Itsuki's speed was so high he couldn't even keep sight of him. Itsuki just said that speed is useless without real power. While they ran, Iberia started huffing and puffing, admitting he never realized just how cracked Itsuki really was until this very moment. They stopped for a second, and he told Itsuki he knew a way to boost that attack stat. Itsuki asked what he meant. Iberia explained his dad had a stash of artifacts, and some of them definitely buffed damage. Since Itsuki was strong and Izumi's student, his old man would probably just hand one over for free. As he talked, he pictured Itsuki rocking some legendary gear, looking like a total boss in a glowing black suit. The idea made him start giggling like a weirdo. Itsuki just stared, asking what was up with that creepy laugh and what he was daydreaming about. Iberia hyped himself up and told Itsuki to follow him. He promised his dad would hook him up with something really useful. Itsuki watched him struggle to even stand up and realized he had been holding back his speed the whole time. Even with his agility, Iberia was clearly hitting his limit. Itsuki suddenly stepped in and grabbed Iberia's arm. Iberia freaked out, asking what the hell he was doing. Itsuki told him to stop pushing it. If they hit a monster now, he'd be too exhausted to fight or even run away. Before Iberia could even blink, Itsuki scooped him up and took off. Iberia screamed he wasn't ready, but the wind was already ripping past them at light speed. They blurred through the city streets. Iberia screamed it was too fast, but Itsuki told him to shut up and hold on tight. Later, at 11:05 p.m. on day 1, the moon shone over some old wooden houses hidden deep in the forest. A gust of wind hit as they landed. Iberia just collapsed, shaking. He wheezed that they finally made it, complaining that his arms felt like they were going to pop off. Itsuki wondered why his dad lived so far away. Iberia said his dad thought the town was too loud to focus on his work. Up ahead sat a lonely wooden house. Iberia said it looked like a dump, but the security was top-notch. His dad had rigged the whole place with deadly traps. Itsuki nodded, sensing some magical energy. A system window appeared as his detection kicked in. Iberia told him it was all good. If Itsuki just stayed close, he wouldn't set anything off. Itsuki kept quiet, knowing his own detection skills could handle any trap. Iberia walked ahead like a big shot and Itsuki told him to watch out. But Iberia just grinned, happy to finally be the leader. Suddenly, a small trap on the ground went click under his boot. Iberia froze instantly. Sweat started pouring as he realized he messed up big time. He yelled that he got too hyped and forgot the layout. Itsuki just stared at him, asking if this was actually his house. Iberia was paralyzed. He screamed that this was a disaster because he had just triggered the nastiest trap his dad had. Itsuki felt the magical energy around them spiking. A loud mechanical roar shook the trees as the very ground started to tremble. A massive metal construct rose from the dust, an iron golem with red eyes and a power core. A system window listed its stats: attack 500, defense 500, agility 300, magic 200. Itsuki couldn't believe the guy owned humanoid gear. Before he could react, the golem swung a giant arm. The strike came down with insane power. Instantly, Itsuki moved, shoving Iberia out of the way before he got crushed. As the golem's fist dropped, Itsuki met it with a full power punch of his own. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that tore up the ground and sent junk flying. Itsuki slid back, stunned that a mere tool had more power than him. As he caught his breath, he realized there was one more problem. This golem was built specifically to protect Iberia's father. He couldn't just nuke it with his piercing sphere. Too messy. Itsuki yelled over to Iberia, asking how to shut this hunk of junk down. Iberia flipped out, screaming that the key was the glowing karmic stone stuck in its chest. Smash that stone, and the golem shuts down for good. The robot's eyes bled red as its chest core pulsed with a nasty green light. Iberia yelled that the stone was its battery, and pulling it would end the show. A system window popped up as Itsuki fired his thunder wave. Electricity danced over his skin, crackling across his shoulders. He grinned, thinking that knowing the weak spot made this boss fight way too easy. The golem had the muscle, but he had the hustle. He bolted, leaving a lightning trail as the titan smashed the ground. Rocks flew everywhere, but Itsuki dodged the hit, diving straight for that glowing green rock. The golem swung both massive arms to squash him, but Itsuki was a total blur of thunder. After images flickered across the field while lightning lit up the whole damn place. Bolt after bolt wrapped around Itsuki as he charged right for the golem's chest. The titan swung a massive arm down at him, but he ducked right under the attack, closing the gap in one fast burst. He reached out and snatched the glowing green karmic stone from the golem's chest. The second his hand touched it, the stone cracked and ripped right out of its socket. The iron golem's body froze solid. Its red eyes went dark, and its massive arms stopped mid-swing as all the power drained out of its frame. Itsuki backed off, holding the broken stone in his hand. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed behind him, raising a sword. But Itsuki just calmly asked if they were finally done yet. Iberia rushed over, panicking and yelling for Josuke to stop. But before he could get there, the figure turned into a total blur. A brutal strike swung toward Itsuki, his eyes flashing red at the impact. But the blade stopped just inches from his chest. Itsuki stood there, stunned. He had no clue when the guy even moved. Josuke stood in front of him and lowered the heavy blade. He looked confused when he spotted Iberia behind the new guy. He muttered that he thought the intruder was just some lost bandit. Smoke rolled off the sword as Josuke introduced himself. Itsuki stepped forward, looking calm, even though he was totally confused. He wondered why he couldn't sense any magic until the attack. Josuke looked between Iberia and the stranger, asking who the hell this kid was. Then Itsuki looked down, shocked to see that the giant sword in Josuke's hand had vanished into thin air. Iberia jumped in, saying the stranger was his buddy, Itsuki Tenma. He bragged that Itsuki was level 0 but still a total beast. He said they were a duo now and needed a team name. Itsuki told him to shut up and asked where Iberia's old man was. Josuke told them his master was in the back and warned Iberia to be careful. Right then, an old man with a white beard stepped out from the back of the forge. Iberia knew that face. It was his dad. The old man walked forward, looking like he was having a really bad day. Even Josuke whispered that the boss was in a foul mood. Iberia ran up, waving his arms and shouting that he passed the qualifiers. The old man just stayed silent. Iberia kept bragging, explaining he ranked 4th in the region on nightmare difficulty and demanded his reward his choice of any artifact in the shop. But before he could finish, a sharp slap hit his cheek. Iberia's head snapped back, his eyes wide with total shock. He touched his face with shaking fingers and asked his father why he hit him. The old man glared, screaming for Iberia to hand over the dragon gear. He called him a thief. Iberia stumbled back, holding his face. He yelled that he just borrowed an epic item and said there was no reason to hit him. His dad pointed an angry finger. He warned that dragon gear causes permanent damage if you wear it too long. He added that if Iberia ever stole it again, he wouldn't be so easy on him next time. Fed up, Iberia bolted into the woods, screaming that he'd never use his dad's trash artifacts ever again. The dragon gear fell off his shoulder and hit the dirt. The old man turned to Itsuki and asked if he was Izumi's student. Itsuki nodded politely. He introduced himself as Itsuki Tenma and explained his sensei sent him to guard Mr. Aiden because of a prophecy about a massive calamity coming from the north. Mr. Aiden said he already knew. He looked Itsuki over, muttering that Izumi was a picky jerk who almost never took on students. He wondered why a master like that would pick such a plain-looking kid. Then he suddenly froze, his eyes popping out of his head. He asked if Itsuki's level was really fixed. Itsuki said yes as a glowing screen popped up, showing all his stats. Itsuki Tenma, human, level 0, fixed job, order breaker, gifts and skills, undisclosed. Itsuki just stood there, looking calm as can be. The blue display shined around him. Mr. Aiden squinted at him, suspicious, He asked if Itsuki was using some fake karma artifact to mask his real stats. Itsuki calmly said no. Mr. Aiden looked again, and finally, the light bulb went off in his head. He muttered that now it made sense why Nento Izumi wanted that specific item, walking slowly with his hands behind his back. Mr. Aiden said Itsuki's master was a guy who only cared about profit. According to him, Commander Nento always wanted something in return. Itsuki was honest. He said his master only told him to guard Aiden and never mentioned anything about getting a reward. Mr. Aiden explained. Commander Nento had called him up. In exchange for letting his student play bodyguard, Aiden was supposed to give that student a very specific karma artifact. Itsuki's jaw dropped. Did his master really pull those strings just for him? Shaking it off, he acted cool, saying he was good either way. Artifact or not, he was going to keep Aiden safe. Aiden just laughed it off, saying he had way too much gear anyway, so giving one away was no big deal. But honestly, he was dying to know why Commander Nento wanted a total piece of junk like this one. Itsuki tilted his head, confused. Junk? Aiden explained that the crystal was supposed to be a masterpiece, built to crank an awakened warrior's power to the absolute breaking point. He held up a glowing golden rock as a screen popped up, showing off all the item stats. It was called the Unique Critical Crystal. It doubles damage on critical hits with a 99% chance. Truly legendary stuff. Basically, every hit is a crit. The gold stone blazed in Aiden's hand, looking epic, until the vibe shifted and something went totally wrong. A massive crack snapped across the surface. Aiden's eyes went wide as the crystal literally split in two with a loud crunch. The power warped instantly. The rank turned into a total mystery, and a broken effect appeared on the screen with the new stats. Broken critical crystal. Rank unknown. Effect: damage is 10 times higher on crits. But the critical rate? 0%. It only goes up by 1% whenever you take down an enemy that is way stronger than you. The glitch? That crit rate resets to 0 every time you level up. Aiden showed Itsuki the busted rock and explained the catch. Because the crit rate resets with every level, it is basically garbage for anyone else. Imagine grinding for a high crit rate only to have it vanish the second you get stronger. That is why he was so baffled when Commander Nento specifically asked for this broken mess. But checking Itsuki's weird stats, it all clicked. Itsuki reached out and carefully took the shattered crystal into his own palm. Red cracks inside the gold stone started humming with a weird energy. Aiden smirked, admitting that Itsuki was definitely one of a kind. He had no clue how Itsuki got this jacked, but since the kid never levels up, this broken trash is actually perfect. He explained that by hunting calamity spirit beasts, that crit rate would slowly climb. One day, it would hit 100%. Right as he said that, Itsuki activated the stone. Golden energy went wild, swirling around him as the artifact reacted. A massive blast of light exploded, wrapping Itsuki in a glowing aura. The power was intense as the gear synced with his soul. Aiden yelled over the noise that soon every single punch Itsuki threw would hit 10 times harder. Itsuki gripped his fist tight as the gold light flared up even brighter around him. Feeling the power surge, he tested a move Iron Fist of Destruction. A notification pinged, confirming the artifact was officially equipped. Broken critical crystal. Itsuki scanned the details, thinking about the weird rules. His crit rate only goes up if he beats enemies with higher attack power than his own. He muttered that the grind sounded pretty brutal. Whatever, he would deal with that later. For now, he needed to focus on finishing this raid first. Another screen popped up with the final breakdown. The main perk was that 10 times damage boost on every crit. Right now, his crit rate was 0, and it would only move up 1% per elite kill, plus the level up reset glitch. After watching the artifact settle, Aiden spoke up one last time. It looked like a perfect fit. Itsuki admitted he had been struggling since his raw attack power was actually pretty low lately. He thanked Aiden, but the old man just waved it off. He makes the tools, and the warriors use them to kill the monsters. They were both just doing their part to keep humanity alive, so there was no need for all the thanks. Aiden turned to walk away, mentioning that unless someone leaked his coordinates, there was no way beasts would find this middle-of-nowhere spot. He told Itsuki to go get some sleep, but then something totally bizarre popped up in the sky. Aiden froze as a massive pillar of pure energy came crashing down from the clouds. The air literally shook as the force slammed into the forest with a deafening boom. A massive shockwave tore through the trees. Itsuki and Josuke covered their eyes as the blast ripped through the air. Inside the house, Iberia threw open a window and started yelling, totally confused about what just hit them. He looked up and realized something was wrong. A giant barrier was closing in on them. A massive green dome was now covering the entire sky. The weird field glowed with a creepy, ghostly light. Iberia screamed in pure shock, asking why a giant green dome was locking them in. Mr. Aiden's face went dead serious. A dark thought crossed his mind. Only the big shots in charge of the 5 continents knew his location. Was this just a random accident, or was there some shady business going on behind his back? Before he could guess, Josuke let out a shout. He told everyone to get ready. The calamity beasts were already here, and they were charging straight for them. Itsuki stood his ground, focusing hard. His eyes narrowed as he felt a massive, dark energy closing the distance. He told them he could feel it. Something was moving fast, really fast. The ground started thumping as a whole pack of monsters sprinted through the woods. He counted 6 at first, then way more. The beasts smashed through the trees, heading right for them. One of the demons stepped out. A screen popped up. One horned demon from the Horned Tribe, level 14, monster charging. Itsuki yelled that they were finally here. The beast lunged with a massive arm for a killing blow, but Itsuki caught it barehanded. Suddenly, a wall of black ice tore right through the monster's chest. Blood sprayed as the ice shredded flesh. Right then, the system notification dinged black ice wall was fully active. More freaks swarmed in from all sides, jaws snapping. Itsuki just vibed, electricity sparking off him as he strolled through the chaos. Honestly, these scrubs were light work. He could wipe the whole pack in a second with a lotus explosion. But he held off. That blast might be way too much for Josuke to handle right now. Plus, Aiden and Iberia were pinned in the shed behind him. One wrong move and he would fry them too. So he throttled his power and stuck to basic combat. Once the dust settled, Itsuki stood alone among the monster corpses. Scanning the bodies, he realized he was definitely more of a solo player. Then he froze. Something felt off. A weird surge of mana started flooding the entire area. This vibe was way heavier than before. Suddenly, a giant beast stepped out and the system screen popped. Level 24 Twin-Horned Guardian. Meanwhile, far away in a dark world, towers loomed under blood-red skies. Deep in a creepy palace, Demon Emperor Linga sat on his throne. An orange-haired guy gave the report. The first wave of slave demons just hit the human world. He asked which of the 8 demon kings would lead the real invasion. Linga smirked, mentioning the secret eye he had left behind during his last trip to Earth. They had found someone important. Linga gave the cold order, go bring them in. This guy was Yama, a demon king. He asked if a king should handle the mission. Linga said no. A demon king's power might wreck that secret eye on the human side. Instead, a demon general would handle it. The order was accepted on the spot. Yama bowed. Linga then announced that Inshokuma, the AP-eating demon king, was taking lead. Cut to a total beast of a demon. This was King Inshokuma. Linga knew Inshokuma had not tasted fresh human in ages. He had to be starving. Back at the fight, a scream pierced the air. Itsuki knew that voice instantly. Iberia. He panicked, wondering if a disaster beast had breached the cabin. Suddenly, a monster lunged. The system identified it as another double-horned demon guardian. Level 24. The beast swung with massive force, trying to crush him. Itsuki's eyes narrowed. This was bad. He had to use that specific power. He slid out of the way just in time and launched a clear orb. This thing definitely hit harder than him. But if he won, his crit rate would spike. The broken critical crystal notification popped up. Crits would do 10 times the damage, and the rate climbed with every high-level kill. Catch was, it resets at every level up. Itsuki locked in and fired the clear orb. A purple beam sliced through the dark like a spear. System message clear orb activated. The beast dropped. Notification critical rate increased by 1%. Just like he planned. Itsuki turned and barked orders at Josuke. He was going after the monster in the room. Josuke nodded and took charge of the field. Lightning sparked as Itsuki bolted toward the cabin where his friends were hiding. Inside, Iberia hit the wall hard. Bloody and beaten, he whispered that it was over. No dragon gear meant no chance. He struggled to stand as despair set in. As the beast closed in, Iberia knew he had only one play left. The jaws snapped shut. Iberia screamed for Itsuki, but suddenly, someone stood behind the monster. It was Aiden, his dad. He slammed a massive weapon right onto the beast's skull. How was a non-combat class guy this brave? Aiden just scoffed and called the beast stubborn. The beast lost it and charged straight at Aiden. Aiden stood his ground. He told Itsuki, who just appeared, to handle the rest. Itsuki moved in a flash, body surging with electric sparks as he stepped in to block the hit. The beast lunged again, but Itsuki flanked it, driving a black ice spike through its gut. Suddenly, a notification popped up. His black ice wall skill had just been triggered. Blood sprayed as the giant monster hit the dirt. Once things settled, Itsuki looked at Aiden and apologized for being late to the party. He mentioned taking out the sentries took longer than expected. When Aiden asked about the vibe outside, Itsuki scanned for mana. Nothing. The magic signatures had completely vanished from the area. Seeing the empty scan, he told Aiden that Josuke probably scrubbed every last monster off the map. They stepped outside to find a literal graveyard of monster corpses. Iberia just stood there, shaking, stammering about whether Josuke really pulled off this entire solo massacre by himself. Josuke Ize barked a warning for everyone to keep their guard up. He explained that without breaking the barrier, those beasts would just keep spawning forever, and the longer they waited, the nastier those things would get. Looking dead serious, he announced he was charging the barrier to wreck it, killing every monster in his path. He glanced at Itsuki and added that if any monsters managed to slip by him, it was on Itsuki to finish them off. But Itsuki stepped up and said he would be the one slaughtering every single beast inside that barrier. With eyes full of pure rage, he told Josuke to stay behind and guard Aiden and Iberia. Watching Itsuki closely, Aiden narrowed his eyes, sensing something dark. He whispered that those eyes had zero fear, just a twisted hunger for a fight. Finally, Aiden made the call and decided to leave the whole barrier destruction mission to Itsuki. Josuke gave Itsuki a grim warning. He explained that a green barrier meant the monsters inside would be at least level 250. He asked if the kid was really ready for that kind of heat. Without missing a beat, Itsuki calmly said he was certain. Lightning went wild around Itsuki as he bolted toward the green barrier. A jagged smirk crossed his face finally. He could stop holding back and fight for real. Seeing him take off, Iberia shouted out. He claimed that if Itsuki was going in, then he was going in too. He told Josuke to watch his old man, but Aiden cut him off. Iberia snapped back, asking why he could not go. After all, they were supposed to be a team. Aiden shut him down, telling him to stop playing team. It was pathetic. He said Itsuki lived in a completely different world than the rest of them. Iberia balled his fists, his voice shaking with pure rage. He argued they had come this far together and demanded to know what his father meant by different worlds. Aiden yelled back, saying a real team supports each other and covers for everyone's weaknesses. Aiden's eyes flared with anger as he laid into him. He told Iberia he was not helping Itsuki at all. At this rate, he was just dead weight. His voice turned ice cold as he warned that Iberia would get Itsuki killed. Iberia froze, the shock clear on his battered face. Aiden kept going, saying it was not just about him. He explained Itsuki was on another level. Nobody from their generation could even stand on the same stage as that kid. Then he asked Iberia if he had ever actually seen Itsuki's eyes when he faces a monster. He told him those were the eyes of someone absolutely drowning in pure hatred. While Itsuki charged toward the barrier, a system window popped up. It showed 5 enemy units detected and 50% of his mana had just been fully restored. Itsuki caught it instantly. He realized that 5 new monsters must have just crawled out of the barrier. He noted that his mana was finally back to 100%. Ahead of him, Massive beasts with purple spikes and jagged teeth blocked the path while lightning sparked around his frame. Lightning surged wildly around Itsuki as he stared them down. Determination burning in his eyes, he screamed at them to move. Suddenly, a window flashed Lotus Blast activated. A second later, a massive explosion tore through the entire forest. Flames erupted with insane force. Another notification confirmed that 5 enemies had been wiped out by his Lotus Blast skill. All skill ranges increased by 5%. His critical hit rate went up by 1%. Now his critical hit rate sat at 2%. Itsuki stepped through the smoke, looking totally calm but laser-focused on the path ahead. He admitted to himself that the Guardian's defense was insane. It took 80% of his total mana just to drop that thing with his Lotus Blast. Still, he swore he would not let a single beast get near Iberia or the rest of the crew. Far off, smoke from the blast drifted high above the tree line. Josuke spun toward the blast in total shock, demanding to know where that massive explosion came from. Iberia knew instantly that was Itsuki's skill. He must have hit a pack of monsters in the woods. Josuke stared at the trees, looking dead serious. He figured a level 0 should not be able to cause an explosion that big. A dark thought crossed his mind. Maybe Itsuki could not level up because of some weird debuff hidden in his gift. Meanwhile, Itsuki finally stood before the glowing green barrier. He whispered to himself that this was the place. He could tell the monsters inside were on a whole other level compared to the ones before. He instantly kicked on his mana detection skill to scan. But Itsuki was stunned when his mana scan got blocked. Because of that, he had zero clue how many or how strong the beasts inside really were. Then he remembered his teacher's words. You can tell a monster's level inside a barrier just by looking at its color. Gray barriers house monsters from level 1 to 25. Green ones have level 26 to 50, and blue barriers hold levels 51 to 75. Purple barriers are for level 76 to 100. Red means level 101 and higher. Since this one is green, the beasts inside are between level 26 and 50. Itsuki looked at his hand, realizing that clearing them out would net him a massive amount of experience points. Itsuki then summoned his Shikigami, Death Hound. White petals of light swirled around him as a massive spectral hound took shape at his side, its jagged teeth glowing in the dark. Right as the Death Hound spawned, a system window popped up with all its stats. Death Hound B rank, level 16. Skill, Death Smell, C rank. It sniffs out every trace of mana in the area to hunt down and track the source. Respawn design, Death's Craving, B rank. This skill cuts the respawn time way down after the Shikigami dies. Attack and agility were 250, defense and mana sat at 150. The Death Hound's glowing eyes pierced the night while standing by Itsuki. He patted the beast's head and promised it would get all the experience points that dropped later. But he made one thing clear. Until he gave the word, the dog couldn't touch them. The green barrier loomed ahead as the hound crouched low, teeth bared and ready to rip. Before stepping into the barrier, his eyes got sharp. He declared that every disaster beast inside was his prey and his alone. Meanwhile, on Prediction Day 1 at 11:30 p.m., Commander Nento was just chilling in a garden. When Chua showed up with some guy, she told her dad the awakened guards were finally here. A young man stepped forward looking totally confident. He introduced himself with a bow, saying from now on, he, a first-class savior, would be Commander Nento's personal bodyguard. This guy was a level 63 wind elementalist and first-class savior named Kei Chirajima. Commander Nento thanked him for coming. Shoha explained that 5 third-class and 3 second-class saviors had arrived too. Commander Nento asked about Akira Hitan, since he was supposed to be guarding the perimeter. Shoha frowned, explaining that when they talked 6 hours ago, he said he was already on his way. But when she called 3 hours later, it went straight to voicemail. She added that huge Stellas had been crashing across the northern province since 8 p.m. She thought he might have hit some trouble on the road that night. Even so, she was still feeling pretty confident. Commander Nento said a basic disaster beast wouldn't touch him. After all, he was one of the 6 pillars among the special class saviors. He told her to keep calling, since only a special class savior could actually handle the disaster beasts popping up around here. Chua agreed quietly, but the wind elementalist couldn't stay silent. He asked if they were overhyping those special class saviors just a little too much. He argued that no matter how strong Wajinte and Akira Hitan were, they were still just human. He confidently claimed there wasn't really a huge gap between special class saviors and guys like him in the first class. They might struggle a bit, but there was no way they couldn't take down any disaster beast a special class could. Commander Nento said confidence was great, but thinking you're on the same level as a special class savior was a whole different story entirely. He added that he probably felt that way because he'd never faced a truly terrifying disaster beast before. Right as he said that, a blast rocked the sky and a massive pillar came crashing down. The wind elementalist moved fast, yelling that a Stella was coming with a disaster beast inside. He gripped his sword as the air shook. When the Stella hit, a giant purple barrier erupted. Commander Nento declared it was finally here. Meanwhile, Chuha tried reaching Akira Hitten again, but her voice cracked as she realized it was totally useless. She still couldn't get through. The wind elementalist just smirked, acting all tough. He claimed if a special class savior couldn't show up, he wasn't worth much. He told the commander not to worry, they would wipe every last monster out. He got serious and glared at the purple barrier. He boldly stated he would prove a first class was just as lethal as any special class right now. On the other side, Itsuki stepped into the green barrier alongside his loyal death hound. Inside, a creepy green glow washed over everything. Itsuki walked with his hound, taking in the weird surroundings. He saw that the scenery inside the barrier looked just like the outside, but he had to admit, the vibe in the air felt seriously wrong. A system alert popped up. Mana detection activated. Itsuki dialed in and felt the mana shifts moving all around him inside the barrier. Like he thought, he couldn't see anything going on outside. He figured the inside and outside of the barrier were basically two separate dimensions. Just then, his radar picked up 5 enemies, which instantly refilled 50% of Itsuki's mana. Itsuki stayed cool, saying he had a solid idea of where those 5 targets were hiding. He turned to his death hound and gave it a straight order. It was supposed to stay put and wait. If any disaster beasts tried to run, the dog could eat them. After the command, he whispered, "Good boy." Another system alert flashed, activating Thunderbreaker, roaring wave. Blue lightning started dancing around his body as his focus sharpened. He decided it was time to start moving himself. Suddenly, 2 beefy disaster beasts charged in, their claws tearing up the dirt as they sprinted straight right for him. Electricity shot through the air, catching one beast off guard. It was Itsuki. He popped his black wall skill and slammed both monsters. With one move, he ended them both by skewering their bodies with black wall. Right then, 2 more beasts showed up. Lightning blasted the battlefield as Itsuki hit the first disaster beast dead on. Blue energy shredded its body and blood sprayed as it hit the dirt. The second beast lunged immediately, but Itsuki's electric current ripped between them like a crushing wave. The ground split under the pressure as his attack tore through the monsters. While Itsuki was clearing the one-horned beasts, a 2-horned one charged. Blue lightning flared around Itsuki as he pushed forward with insane momentum. He slipped the beast's attack and leaped high. System ping. Activating clear orbs, piercing sphere. A purple orb of death lit up on Itsuki's fingertip. It blasted off with insane power, punching through the monster's chest and drilling into its heavy armor. The armor shattered as energy ripped through the beast. It hit the dirt hard. Notification: your critical rate just went up by 1%. Itsuki stuck the landing, sparks still jumping off him. His broken crystal had finally hit a 3% critical rate. 5 monsters down. Itsuki pushed forward, noticing his crit rate was holding steady at a solid 3%. He did the math: roughly 3 critical hits for every 100 swings. He was hyped to see a real crit soon, but something else stopped him dead. He had never seen a Stell this close before. He squinted, thinking that if he smashed the thing, the barrier would finally drop. One good hit should do it. But then a notification pinged: enemy detected, and 10% of his mana surged back into him. Itsuki's eyes went wide. There was still one of those things left out here. He threw his weight back to stop, lightning screaming around his boots. Just as he slowed down, a wave of sharp spikes tore toward him fast. He backflipped instantly, dodging the metal rain. A cold thought flashed through his brain. If he had not felt that mana shift and stayed sharp, he would be a human pincushion. He dropped low while debris rained down. He spotted more spikes flying from behind the monument. This sixth monster was using the stele as a giant shield. He studied the shadow of the disaster beast. This thing was on a completely different level than the others. Miles away, Iberia watched the massive green dome glowing like a neon nightmare over the dark forest canopy. Josuke warned Iberia that even a guy like Itsuki had limits. It was way too dangerous out there, so he told the kid to stay put. Iberia looked down, still rattled by what his father said. He asked Josuke if he would really just let Itsuki die one day. Josuke told him Master Aiden loved to exaggerate, so he should not sweat it. But Iberia admitted that, looking back, he really felt like dead weight. Josuke explained that disaster beasts inside a green barrier were usually between levels 20 and 50. He asked Iberia if he honestly had the guts to face a level 26 beast. Iberia whispered back that he did not. Not at all. Seeing the kid moping, Josuke told him to stop being so dramatic. He was not calling Iberia a loser or anything. Back when he was that age, he did not even have the balls to step inside a green zone, let alone fight. Iberia was shocked. Even Josuke? Josuke got dead serious, explaining that the gap between gray and green zones was not just about simple numbers on a stat sheet. Iberia asked if there was something else to it. Josuke told him gray zone beasts were mindless. They were just animals stuck in a loop of killing and trashing everything in sight. They were tough, sure, but easy to trick. Then his voice dropped. Inside a green barrier, the rules of the entire game changed for everyone. Inside a green zone, you are dealing with monsters that actually have brains. Back at the fight, a massive armored titan stepped from behind the stele, covered in blue lightning. This was a level 34 square general beast. The beast wondered if it had messed up, realizing Itsuki actually had some kind of radar skill. Itsuki's face went dark. These green zone monsters were nothing like the weak trash he had been killing all night long. For sure. Josuke told Iberia that only a handful of kids Itsuki's age could even stand in front of a monster like that one. Iberia was not the problem here. Itsuki was just too far ahead for anyone to keep up with him. When Itsuki saw the monster read his skill in seconds and realized the thing could actually speak human, a wide, creepy grin spread across his face finally. He finally found the smart monsters the rumors talked about. The beast looked down, asking what the hell he was whispering to himself. Was he begging? The beast laughed, saying it thought Itsuki was tough, but he was just a level 0 nobody. To the beast, Itsuki was just a coward shaking in his boots. Itsuki just smiled faintly, admitting he was actually just getting hyped up. He had been wanting to ask their kind something for years. Since the monster could talk, he wanted a real answer right now. The beast agreed, promising to grant his dying wish. Suddenly, massive flames erupted around Itsuki as the look on his face shifted to something else. His eyes burned red with a psycho smile. With pure intensity, he stared at the monster and asked it one simple thing. Do you feel pain? Hearing this, the disaster beast just sneered and talked down to him. It laughed at the idea of a human hurting it. It told him not to get cocky, claiming that causing pain was a privilege only for their kind. The beast launched into the sky, sending blue spikes raining down toward Itsuki with massive power. The ground exploded from the impact force, but Itsuki was already long gone. Lightning popped as he charged the monster. He closed the gap instantly and buried a fist in its chest. The strike boomed, sending the massive armored titan flying back hard. It hit the dirt, kicking up a huge cloud of trash. Itsuki watched, hoping he finished it, until reality hit him. That monster's mana was straight up surging. Out of the smoke, it lunged again with those wicked spikes. Itsuki flipped and dodged, but the thing's antenna was getting crazy fast. He didn't sweat it though when it comes to pure speed. He's still the king of the court. Itsuki popped his black ice skill, conjuring a blade in his grip. But the moment he slashed, pure frustration started sinking in. He muttered a curse, realizing his attack power was trash. He couldn't even take the head off, and his hits were basically just scratches. The disaster beast was totally floored. At that low level, he shouldn't be moving like a blur. It screamed, demanding to know his real stats. Then it laughed it off, saying no matter how fast Itsuki was, he was still just a bug. The monster lashed out again, massive tendrils whipping through the air and slamming down. It roared that even if he landed 100 hits with that weak sauce power, it wouldn't even make the beast itch. But it warned him one hit, and he's toast. As it barked the threat, those giant tendrils slammed down with some serious, terrifying force. Suddenly, Itsuki made his move. Blue lightning surged around him as he vaulted right behind the massive beast. He twisted midair and slammed down, his attack grinding against the monster's armored skull. But a second later, a tendril whipped back at full speed. Sweat dripped down his face, but he threw up a black ice wall just in time to defend. That tendril smashed right into him and sent him flying backward. His body crashed violently into a tree, splinters and debris exploding everywhere as the force pinned him. The beast didn't stop. It went right back for Itsuki with those tendrils, but he caught his breath fast. Lightning sparked around him as he leaped into the air to dodge. Propped against the tree, he glared forward and told the creature to bring it on. From a distance, the armored monster just watched him with cold eyes. It scoffed that the lightning was just a cheap speed boost. It wanted to see exactly how long Itsuki's mana would actually last in this fight. With that, it kept swinging those tendrils. Itsuki watched the monster closely and finally figured something out. Those antennae weren't a skill, they were part of its actual body. That's why Mimesis wouldn't trigger. He closed the gap and struck again, lightning sparking all over. He wondered how many attacks it had thrown. Maybe 18 or 19. The monster spread its massive frame and lashed out, declaring that it was all for nothing. Right then, a status window popped up. Itsuki saw he only had 97 magic left. He got the picture immediately. He'd been spamming skills non-stop, and his mana was bone dry. Plus, his stamina was fading fast. If this kept up, he'd slow down. Itsuki's red eyes sharpened as he decided to dump every last bit of energy into pure offense. Itsuki charged the beast, thinking he'd just crank up the attack speed. If he could land just one critical hit, it'd be over. Itsuki was banking on his broken critical crystal. A crit would multiply his power 10 times over, but right now, the success rate was sitting at only 3%. With lightning surging violently all around him, Itsuki launched forward again, striking directly at the armored monster. He kept punching the beast with everything he had. Sweat rolled down his face as his eyes burned. He just had to keep attacking. To land that critical hit, all he could do was keep swinging. There wasn't any other way out. His fist slammed into the monster's body with explosive force, the impact echoing loudly. Suddenly, a blue tendril flashed through the air and tore right through his stomach. Blood spilled from his mouth as his body shook with pain. Dark stains spread across his shirt while he struggled just to stay upright. The towering beast looked down at him and mocked him coldly. It said that throwing himself forward like that was idiotic. The creature leaned closer, sharp teeth gleaming. It asked what was wrong. Wasn't he supposed to make it feel pain? Hearing that, Itsuki just let out a quiet snort in response. The monster's grin widened. It admitted his defense was high since he was still breathing. But suddenly, Itsuki's red eye flared brightly as a fierce smile twisted his lips. He felt it at last. Finally, it was here. A system notification popped up. His critical crystal was active. The next hit was a guaranteed crit. Without a second thought, Itsuki made his move. With one explosive step, he closed the gap and drove his fist forward with absolutely overwhelming force. Red energy burst out as his strike slammed into the monster. The impact shook the air. The beast screamed in pain as it was sent flying backward. Its massive body tore through the forest, smashing through trees. Smoke and dust rose into the air as the monster landed heavily on the hard ground. It could only stare in disbelief. It wondered what happened and why Itsuki suddenly had such a terrifying amount of power. Standing calmly in the fading red glow, Itsuki looked at his fist. His breathing slowed as he admitted the power was even stronger than expected. After landing that crit, something inside him shifted. All sorts of wild emotions started rising from deep within his chest. His focus sharpened. Satisfaction washed over him, followed by a strange ecstasy. He realized he'd never felt anything quite like this before. Even though blood was pouring out of the wound in his stomach, he didn't feel any pain. The injury was deep and his shirt was soaked red, yet he felt light. He looked down at the beast and admitted this feeling was incredible. Itsuki then reached out and grabbed the beast's head, asking if it felt any pain from that hit. Pure confusion filled the beast's voice. It wondered what kind of human he was. Humans were supposed to be weak and fragile. It accused him of being over level 40, screaming that fake stats were cheating. As Itsuki gripped its head, it panicked and shouted, asking what he was doing. Itsuki told the beast that every other monster he'd faced until now was basically brain dead. Most of these things die quiet, boring. But this guy, he was special. He snatched the beast and squeezed hard. The thing shrieked in pure terror. Itsuki just grinned, red eyes burning in the dark. Honestly, hearing a monster actually feel pain for once? Yeah, that was some seriously good music to his ears. The monster was shaking like a leaf. It actually stuttered, asking if he was really about to turn its skull into mush. Total panic. It called him a demon, not a man. Itsuki didn't care. He just gripped tighter. A second later, a nasty crunch echoed through the woods as he popped that head like a ripe grape. Blood painted the tree behind them. Then, a ping 1% increase to his critical hit rate. Not bad. Itsuki stood over the dead body and calmly muttered that it was finally done. Another notification. His crit rate was up to 4% now. As the adrenaline wore off, that weird buzz in his head started to fade away. That special rush in his chest was vanishing fast. Then reality hit. The burning pain from that stomach wound finally decided to show up. He took a breath and scanned the area. The barrier was clear now. That meant every single monster in here was officially history. He eyed the clear pillar. Break this, and only the structure would be left. He didn't think twice. He pulled back his fist and slammed it home with everything he had. A loud crack rang out as his fist hit. The ground underneath just gave up, shattering into pieces as dust and rocks flew everywhere. Way weaker than I thought, Itsuki muttered. That is when the exhaustion finally hit him like a freight train. He slumped against the wreckage, clothes soaked in blood. But before heading back to Iberia, he had one more thing to check on. He got serious and called his death hound. A shadow blurred overhead. Itsuki looked up and told the thing to quit hiding and show itself. Death stepped out, those red eyes burning like coals in the dark. It definitely looked bigger. Its claws tore into the dirt while it growled. Itsuki sat there on the ground, staring at it calmly. He paused for a second, really giving the beast a long, careful look. Then it clicked. Its level jumped by 3. Plus, it gained 150 stat points to play with. A screen popped up with the stats. Level 19. B rank Shikigami. This thing was becoming a real problem. Its skills were Death Smell, which is a C rank move that sniffs out and tracks magic traces, and Respawn Desire. That is a B rank skill that slashes respawn time. Its stats? 250 attack and agility, plus 150 defense and magic. It also had 150 points left to spend. Itsuki realized that as this thing levels up, its body just keeps on growing. He wasn't just seeing things. If this beast gained another dozen levels, it was going to be absolutely massive. He pictured an enormous beast towering over him and admitted he couldn't wait to see how big it got. It was 11:35 p.m. on Prophecy Day 1 when Itsuki destroyed that structure. As it crumbled from above the forest, the green barrier evaporated, leaving the crescent moon shining bright in the night sky. Iberia and Josuke stood in the woods, just staring up in total shock. Iberia pointed at the sky and yelled that the barrier was gone. He shouted that Itsuki actually did it. Since Itsuki cleared the green barrier in 10 minutes, Jusui figured there weren't many smart monsters inside. But still, that speed was absolutely insane. He had to admit, Itsuki was already way stronger than he ever was back in the day. Meanwhile, Itsuki slumped against death. He was covered in blood and barely standing. After traveling so far and fighting nonstop, His stamina was completely cashed out. Plus, the blood loss was pushing his body to the absolute limit. Itsuki looked at Death and whispered, "Since you can track magic, follow my trail and carry me back to Iberia." Death lifted its head and let out a low howl, ready to move. That loud, echoing cry ripped right through the dark forest. The sound was heavy and ominous, making the air feel thick. Jusuke narrowed his eyes and listened, trying to pinpoint it. He muttered that it sounded like a monster, but the barrier was supposed to be gone. Why was he still hearing that sound? He spun around and ordered Iberia to get back to his room immediately. As Iberia left, he listened close and said that cry felt familiar, like he had heard it before. Meanwhile, Death's massive claws were slamming into the dirt as it charged straight toward them. Juisuke instantly drew his sword and took a defensive stance. He looked deadly serious as he felt the presence moving in. "It is getting closer and closer," he shouted. Then, with a look of pure resolve, he declared that if this thing really was a monster from the barrier. A second later, the massive beast burst from the forest with its jaws wide open, teeth gleaming in the moonlight. Josuke gripped his sword and swung with full force. He was determined to end it right there. But then Iberia's eyes went wide. He suddenly realized exactly what he was looking at. He screamed that it was the mad dog Shikigami that Itsuki had tamed earlier. Panic hit his face as he yelled for Josuke to stop. "That thing belongs to Itsuki," he shouted. Death abruptly tilted its head, stopping right in front of them. Joshua heard Iberia and yanked his sword back just in time. That's when Itsuki, who was slumped on the beast's back, tumbled onto the grass. Josuke just stood there staring, unable to believe this was Itsuki's beast. He thought only high-level summoners could pull off a move like that. His mind was racing. Itsuki's insane strength, power levels way beyond his age, a level that never seems to go up, and skills from totally different jobs? Iberia ran over, panicking and screaming to see if Itsuki was okay. Looking at him lying there, Josuke realized the kid was just one mystery after another. Iberia dropped to his knees by Itsuki, seeing blood smeared all over his face and gear. His voice shook, asking what happened and why there was so much blood. Itsuki slowly opened his eyes, weakly calling Iberia's name as darkness started creeping into his vision. He whispered that he just needed to rest. Iberia completely lost it, tears streaming down his face as he screamed out, asking what he was supposed to do. His sobbing echoed through the night. Then, Josuke spoke up from behind, telling him to chill because Itsuki wasn't actually dead yet. Iberia spun around, golden eyes leaking tears, and asked if he was serious if Itsuki really wasn't dead. Josuke pointed at the guy's chest, telling Iberia to look closer. "He is still breathing normally," he explained, "but those wounds need fixing fast." He brought up the Kodama bandage and asked Iberia if he still had it on him. Propping up Itsuki's limp body, Iberia snapped that he was on it. Later, while Itsuki rested with tight bandages around his chest, Iberia just stood there watching him. He knew he might never reach Itsuki's level in a fight, but there were some things only he could pull off. He was a wind elementalist, a master of air and currents. He stared at his hands, thinking about his specific gift. Iberia was level 9 with a grade 2 heal focus gift. It was a low-tier ability that only healed himself and teammates, something he used to absolutely hate. He'd never used the skill even once before. But for Double E and for Itsuki, he swore he would use it as many times as it took. A system alert popped up as Iberia triggered his C-rank skill, Heal Wind. Glowing green energy swirled around his body like soft flames as the ability fully activated. Standing by the bed, he reached his hand out toward Itsuki. A bright green glow wrapped around Itsuki's body, floating with shimmering healing symbols. Iberia quietly urged him to get better soon, for the sake of their legendary duo. Sweat beaded on Itsuki's face as the healing wind swirled. Iberia called his name, sounding worried. Meanwhile, over at Commander Nento's place at 11:30 p.m., 35 p.m. on Prophecy Day 1, the vibe shifted. From the monolith near Nento's estate, a massive purple barrier unfolded and started spreading. The earth shook as someone came flying through the air and slammed into a tree, kicking up debris everywhere. It was Kei Chirajima, the level 63 wind elementalist and first-class savior. Chocho was stunned to see him crash landing right next to the commander. She jumped in with her healing powers, telling him to hang on. She promised to fix him up and asked what was happening outside the barrier. The mangled elementalist struggled to talk. With his last bit of strength, he told them to run. Gasping for air, he explained how the creatures were built. Their defense, power, and speed were totally off the charts. He wheezed that not even special-grade saviors could take them on. He finished by saying humans stood no chance against monsters like that. Right then, a powerful beast dropped down through the smoke. A system window popped up, revealing a level 81 Minotaur warrior from the Bull tribe. The dying elementalist begged Commander Nento to get out of there. The massive Minotaur looked down at Nento and mocked his weird outfit. It asked if he was really the famous Izumi Nento. The beast smirked and swung a huge fist at Nento, saying it was lucky to find the target so fast. No need to bother Lord Sarushokuma with this trash. Nento realized he was the one they were after. He just shrugged and said that in that case, he had one less thing to worry about. That giant fist slammed down, exploding in a blinding shockwave that rocked the entire area. Choha screamed desperately for her father as violent wind and debris ripped past. Behind her, the wind elementalist stared with wide, shaking eyes. Total despair in his voice, he declared that this was the end of the line. But through the smoke, Nento stood his ground, telling some guy he was late. Out of the dust and a red aura, Haydn stepped forward. His eyes glowed red, blood smeared on his face. He'd caught the Minotaur's punch with one hand, red energy flaring around him as he spoke with pure determination. Haydn said sorry and told Commander Nento to let him handle this beast. The Minotaur just laughed in his face. It admitted it didn't know where he came from, but sneered that he sure talked a big game. Then, it raised its other hand. From the side, the bloodied elementalist shouted a warning. He told Haydn to watch out, screaming that this monster was on a whole different level. Haydn ignored him and moved. With red energy swirling, he drove his fist forward, hitting the massive creature with an explosive burst of power. The hit landed square on the Minotaur's chest and ripped a hole right through him. Black blood sprayed everywhere as the giant body shook from the hit. Watching from the back, the elementalist's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Sweat poured down his face as he watched the impossible happen. Looking at Haydn's red aura, he wondered if this was the true power of a special-grade savior. He always figured special-grade saviors were still human deep down, but seeing Haydn stand against that Minotaur, he finally realized the terrifying truth. Haydn wasn't human anymore. He was a monster with strength that defied all logic. Nearby, Choha gasped with a mix of relief and hype. She cheered that they did it, hoping the crisis was finally over for good. But Haydn's face stayed cold as he said the real show was only just starting. At 11:40 p.m. on Prophecy Day 1, the barrier near Nento's estate shifted from purple to a deep red. Inside the red zone, a voice wondered how Lord Sarushokuma would mess with humanity. That was the level 37 Red Flame Demon King talking. He said he'd love to watch the show. Behind him, another massive beast showed up. It was the level 49 White Ogre. The Demon King glanced back, noting the White Ogre was thinking the same thing. Then, a third voice spoke calmly, warning them both not to do anything unnecessary. Their job was simple: bag that guy. He warned them that if they choked, they were straight up toast. This third dude was a level 87 Demon General, Curse of Frost, the King of Resentment. This Red Flame Demon King asked the general why they weren't dropped right on the target, instead of being stuck in Lord Sarushokuma's barrier. The Demon General explained that if all three bunched up in one spot, the barrier would glow purple and look way too obvious. Right then, Sarushokuma, one of the 8 Demon Lords, let out a massive roar as crimson energy exploded all around him. The general said that Lord Sarushokuma's red barrier was basically bait to lure in all the heavy-hitting human warriors nearby. While the humans were distracted by that red barrier, they could finish Lord Ringa's mission without any annoying interference. The general said that while Sarushokuma acted as the distraction, they would head to their actual goal. The Red Flame King then asked if he even knew where they were going. The general's eyes flashed under his hood as he told them to chill. Lord Ringa would lead the way using that demon eye left in the human realm. That eye could track coordinates and even see the landscape. Right as he said that, Itsuki was thrashing in bed, soaked in sweat like he was having a total nightmare. Suddenly, he bolted awake. One eye looked normal, but the other one was glowing this creepy, ominous shade of red. The general's voice echoed, telling the king that the demon eye was currently right with their target. Prophecy Day 1, at 11:35 p.m. Itsuki was passed out after Iberia patched him up. In his head, he was standing in this massive, empty white space that felt totally surreal. Little Itsuki ran toward his mom, shouting with excitement. He told her he finally found a disaster beast that could actually feel pain, just like a human. He looked so proud and happy. He bragged about crushing its skull and told her that her death was finally avenged. Before he could finish his brag, his mom stopped him. Her voice was steady but super serious. She said some things matter way more than getting even. Little Itsuki looked at her like she was crazy. He asked if anything mattered more than deleting every single disaster beast. His mom gave him a soft look. She told him not to waste his power on hate. He had to use it to protect people. Hearing that, little Itsuki freaked out and yelled that it was impossible. He was literally shaking with rage. Clenching his fists, he swore he would never forgive those monsters for killing his parents. His voice echoed through the void as he promised to make sure every last one of them died. His eyes glowed red with pure fury, his face twisted by grief and anger. His mom just stood there, looking calm and steady. She wasn't even mad, just understanding. After a long silence, she told him it was time for her to go as she slowly began to fade away. Her words hit like ice. Little Itsuki lunged forward, panicking and screaming for her to tell him where she was going. His voice cracked as he told her he had so much left to say. She looked back at him while her body turned into glowing dust. She whispered his name and begged him not to let hate win. Her body kept breaking into little light fragments, disappearing into the dark emptiness. Little Itsuki reached out, his hands grasping at nothing like he could actually pull her back. He broke down, crying out for his mom. Their fingers almost touched, but the light swallowed her up before he could grab her. He just stared helplessly into the void, crying. A second later, he was all alone. A single tear rolled down his cheek while he looked up. He looked totally lost. Behind him, something dark appeared. A cold voice mocked him, calling him a pathetic creature for crying over the dead. Itsuki's jaw tightened. He shifted back to his adult form. His eyes were burning as he tried to handle the mix of rage and sadness inside him. He gritted his teeth. Recognizing the thing in front of him, he hissed the name Linga, the devil of ruin, as the massive demon stepped from the abyss. His body was ripped and covered in these weird, twisted markings. Horns grew from his head and a red aura pulsed like fire. Linga looked down at him and asked if he was finally done being a baby. He joked that Itsuki only acted like a kid when he was with that woman. Itsuki snapped, shouting at the demon and calling him a bastard. He was burning with rage as he lunged at Linga, swearing to kill him. Red energy exploded, but his punch just went through Linga's shadow while the demon laughed. Linga told him to slow down, promising that he would feel that same pain again very soon. The air shook as purple energy swirled around Linga like a storm, freezing Itsuki in place. In a cold whisper, Linga told him that real despair was coming. As he spoke, the world around Itsuki shattered and he plunged into the dark. While falling, Itsuki's muscles flexed as pure fury burned through his veins. With glowing red eyes, he screamed into the void that he would kill Linga no matter the cost. His voice echoed through the broken space. Then, in an instant, everything just snapped. He sat up fast, covered in sweat and gasping for air. His eyes throbbed with pain. A dream, he whispered to himself, totally confused. Iberia and his deathhound were standing right there. Suddenly, Itsuki grabbed his face and winced. His eyes weren't even bleeding, but they hurt like crazy. Then it hit him. He blinked and noticed something weird. All his wounds were gone. Just a bit ago, he was basically dying. He wondered if Iberia used those Kodama bandages to fix him up. He slowly looked over toward the bed. Iberia was totally knocked out, leaning against the mattress. Seeing that, Itsuki wondered why he was sleeping on the floor like that. Then he remembered Iberia said he was taking a break. He had to make sure Death did not bark or it would wake him up. In the corner of the room, Death stood silent. That glowing red eye was locked on him. Once Death saw Itsuki was finally awake, the beast barked with excitement. The very thing Itsuki tried to dodge happened at the bed. Next thing he knew, Iberia's eyes snapped wide open. Without thinking, he shoved his hand forward, blasting a wave of swirling energy at Itsuki and screaming about some disaster beast. Winds whipped through the room, circling Itsuki while he just sat there, totally chill. He looked at the rushing force and told Iberia a tiny breeze wouldn't faze a real disaster beast. Iberia's face lit up the second he saw Itsuki's eyes open. With a massive grin, he shouted that Itsuki was finally back. He let out a huge breath and cheered that his treatment actually worked. Then, he lunged forward and pulled Itsuki into a massive hug. Itsuki just sat there shirtless and stunned. He realized Iberia still had that annoying habit of hugging everyone whenever he got too hyped up. After a second, Itsuki asked how long he'd been out. Iberia told him it was about 3 hours, even if it felt shorter. Itsuki crunched the numbers. 3 a.m. on day 2 of the prophecy. Then he asked if Josuke and Aiden were still safe. Iberia gave a cocky smile, promising they were fine and no beasts had shown up. Still, Itsuki's face stayed dead serious. That dream was still stuck in his head. Linga told him not to rush, promising he'd get a taste of it soon. It was just a dream, Itsuki told himself. But those words kept stinging. It felt way too real to just ignore. He knew those disaster beasts were up to something. It was 3:03 a.m. on day 2 when Itsuki finally woke up. As he got dressed, he told himself to stay sharp. Iberia just grinned and said he was truly glad to see him. It looked like a full recovery. Itsuki stood there thinking those reinforcements the teacher mentioned should be showing up any minute now. He headed for the door to go check on Josuke. While they walked under the stars, Iberia suddenly asked what that dog's name was. Itsuki told him it was just Deathhound. Iberia reminded him that as a user, he could name his summon whatever the heck he wanted. He even offered to pick a name, bragging that he had some seriously elite naming skills. Itsuki deadpanned that he wasn't even a user. Iberia blinked, totally bummed out because he really wanted to name the thing. Hearing that, Itsuki silently vowed there was no way he'd ever let Iberia name a single thing he owned. They found Josuke working on his golem. He noted those bandages alone couldn't have healed Itsuki this fast, so Iberia must have stepped up. He figured Iberia finally used his real power. Itsuki looked over, admitting he hadn't actually seen Iberia use any skills before this. He asked if Iberia was just a healer. Iberia hesitated, claiming he could definitely handle offensive moves too. But honestly, he admitted they didn't do much damage. Itsuki turned to Josuke and asked if any other saviors had showed up yet. Josuke shrugged and said no. When he asked why, Itsuki explained the teacher was supposed to be sending nearby saviors to help. It had been a full day, so they should have arrived. Josuke reminded him they were deep in the woods where nobody finds anything without guidance. Itsuki listened. He knew Josuke was right, but he still couldn't shake that nasty gut feeling that something was totally off. Everything felt wrong. As the night got quiet, the forest itself seemed to be changing. High above the forest, something evil was slowly closing in. Meanwhile, a group of saviors sprinted through the dense trees, racing deeper into the dark. As they ran, one guy called out to Kobayashi, asking how much longer until they actually hit their target destination. Kobayashi said it was just a few more kilometers. He told them to suck it up a little bit longer. Another guy cheered that this mission would finally bump them up to third-class saviors. Still, he complained that this place was way too remote. It was hard to believe the best crafter in the north actually lived this deep in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, a woman's sharp voice cut through the air, ordering everyone to stop. The group skidded to a halt on the path. Someone asked what was up and if she felt a bad vibe. She just said something was coming from right in front. A deep voice spoke from the shadows, asking if they'd finally noticed him. One savior panicked, screaming that it was a disaster beast. He ordered everyone to their battle stations. The group drew their weapons, readying themselves for a fight. Out stepped the red flame demon king with the white oni right behind him. The air instantly turned heavy and terrifying. The demon king smirked, asking where they were all going in such a huge rush. His red eyes glowed in the dark as he wondered if they shared a destination. A fight exploded, and one savior was instantly swallowed by roaring flames that radiated pure heat and total destruction. The red flame demon king was the killer. He just stood there in his long robe, watching the absolute devastation unfold. He coldly noted how a single fireball could wreck everything, concluding that humans were just way too fragile. He looked at his buddy and asked the white oni if he was done yet. Right then, the oni finished smashing another savior. He slammed his massive fist down, crushing the target into the dirt with one violent, bone-breaking impact. Blood hit the cracked ground as the oni lifted his hand. The demon king joked that the guy was flat as a pancake, calling it cruel. Some red-haired girl perched on a crooked tree trunk, watching them and shaking like a leaf. She screamed that there wasn't even a barrier nearby, demanding to know where they came from. The red flame demon king just smirked, charging up a massive fireball. Totally chill, he bragged that they had hiked a hell of a long way to find this spot. Staring at that fireball, the girl lost it. Tears blurred her eyes as she braced for the end. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a demon general stepped into the light. He gave off this crazy heavy vibe, telling the red flame demon king to put the brakes on the killing. The king groaned, super annoyed. He had been bored to death for ages and told the general to back off because he was finally having a little fun. Before he could move, a freezing sound sliced through the air. In an instant, jagged ice spikes exploded around the king, trapping him inside a block of thick, shimmering frost. The general marched forward, flexed his power, and warned that if the king ignored orders again, the payback would be way worse. Trapped in that ice cube, the king's cocky face instantly turned into a look of total panic. Knowing he was in deep trouble, he quickly admitted defeat. He begged for the spell to be released before his body completely shattered from that intense freezing power. The general dropped the spell, and the ice cage shattered into a million pieces. The Flame King finally caught his breath, exhaling a massive cloud of steam. Heat pulsed off him as he shook off the cold. With a shaky voice, he confessed that he legit thought he was about to become a human popsicle. Watching the general shut down the king, the girl started sweating bullets. A tiny spark of hope flickered in her head. Was she actually going to get out of this alive? The king crossed his arms, his fire aura flaring up again as he looked at her with actual curiosity. He remembered the command about not killing the main target or the magic eye user, so he asked if this red-haired girl was packing some kind of crazy secret superpower too. With his blue eyes glowing, the general coolly said she was just ordinary. His intervention wasn't even about saving her skin. He just wanted to test drive a new gift from Lord Linga. He reached his hand toward the terrified girl, eyes cold as ice. The girl went pale. Before she could even scream, a wave of nasty dark energy swallowed her whole. She thrashed around while shadow tentacles choked the life out of her. Then, silence. She slumped against the tree, hair covering her face, looking like something straight out of a horror movie. Watching the mess, the king shrugged and noted that she ended up dead regardless of the general's help. The general corrected him. She wasn't dead, she was just going through a nasty process called demonization. Her head snapped up. A glowing mark lit up her forehead, and her eyes turned a creepy, unnatural color as dark energy surged through her face. The heavy vibe meant the change was done. The king looked intrigued, muttering demonization while waiting for the full scoop. The general explained that demonized humans become total slaves to Lord Linga. Basically, this red-haired chick is officially on our side now. Once the change finished, the girl dropped to her knees and bowed low to her new demon overlords. Acting like a total puppet, she called him the Wrath King and asked for orders. The general just barked back his first cold command. He told her to hide her new self and stay undercover with the humans until the day Lord Linga finally arrives. She bowed her head, promising to follow his orders. The general kept going, laying out her fake backstory. He told her to tell everyone her squad got wiped out by disaster beasts in the woods. She would be the lone survivor, saved by her friend's sacrifice. Keeping her head down, she just whispered that she understood. Happy with that, the general told her to beat it. A second later, Her eyes looked all hollow and creepy from the demon magic. But then, her face suddenly twitched. Pure shock hit her face like a piece of her old self was fighting back. Panicked, she stumbled through the brush, gasping for air. Sensing the massive danger, she turned tail and bolted through the trees as fast as she could. The demons just stood there, watching her run off into the distance. Once she was gone, the Flame King looked totally unimpressed with the whole plan. He said using humans was cool and all, but why recruit such a pathetic weakling? The general shot back that this was about way more than just one girl. He dropped the bomb that thousands of humans were already demonized, even the awakened ones. When Lord Lingda takes over the world, these sleeper agents are going to be key. With that, the general marched off, telling them to stop messing around and follow him because the mission was priority 1. Meanwhile, on Prophecy Day 2 at 3:05 a.m., the Galamotsky Rect was totally fixed, its glowing eyes and metal body looking stronger than ever. Checking it out, Jusuke pointed out that this iron golem was basically a level 30 awakened, which was huge for helping with their labor shortage. But Iberia joked they wouldn't need it with Jusuke and Itsuki around. While they were prepping, Jusuke suddenly realized Itsuki was missing and asked where he went. Iberia said he hit up the workshop. Apparently, he had some burning questions for his dad about that critical crystal thing. Back at the shop, Itsuki and Eden were rehashing the big fight. Eden asked if he really landed that insane critical hit on the disaster beast and what his actual crit rate was. Itsuki admitted his busted critical crystal only gave him a 3% crit rate to start with. But after killing that thing, it bumped up to 4%. Eden laughed, saying pulling that off with only 3% was straight up miracles. Itsuki agreed. Yeah, he felt it too. It wasn't just his focus peaking after that sick critical hit. He talked about this weird state where he felt like a literal god and asked if the crystal did it. Eden's jaw dropped. Like every sense is dialed to 11, but you're chill and totally untouchable. Right? Itsuki rubbed his chin. Yeah, that pretty much nails it, man. Eden was shocked. You hit a flow state. Itsuki just stared back, totally confused. A flow what now? Eden said a flow state happens when you're totally locked in. Time gets weird and your focus hits its absolute peak. Itsuki scratched his head. Still sounded like total gibberish to him. Basically, you are in the zone. Like a painter who gets so obsessed with a canvas they totally forget lunch exists. Or a pro athlete just moving on pure instinct. Even a student crushing a hard test. For an awakened, it's not just focus, it's having super senses. When you drop into a flow, your stats jump to 120%. Itsuki's eyes went wide. No way. His teacher never mentioned this phenomenon. Honestly, he'd never even met anyone who actually pulled it off before today. Eden was stunned. Only a tiny few can do that. It takes major skill, a clear head, and a whole lot of luck. Mess up one thing? It's not happening. Itsuki sighed. Those are some pretty steep requirements. Eden said it's the line between a genius and a nobody. He said that across all 5 continents, including Wajinte, no one can enter a flow state on command. Itsuki was stunned to hear that even Wajinte lacked that power. Eden said he finally hit his first flow 2 years in. 2 years is considered fast, but Itsuki did it in 1 month. That is absolutely insane. Suddenly, Itsuki looked totally distracted. You listening? Itsuki snapped back. Something felt really off. He turned and told Eden that 3 huge mana spikes were coming. Eden figured they were just more guards sent by Nento Izumi to watch his back. But as he felt the energy closer, his face went cold. This nasty, stagnant vibe didn't feel anything like a normal awakened aura. Felt like disaster beasts. He had to go check. He bolted for the exit. He'd already cleared all the beasts in the barrier and didn't see any signs of new ones being dropped nearby. This just didn't add up. A bad vibe lingered. He stepped out the door. Iberia greeted him with a grin, happy he was finally out. But then he noticed how stressed Itsuki looked. Josuke asked what was up and why he was so twitchy. Itsuki told him he felt a massive mana wave and thought it was a disaster beast. But Josuke promised him that was impossible since there were no active barriers around their current location at all. Iberia laughed. Even if beasts show, The iron golem will wreck them. Then everything went south. Iberia watched in horror as the iron golem just exploded. Scraps and sparks flew everywhere. Stunned silence. The golem was dead before it even moved. Josuke grabbed his blade. Itsuki was already sparking with electricity. 3 monsters stepped out. One sneered that with only 3 enemies, this would be a total cakewalk for them. Their heavy vibe proved these guys were way scarier than some random beast. It was now Prophecy Day 2, exactly at 3:01 a.m. The demons stood there, wrapped in a nasty red aura that felt totally suffocating. Itsuki squinted, watching every move they made with his heart racing. He knew right away these freaks were levels above anything in the barrier. The pressure was purely insane. He locked his eyes on the big boss in front. The magic energy coming off the general was massive. He had never seen anything like it in his life. The armored demon general stepped up, his glowing eye looking cold as ice. He calmly barked that he'd grab the target himself while the other 2 handled the trash. Before he bounced, he gave one last order to his goons. No matter what happened, they weren't allowed to wreck that demon eye. The Red Flame King told the general not to sweat it. Itsuki just stood there frozen as those words echoed through his head like a nightmare. Was their target Aiden? Behind him, Iberia's eyes went wide. He could barely wrap his head around what they were saying. These beasts were actually talking. Before they could move, the general lunged at them. Josuke yelled out, telling them there was no way he was letting them through. Suddenly, the general was standing right behind them. Everyone was totally stunned, and Josuke looked like he had just seen a ghost. How did he move that fast? Itsuki ground his teeth. This speed was just way too much. Josuke didn't hesitate. He charged with his blade high, yelling that he was going to shut the enemy down for good. Meanwhile, lightning sparked around Itsuki's body as he swore to protect Aiden. Without even looking back, the demon general threw up a clawed hand to retaliate. Blue energy swirled around his fingertips as raw power gathered in the air. Suddenly, a massive blast of icy energy shot out, building a frozen wall behind him. Josuke was moving too fast to stop, stunned to see a massive glacier suddenly blocking his path. Instead of slowing down, he put everything into a desperate swing against the ice. The crash was deafening, but that barrier didn't budge an inch. Sweat poured down his face as he ground his teeth in frustration. This thing was way tougher than he bargained for. Before he could try again, Itsuki screamed from behind for him to move his head and watch out. Josuke's heart dropped when he saw the white Oni, packed with rows of razor-sharp teeth, was standing right at his back. With a bone-chilling roar, the white Oni swung a massive fist down at Josuke. He barely managed to raise his sword to block that incoming, terrifying strike. The shockwave from the hit cracked the ground. Josuke was sent flying by the pure force, his body spinning as he fought just to keep his sword in hand. Itsuki yelled his name, desperate to help, but the Red Flame Demon King stepped in. Wrapped in fire, he told Itsuki that he didn't have time to worry about others. A burning sphere of heat materialized in the Demon King's palm. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the deadly attack flying straight at him. The flaming projectile tore through the sky like a bullet. A system alert popped up, identifying the skill as the Red Flame Bullet. That red flame bullet shot forward like a lethal comet. Seeing the danger, Itsuki screamed for Iberia to run. Iberia, looking pale and terrified, scrambled to obey. In that split second, Itsuki triggered his black wall skill, coating his hand in a protective layer of solid black ice. The fireball hit the ground and exploded into a massive inferno, while Iberia raced toward the house to save his father, Aiden. On Itsuki's end, his hands were scorched. The flames roared as the explosion shattered his black ice shield into a million pieces. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. It detected an A-rank skill, Red Flame Bullet, and activated the Over-Mimesis ability. As the analysis hit 1%, sweat rolled down Itsuki's face. He realized just how dangerous an A-rank skill actually was. Through the thick smoke, Itsuki looked down at his arms. They were charred black and covered in nasty, painful-looking burns. He knew he could have dodged if he used Thunderbreaker, but he gave Blackwall way too much credit. Across the field, the Red Flame Demon King just laughed. He mocked Itsuki, asking if he really thought that pathetic ice could stop his fire. He called him an idiot, but a tiny flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he gone a little too far? His red eye narrowed, wondering if Itsuki was the demon eye-bearer. But when he scanned Itsuki's stats, he saw he was just a human locked at level 0. The Red Flame Demon King looked at the window and just laughed. He figured a level 0 human could never be the bearer he was looking for. A cruel, twisted grin spread across his face. Feeling cocky, he decided he'd just burn Itsuki to a crisp. But then, glowing petals filled the air as Itsuki reached out and summoned his death hound. Energy surged as a massive death hound materialized. The beast stood tall at his side, its red eyes glowing with a feral intensity. The Demon King looked down and sneered. He asked if Itsuki really thought fighting 2-on-1 with a Shikigami would change anything. Flames spiraled around his arm as he launched another red flame bullet. The fire arched through the air. He joked that even 10 more summons wouldn't be enough to save Itsuki's life. Standing next to the hound, Itsuki stayed dead calm. Without a hint of panic, he told Death he was counting on him. The red flame bullet slammed into the ground, turning the area into a storm of fire and soot. For a second, everything was hidden by the blast. But then, the Demon King caught a glimpse of a shadow. He realized Itsuki had actually managed to dodge the hit. The king's eyes narrowed as he scanned for the Shikigami. He saw the Death Hound bolting in the opposite direction. He realized the summon was headed straight for their original target. He turned back to Itsuki and laughed, asking if he really planned to fight alone. Itsuki finally saw that this demon was totally underestimating him. He figured if he kept playing weak, the demon might not kill him instantly. Meanwhile, the analysis for Mimesis hit 36%. Itsuki knew he could stall for the analysis, but a small smile touched his lips. He just couldn't bring himself to act like a coward against a disaster beast. He lifted his chin, his voice steady and defiant. He said, "Yeah, I thought that. So what?" Blue lightning began to spark around him. Itsuki let out a wicked grin, his eyes glowing as the electricity wrapped around his body. He locked eyes with the demon and told him it was because he looked weak as hell. The Demon King's expression immediately went dark. With fire rising behind him, he spat that Itsuki was just a lowly human acting way too cocky. Flames spiraled as the Demon King raised his hand. Fire roared around him. He said he was going to toy with him, but he'd changed his mind completely. He screamed that he'd turn Itsuki to ash and launched a massive fireball. Itsuki blurred through the fire, lightning flashing around him as he moved. He noticed the attack was bigger, but the speed was exactly the same. He realized this demon was just a long-range specialist who relied entirely on skills. Itsuki's eyes turned sharp. He charged the demon, knowing that once he closed the distance, this fight was basically over for good. The Red Flame Demon King's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe Itsuki's speed, who closed the gap between them in a single heartbeat. The Demon King stood there in shock as the distance vanished instantly, but then a slow, jagged grin spread across his face, showing off his teeth. Before Itsuki could even land a hit, a wall of pure fire flared up between them. His eyes went wide. "That's a flame shield?" The Red Flame Demon King raised one hand and conjured another explosive fire bullet. With a cocky smirk, he mocked Itsuki for being too slow to see his own openings. He'd already launched the fire bullet, and Itsuki was way too close to dodge. A massive explosion bloomed like some twisted red flower. The flames slammed into Itsuki's chest, sending his body flying through the air like a ragdoll. He hit the dirt hard but managed to find his footing fast. Right then, one single thought flashed through Itsuki's mind. He'd walked right into it. The beast wasn't just a monster, it was smart. How could he have been this stupid? Standing tall, the Demon King told Itsuki there was no way a level 0 was that fast. But then, Itsuki started limping forward through all the thick smoke and debris. His limbs were charred black from the blast. Smoke drifted off his skin as he lowered his head and kept moving, step by step. The Demon King stared him down with those glowing red eyes and a nasty grin. He admitted that Itsuki had actually played him. Then, with a huge smirk, he told Itsuki it'd be a lot less painful if he just stayed down and died. Through the haze, Itsuki stood his ground while his system showed the analysis was only at 79%. Since it was an A-rank skill, this was taking forever. Another alert popped up. The progress bar hit 80% and kept climbing. Prophecy, Day 2, 3:14 a.m. In the dead of night, Aiden's wooden workshop sat quiet under the pale glow of the moon. A voice drifted from the shadows, calling Aiden's name. It was the Demon General. He listed off Aiden's legendary work, 3 unique grade artifacts and 16 epic ones. The Demon General claimed Aiden was the most gifted craftsman in the entire human race. Aiden just stood there and gave a dry response. He asked if the general was planning to kill him after that little tribute. The general promised him that as long as he was useful, he'd stay alive. Hearing that, Aiden's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He said he got the point, but he wasn't the type to take orders from anyone. Suddenly, he grabbed a blade nearby. His eyes burned red as he swung the weapon toward himself without a second thought. But then, a wave of freezing energy ripped through the workshop. Ice encased Aiden's body in an instant. Blue crystals crawled over his chest and beard, locking him down before he could end it. Aiden's eyes went wide with shock. He'd been frozen solid in an instant. That had to be an A-rank skill at the very least. The Demon General looked down coldly, telling him to quit it. Whether he lived or died was the general's call now. Aiden struggled hard, but the frost held him tight. Iberia watched the whole thing from the shadows. Sweat dripped down his face as he covered his mouth to stay silent. His dad was about to be kidnapped. He panicked, wondering if he should launch a surprise attack. But before he could move, something blurred through the room. A massive deathhound charged in at insane speeds. Iberia's eyes popped. He knew that thing. It was Itsuki's Shikigami. The beast lunged forward with its jaws wide, showing off glowing red eyes and lethal-looking fangs. Its roar rattled the workshop as it swiped a claw at the Demon General. But the general just turned slightly, his icy blue eye tracking the beast. Jagged pillars of ice suddenly erupted from the floor. The freezing magic caught the deathhound midair, swallowing the massive beast whole. Ice encased the hound in a split second. It slammed onto the ground, shattering into 1,000 frozen shards across the floor. The Demon General glared at the door, clearly annoyed. He wondered how those 2 idiots outside let a Shikigami sneak past them like that. Behind him, Aiden stared through the ice in total shock. He wondered if backup had finally arrived to save him. In the corner, Iberia was shaking. Even a summon that strong couldn't get near the general. Pure terror gripped his heart as he realized this was a losing fight today. For a second, he thought about running to get Itsuki. If he showed up, things might change. But then another thought stopped him cold. His dad's warning echoed in his head about getting Tenma killed. Plus, he remembered that Itsuki was already beat up before even getting here. If Itsuki had any gas left in the tank, he would have come himself. Sending a Shikigami was a desperate move. The truth hurt. Dragging Itsuki into this would only put him in more danger. Iberia looked down, his face shadowed as guilt and doubt started to eat at him. Then his face hardened. He couldn't let that happen. Determination burned in his golden eyes as he decided he was going to save his dad alone. As his focus sharpened, he remembered a secret weapon he could use, the dragon gear. A sudden wave of hope washed over his mind. With that gear, he might actually have a fighting chance. He bolted out of the workshop, remembering it was hidden right under his father's bed. Sweat poured down his face as he gritted his teeth. He told his dad to hang on, he was coming. Back inside, the Demon General just scoffed. He noted that someone had been hiding nearby but ran off like a coward instead of helping. Pathetic. Aiden knew it was Iberia. He was actually relieved, though this general was way too strong for even Tenma and Josuke to handle if they fought together. Whatever happened, Iberia couldn't come back. The Demon General declared he was taking Aiden to their destination right now. He left the cleanup to the demons outside. Meanwhile, flames roared into the sky as the Red Flame Demon King launched a massive attack. He screamed out his move, Red Flame Bullet. At that exact moment, Itsuki threw up his black ice wall. He shoved through the agony and moved. His leg was scorched, but he slapped a black ice wall over the burn. The thick ice encased his limb, reinforcing it. With that icy splint, he could finally hobble. Suddenly, the Red Flame Demon King blasted a massive wave of fire straight at him. A system notification pinged as Itsuki triggered his roaring wave. Lightning surged around Itsuki as he dodged the red flame bullet. The Demon King watched with glowing red eyes, stunned that a guy this beat up was still dodging. "You are stubborn," he mocked. But he could see Itsuki's speed was finally starting to tank. Fire swirled around the demon's massive frame as he spread his arms, creating a blazing crown. He mocked Itsuki, asking how much longer he could dodge another red flame bullet. A giant fireball tore through the air. Itsuki twisted midair, lightning sparking around him as he barely sidestepped the massive blast. His eyes narrowed. This time, the red flame Demon King was charging up with both hands. The Demon King's voice boomed as he went full rapid fire. Suddenly, a swarm of red flame bullets rained down like falling meteors. Itsuki's eyes went wide as sweat poured down his face. Fireballs swarmed him from every side, closing in like a cage of pure heat. Then, total chaos. Explosions ripped through the ground as the fire bullets tore the entire battlefield to shreds. Itsuki twisted desperately, barely dodging the impacts. But as more slammed down, the truth hit him. There were just too many to track. Sweat stung his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Under normal conditions, he would have dodged these easily, but his battered body just couldn't keep up the pace. Then, a massive fireball smashed into his mangled leg. Itsuki stumbled, losing his balance, and a split second later, a dozen more bullets rained down. Right then, a system window popped up. Analysis progress had finally hit 90%. One by one, those fiery bullets hammered Itsuki from every angle. His analysis bumped up to 92%. Fire kept crashing into him as he tanked the inferno. Analysis progress climbed to 94%. The fire swallowed him whole, exploding against his chest and shoulders. Another violent blast tossed him back. Analysis hit 96%. The flames roared like a wild sea. A massive blast hit him head-on, slamming him into the dirt as fire carpeted the ground. Analysis was stalled at 98%. He lay there, swallowed by fire as thick smoke choked the battlefield. Fire wrapped around him from every side. Through the heat, a memory surfaced. He saw his mother's final moments, engulfed in blue fire, yet smiling softly as she looked at him. Back on the battlefield, the Demon King grinned like a maniac. Flames spiraled in his palms, forming a blazing vortex. He shoved his hands forward, launching a massive fire spear with insane speed. This was red flame bullet penetrate. The glowing projectile tore through the sky, dropping toward Itsuki with pure, overwhelming power. Suddenly, a blue light flickered. A translucent energy sphere wrapped around Itsuki's body at the very last second. He wondered if he'd made it in time. Right then, a system window flashed before his eyes. Analysis hit 100%. A blue energy lotus bloomed around Itsuki. The Demon King's fire bullet passed right through him, detonating against the ground behind him. The Demon King narrowed his eyes, staring at the weird blue glow that just tanked his attack. What the hell was that? Inside the lotus, a notification popped up. Red flame bullet analysis complete. Black ice wall has reached level 3. Exactly what he expected. He didn't get a new skill. Instead, his black ice wall just leveled up. Another window explained the level 3 skill. Its active effect continuously generates ice on the body's surface by consuming his mana reserves. It blocks any fire skills ranked a rank or lower. The passive effect increases his defense by 15% when blocking a rank fire. More notifications scrolled by as Itsuki successfully unlocked Black Ice Wall level 3. Every stat jumped by 50 points. Debuffs vanished, and his wounds healed instantly. His attack power climbed from 330 to 380. Agility, defense, and mana all spiked from 330 to 380. Total power jumped to 1520. Glowing blue energy surged through Itsuki, sealing his burns and wounds. The charred skin on his face knit back together. Feeling the power, Itsuki realized all his stats had spiked by 50 points. Itsuki stood up, crunching the numbers. This boost was like gaining 4 levels for a regular awakened. Not bad. Not bad at all. He didn't have to fear those flame bullets anymore. Once he closed the distance, this demon was toast. Victory was basically guaranteed. Nearby, the Demon King narrowed his glowing eyes. He realized his last fire bullet hadn't even scratched the kid. Suspicion rose in his mind. Was this some new defensive skill? He sneered, laughing that a body torn to shreds wouldn't be able to hold that defense for long. A second later, the blue lotus bloomed, spreading like frozen petals. The Demon King's lips curled into a wicked grin. "I knew it," he hissed, as flames roared back to life in his hand. Smirking, he declared the games were officially over. Time to die. But a split second later, his red eyes bulged in pure shock. He stared in total disbelief, stunned. Itsuki stood tall, looking fresh, with blue energy swirling wildly around his body. Rags hung off his shoulders like trash, but his skin was flawless. Every nasty gash he had seconds ago was gone, like he never even got hit. Total cheat code. That red-flamed Demon King was losing it, screaming about how this kid was literally dead meat seconds ago. But Itsuki just stood there, head down, acting way too chill. He confessed he was going to let the demon slide for a minute to go rescue Aiden. But then those flames, they started triggering some seriously dark, garbage memories. Because of that, plans changed. Right then, the whole vibe in the room went south fast. His eyes flashed red in the shadows, looking stone cold. In a voice like ice, he told the monster he was going to wreck him first.